The catastrophe of the end of the world. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276. Half an hour ago, Chang Jianyi and Shen Feng were still arguing over emotional issues, but now, facing a sudden crisis, the two stood together without hesitation. Shen Feng looked at the senior sister's expectant eyes, took a deep breath, and said to Chang Jianyi, "Notify Yang Chang to block the important passages in Yazhao. Guo Pinring and Lu Xian led a team to search the whole city. You bring Lin Yu here, ask him to list all the suspicious persons. He would rather kill the wrong than let him go." Shen Feng is angry now. If he hadn't quarreled with his senior sister today, wouldn't he be the one who eats the food? Even if I am a 5th level supernatural user, I may not be able to withstand the severe poison, and the person behind my back is planning to kill Chang Jianyi and Chang Haoji, and the lives of their family of 3 are directly threatened. Chang Jianyi also reacted quickly, nodded and said, "It is true that a manhunt is about to start. Let's not settle the matter with you just now. Let's talk about it after we catch the enemy." Chang Jianyi has always been a person who can distinguish the priority from the secondary. Now the 3 members of his family are threatened with their lives. If there is no reaction at all, wouldn't it be fueling the murderer's arrogance? Chang Haoji hugged Xiao He, crying and asked, "Then what about my dog?" Shen Feng knelt down, patted him on the shoulder, and said in a low voice, "Xiaoji, bury Xiao He. Cremation or burial is your choice. Let it rest in peace. We will avenge Xiao He. But there is one thing you remember, cumin is not allowed to be sprinkled at the cremation, let alone tasted." Chang Haoji nodded and said, "Then I'll bury Xiao He. Sister, brother-in-law, you must avenge my Xiao He, and you must be careful." Shen Feng immediately contacted his soldiers and sealed off all the main roads in Yazhao. Without his order, no one could leave without his order, while Chang Jianyi contacted Lin Yu. When Lin Yu appeared in front of Chang Jianyi directly began to question, "Lin Yu, you said before that you want to form an intelligence department, but I want to ask you, what is your intelligence department like? The murderer has poisoned our family's meals, but you have no news at all." When Lin Yu heard this question, he broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't expect that someone would be so courageous as to poison the city lord's food. If this was really successful, wouldn't it be that Yazhao has no leader? Lin Yu quickly defended himself. "City Master, Deputy City Master, please listen to me. Recently, I have been investigating Jiang Yang and the gang forces in Yazhao. These people got guns in private, but they haven't committed any crimes. I can't catch them. This assassination must have something to do with these underground gangs." Shen Feng took a deep breath and asked, "Then do you know the addresses of these gangs?" "I don't care what these gangs do, I only have one purpose now, and that is to kill people." Lin Yu was ecstatic in his heart. After investigating for a long time, he only knew that the murderer who killed Fuyu was probably a member of a certain gang, but he never knew who it was. Apart from extorting protection money, the gang he belongs to has no ability, and there is very little information to inquire about. But Shen Feng now wants to hit targets on a large scale. Isn't that his chance? Thinking of this, Lin Yu nodded quickly, and said to Shen Feng, "City Master, I already have the addresses of many guilds in my hands, and not only the addresses of guilds, but also the addresses of some mysterious places." Shen Feng nodded when he heard this, and said with satisfaction, "If you can provide all the addresses of these gangs, it will be regarded as a great achievement, and I will reward you." Lin Yu didn't hesitate, and immediately took out the map of Yazhao from his body. There were more than a dozen circled areas on it, all of which were the addresses of the gang. Chang Jianyi was not idle either. She took out her phone and called the important forces in the city. "Hi, is that Chu Chaoyan? Urgent action, hurry up and gather, Zhang Xiaoqiang. A curfew order is issued, and everyone is not allowed to walk on the street. Lu Qiang, bring 20 people to protect my brother, K. He, right? Lead people to protect the city lord's mansion, especially the civilian staff, so that they cannot be injured." Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi quickly mobilized the soldiers in the city to work hard to catch the real culprit behind the scenes. After hearing the news that Shen Feng had been assassinated, Chu Chaoyan was shocked and rushed to Shen Feng. "Here, I looked Shen Feng up and down, and finally confirmed that Shen Feng was safe and sound." Seeing this scene, Chang Jianyi frowned immediately. She could see now that the if in Shen Feng's mouth did not refer to anyone else, but to Chu Qiaoan. Take all precautions, it's hard to guard against house thieves. Chang Jianyi thought in his heart. Shen Feng explained to Chu Qiaoan, now we are going to raid the whole city. You take a group of people to the place I designated, and arrest all these gang members. If you dare to resist, you will collapse immediately. Chu Qiaoan nodded, and was ready to go with her people, but at this moment she suddenly thought of something, and quickly said to Shen Feng, by the way, isn't Zhang Zexi good at reading minds? How about letting her be in charge of interrogation? I think she is very suitable. Shen Feng nodded and accepted the suggestion. All of a sudden, the entire city was panicked. The traffic arteries were directly blocked, and the city lord's mansion issued a curfew order, and all the staff played it on the street with loudspeakers in a loop, and all the people in the city stayed at home obediently. Dare to make a difference in a factory in the eastern part of the city, a group of people are in full swing. These people are all panicked, just because the martial law in the city has begun. They are all afraid of danger. Feng Shichen was sweating profusely, and while wiping the cold sweat on his forehead with a handkerchief, he directed his staff, saying, hurry up, get rid of everything in your hand, don't get caught, and if someone comes search, you are not allowed to talk nonsense. When the limelight passes, we can make a comeback. Feng Shichen felt very regretful at this time. What did he do in this business? If this is caught, wouldn't it be impossible to wash it off properly? Feng Shichen watched his subordinates hide all the contents of the cardboard box in the secret room. If they couldn't hide it, they covered it with tarpaulin. In short, their business could not be discovered, otherwise disaster would be imminent. What's the situation? Are all the people in the city lord's mansion crazy? Why is the whole city under martial law? Feng Shichen was puzzled, and he couldn't figure it out. It was clear that Yazhao was peaceful on the surface, but now it is suddenly under martial law at this time. I can't run even if I want to. Open the door, check the water meter. There was a sudden knock on the door of the factory, and an angry voice came from outside the factory. Feng Shichen hurriedly ordered his subordinates to cover up the items, then walked to the gate and said, the water meter is outside, you should check it outside. The people outside the gate were silent for a moment, and then shouted loudly, open the door, the city lord's mansion has sent you some warmth, you can get anything you want. Feng Shichen still wanted to procrastinate, so he quickly said, there is no shortage of warmth, no need to give it away, I will accept it, but there are people who need more warmth, you go to them. I don't want to take up the limited space when my hands and feet are healthy resources, let's leave important resources to those who really need them. Stop talking nonsense, don't open the door, right? We're going to shoot. The people outside the city couldn't help it anymore. They wanted to open the door without bloodshed, but now it seems that the people inside don't want to be soft, so I was able to take out the hard ones. Feng Shichen had no choice but to open the factory gate. His face was ashen. He knew he was doomed. More than 30 soldiers with live ammunition rushed in an instant, pointing their guns at everyone in the factory. Hold your head and squat down, waiting for processing. Anyone who dares to resist will be shot. The people in the factory didn't dare to resist, so they squatted in the corner with their heads in their hands. Even Feng Shichen could only squat obediently. They all knew the result of resistance. How could flesh and blood stop the hot bullet? With life at stake, nothing matters anymore. The soldiers lined up in the factory. Shen Feng led Lin Yuan and found that the people in the factory were all ordinary people. Although there were more than 60 people, it was impossible for these people to pose a threat to him. The person in front of him was a man in his 30s, squatting on the ground with his head in his arms, as honest as he could be. Lin Yu, these people shouldn't be gang members, right? Shen Feng couldn't help asking. Lin Yu explained, City Master, after my informants observed, they found that these people were selling very special things. When they were selling, they always put them in small boxes. There were many people who bought them. Buy this thing with the only food in your hand. Shen Feng nodded, probably understood what he was selling, and couldn't help saying, if it's selling white powder, then pull it out and destroy it, and ransack the house. By the way, Shen Feng walked around the factory and found a pile of things covered with oiled paper, so he reached out and lifted them off, but the things that appeared in front of him were not so-called harmful things, but one by one. The small book, picked it up and looked at it. Shen Feng was shocked immediately. The man threw the young woman on the bed, then walked forward, saying, Shen Feng read out casually. Feng Shichen hurriedly shouted, City Lord, Don't read it. Stop it. I want to show some face. What? Feng Shichen is most afraid of his being discovered by others about his business. After all, this is shady. What people in their line of work fear most is being caught, so he never dared to use his real name. The most typical one is the author of Jinping Mei, Lanling Zio Zio Sheng. No one knows what his real name is. Shen Feng did not put down Liu Bei in his hand, but whistled, "Hey, there are quite a lot of descriptions in these details, and besides, so many pictures, it's amazing." Shen Feng figured out what this factory was for. It turned out to be a gang selling Liu Bei. He couldn't help laughing. In the apocalypse, what kind of people really popped up? Not only gangs formed by taking advantage of the opportunity, even some people started to get involved in pornography, gambling and drugs. Lin Yu was a little embarrassed at this moment. He thought this was a gang selling white noodles, but now he walked in and found a bunch of nasty people. Dozens of soldiers on his side were searching, but they caught so few people. It's really a cannon to beat mosquitoes. City Lord, since these people are not gang members, let's go and let them pay the fine. Lin Yu couldn't help but said. Shen Feng shrugged and his face became normal. What are you talking about? What we need most now is deterrence. In other words, it is crackdown. These people are not doing good things. Is it normal to take other people's hard-earned rations? Pulled out and collapsed. Since the blockade of Yazhou, Shen Feng has planned to kill people, so even those who make small mistakes must be punished severely. When Feng Shichen heard this, he couldn't do it anymore, and quickly defended himself. City Lord, calm down. If you start killing people, wouldn't it be easy to lose people's hearts? Let's find it, no matter how much it is, we will admit it. Feng? She was worried about embarrassment. Once the news of him selling pornographic books spread, wouldn't he be ridiculed by others? No matter who knows about such an unspeakable matter, he will laugh out loud. It is impossible for him to raise his head himself, but now, Feng Shichen can't care about these anymore. As long as he can survive, he can say anything. Shen Feng shrugged and said, "Don't talk stupidly. I just encountered an assassination, and I don't want to know who did it. I would rather kill the wrong than let it go." After finishing speaking, Shen Feng pouted at the soldiers around him, and the soldiers immediately stepped forward and shouted, "Go, go, stand in a row, don't push and push, and strive to be a good person in the next life." The soldiers in the factory immediately started crying, and they didn't expect that they would be shot even if they printed and distributed a little stimulus. What's the point? Obviously, the soldiers did not intend to reason, they only obeyed the orders of the city lord. "Brothers, big brothers, we are all from our hometown, don't be so heartless. My son has just been born, he can't call dad yet, I can't die. Grandfathers, we didn't do anything bad. We can hand over all the money we got from selling books. Please forgive us." The workers cried and begged for their lives, but these soldiers have already experienced many battlefield baptisms, and now their hearts are rock solid, and it is impossible for these words to be moved casually. It was still Feng Shichen who was smart, and shouted, "Don't do it, don't do it, I'm useful. City Lord, you want to arrest people, right? I can give you some advice. There is nothing we don't know about Jiangyang and Yazhou. Now, it's time to buy their lives. These soldiers don't want food, so they can only show higher value." Chapter 277, The Birth of an Interrogation Genius. Shen Feng put the book in his arms and prepared to entertain himself in his spare time. The writing level here is obviously very low, and the illustrations are also very simple, but it is better to read something new and exciting. Anyway, you can't see it in Doomsday. It's better to read the physical book instead of the online article. "You said you can help us with things, so what are your abilities?" Shen Feng asked casually. Feng Shichen quickly said, "City Lord, we are actually hard-working people. We are all poor people. First of all, we are not guilty of death. Besides, my factory is mainly responsible for the production of products, and most of the products are sent to some gangs. In my hand, this thing is still very popular. I can tell you what gang you want to know." Shen Feng was silent and didn't say anything, but he was thinking in his heart, is this guy really useful? Lin Yu reminded Shen Feng at this time, "City Master, since you haven't met a gang here, then go to the next place and try to grab all the people who should be arrested in one night." Lin Yu's meaning is obvious, that is to act as soon as possible. Martial law will be in place for one night, which will cause the people below to be frightened. In order to avoid panic, we must make a quick decision and arrest people as soon as possible, And then interrogate and sentencing is much simpler. There is no need to waste time here. Shen Feng thought for a while, and said, lock up these people first. I thought about it. It would be too cruel to kill them directly. Let people take them away, and then let people burn all these things. When the workers heard Shen Feng's decision, they all breathed a sigh of relief. If they were shot and killed, they would be wronged. Now they are just locked up, which is much better. Yes, lock us up. As long as you don't kill them, everything is easy to discuss. Yes, didn't you say that Yazhao wants to farm? We can go to farm, then. What? Big brother, can you let me change a pair of pants? Feng, Shijing and others were quickly taken away, and more than 20 tons of grain were found in a secret room of the factory. This was the factory's latest income. Shen Feng nodded, and the grain was immediately confiscated. Shen Feng led people to destroy the dens constantly, and gangs were taken away one by one. In other directions, there were also people with supernatural abilities and evolutionists who led people to arrest people. During this period, some people actually resisted, just as Lin Yu said. In the same way, many gangs quietly obtained guns, and if they couldn't get them, they would make them themselves. The production of guns is not difficult. As long as there is a corresponding lathe, even a small workshop can produce guns by itself. That is, the raw materials of gunpowder are not easy to get, and the production of bullets is a big problem, but these difficulties can't stop the gang after the general dangerous elements have mastered guns. It is not so easy to arrest them. The gangs are not all fools. Their bases have chosen places that are easy to defend and difficult to attack. Just don't even think about getting close. Guo Pinming is not used to this kind of person. After casting the supernatural power, a thick layer of armor immediately appeared on his body. Most people can't wear such a heavy armor. The weight alone is only 1 ton, but Guo Pinming he is a third-level supernatural being, and he can still walk like flying in heavy armor. He led the subordinates behind him and destroyed a gang first. The rest are similar on the side of Lu Xian and Yang Chang. They all used supernatural powers to change the situation on the battlefield and directly break into the gang's lair. Chu Qiaoan's side is different. He waved his hand and asked someone to bring a basin of salt water. When he found the upwind direction, he began to create poisonous gas on the spot. The yellow-green poisonous gas was blown by the wind, and soon floated into the gang's residence. Next, these people will collapse on their own. They will die if they don't come out, and they will be judged if they come out. The soldiers held fully automatic rifles in their palms, while the gang members held at most single-shot bolt-fire rifles and simple pistols, and the two were not of the same magnitude at all. Chang Jianyi specially found a place to use as a prison. It was a certain large high school with about 8,000 students. There were also dormitories and so on. Once they were locked up, these people couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Specially set up infrared monitoring. If you find someone trying to run away, you can shoot them directly from the watchtower. However, when Chang Jianyi heard sporadic gunshots coming from the city, she knew that the dormitory might not be needed so much, and for those who resisted in the corner, there was only one dead end. As long as they dared to shoot, then don't even think about living. I really didn't expect that Yazhao, which is so peaceful on weekdays, will be like this now. These gangs are too hidden. If they are not knocked out this time, there may be more troublesome situations in the future. Chang Jianyi frowned and said to herself, Chang Jianyi has always been relatively young. When she was guarding Jiang Yang and Yazhao, her main job was to manage a group of people in the city lord's mansion. Besides, as long as the people below didn't make trouble, she didn't bother to investigate too much. But at this moment, Chang Jianyi discovered that Yazhao, which was originally calm and peaceful, suddenly had an undercurrent. Chang Jianyi felt a headache. He didn't expect that there would be so many gangs under his management, which is really bad. While Chang Jianyi was meditating, Zhang Zixi rushed to the prison with Du Xinqi by her side. The city was in chaos. Zhang Zixi was also a supernatural being. Xinqi would rather follow Zhang Zixi than stay at home alone. Little dragon, don't cry, I'll breastfeed you when I get home. Du Xinqi was coaxing the crying child, and the baby couldn't stop crying and kept crying. A group of soldiers couldn't help but look towards Du Xinqi, and the soldiers who couldn't help it started to complain. The child is crying like this, you should quickly feed her. That's right. My heart is about to break when I hear a child crying so much. Let's breastfeed. The rest of the soldiers also booed. Du Xinqi blushed immediately, and kept coaxing the child. She couldn't breastfeed the child in public, Otherwise she would really be shameless. Chang Jianyi was woken up by the child's crying, and after waking up from deep thought, she said to Du Xinxi, "Go to the next room to comfort the child, we will go to interrogate the prisoner later, if it's not good for children to be scared." Du Xinxi looked at Chang Jianyi gratefully. She felt Chang Jianyi's kindness, and said quickly, "Thank you, Mrs. City Mistress, for causing you trouble. I will tell the child to stop crying." Du Xinxi regrets it very much now. If only she took a feeding bottle with her when she went out. The child was still asleep at that time, but now she suddenly woke up. This is really naive. Chang Jianyi then looked at the teenage Zhang Zixi. This girl was only a few years older than her brother, but she was already very sensible. Zhang Zixi is very polite. She knows the truth that people have to bow their heads under the eaves. So when she saw Chang Jianyi again, she immediately stepped forward and said, "Vice City Lord, I heard that you need my ability for interrogation. You must complete the task. Please rest assured." Chang Jianyi nodded and said with a smile, "You don't need to be so born, just call me sister. I heard from Shen Feng that you are the sister of his life and death friend. Now you are temporarily living in Yazhou, so you are not my subordinates. Don't be so polite, everyone should get closer in the future." Zhang Zixi nodded quickly, and said seriously, "Okay, then thank you, Sister Chang, you are really a good and understanding woman." Chang Jianyi nodded with a smile, but a thought suddenly came to her mind. Xiaoji is only 11 years old, and this little girl is also 13 years old, and she has just entered junior high school. Isn't it a great thing? Chang Jianyi was already worrying about her younger brother's lifelong affairs. Even if his younger brother hadn't graduated from elementary school, he should have settled on marriage early. Otherwise, who knows what will happen in the future. Soon, Shen Feng sent the first batch of prisoners, that is, a group of book printing workers. They didn't dare to hide what they did. In order to win leniency, they told everything. Chang Jianyi waved his hand and asked people to lock them up. As far as Chang Jianyi was concerned, she didn't care about a group of book printing guys. It would be fine for these people to be assigned to farming or mining in the future, so there was no need to ask too many questions. And then the people who were sent here were charged with serious crimes. At first glance, the factory where these people were located was fine, but after a careful search, it was found that these people were making canned meat for sale, which was of high quality and cheap, and it was said that the flavors of these canned meats are not bad. Many people have eaten these canned meats, and it is rare to be able to supplement protein. Canned meats are very popular on the black market. As long as they appear, they will be sold out immediately. Originally, there was no need for canned meat to be searched, but now is the end of the day. There are not many sources of meat in the farm, and the price remains high, but this factory can produce very cheap canned meat, which is worthy of inquiry. The interrogator sat behind the table, Zhang Zixi sat beside him, and Chang Jianyi stood in the interrogation room watching coldly, his face covered with frost. "Let me ask you, where does the meat come from for the canned meat you make?" the interrogator asked directly. A tall and thick man was tied to the cross. He tightly shut his mouth and said nothing. He knew that as long as he could carry it, it would be no big deal. At most, he would be beaten and the other party could not find him. It is impossible for them to kill themselves because of their own crimes. They have no reason to do so. The interrogator was also polite, and said to the soldiers on the side, "Don't say yes, hit me, just don't beat me to death." The soldier soaked the whip in salt water, then gently shook off the salt water on the whip, and pulled out the whip suddenly. With a crack, the clothes of the bound man were torn. There was a bloodstain on the skin, which was red and looked very scary. The interrogator continued to ask, "Let me ask you, where did the meat come from? What kind of meat?" The man still didn't speak. He was going to resist. He gritted his teeth and refused to speak. Next, the sound of whipping in the interrogation room continued. Even if the man was determined, he couldn't bear it anymore. The wound on his body had already started to bleed, and the whip soaked in salt water hurt the wound at first. "It's just itching, it's hard to live, it's impossible to die, I said, stop eating." The man finally couldn't help but said, "The meat is from outside the city, beef." Zhang Zixi frowned. Using her power, she immediately understood that this was a lie, and said quickly, "This is a lie." The man yelled at Zhang Zixi, "What do you know, you little brat? I said it was beef, so it's beef. If you have evidence, you can show it. Otherwise, don't talk nonsense." The interrogator obviously didn't believe this explanation either. He asked with a sneer. You're talking nonsense. If it's really canned beef, why are you selling it behind your back? Why is the price so low? Where is the source of beef outside the city? Can't I do good deeds? I'm losing money and giving discounts to the elders in my hometown. Can't I sell it cheap? The man couldn't help but began to groan. Zhang Zixi explained at this time. She took a deep breath and said to Chang Jianyi at the side, every living person has a nerve reflex, and this kind of nerve reflex, to put it bluntly, is an electrical signal, and the external manifestation is an electromagnetic wave. My ability is to detect this kind of electromagnetic wave. Once he tells a lie, the electromagnetic wave in his brain will change. That's why I can use mind reading. Chang Jianyi nodded, patted Zhang Zixi on the shoulder and said, then keep working hard. I will treat you very well during your stay in Yazhou. Just ask for anything you want. Chang Jianyi had discovered Zhang Zixi's role. Although this chick was not good at fighting, she was a good hand at interrogating and distinguishing right from wrong. Chapter 278. Shen Feng led his men to start a search in Yazhou City. During this period, they found many gangs doing crazy things. Some people specially trained fatherless children to be pickpockets to steal other people's valuables. If you can't learn it, you will be beaten up. There are also specialized gangs that abduct and sell women. In this era, the world is in turmoil, and there are many displaced people. Even if a certain woman is taken away and disappears, no one will usually find out. These women are locked in some secret rooms. The reception started. When Shen Feng saw this scene, he immediately lost his composure. He didn't expect that there would be such a crime hidden under his own territory in Yazhou, so he immediately said to the soldiers, draw these scumbags out and kill them. No more interrogation, no need. Shen Feng searched the city for a while, and suddenly found something tingling in his scalp. He didn't expect Yazhou to become so chaotic. There are even cult organizations. Suffering is a test. In order to escape from the sea of suffering, one must dedicate all one's gains to God. As long as one does so, one can escape from the sea of suffering. People who didn't know the truth really did this. As a result, not only did they fail to escape the sea of suffering, but they were exhausted all day long. But they gave all the food on their bodies to the god stick, and the god stick got the food and belongings. One by one eats greasy noodles and pretends to be a good person all day long. Take it away. Shen Feng sighed helplessly. Shen Feng couldn't figure out why these people would believe in such a poor means of propaganda. If they were country folks who hadn't received a good education, it would be fine. It's unbelievable. These people should be very smart, but they have been deceived terribly. Lin Yu analyzed. City Lord, I think this is the case. It doesn't matter whether these bewitched people are smart or not. The reason why they were deceived is because they want to escape the facts. Nowadays, the society is in turmoil. If you don't work hard, you can't survive. If you don't go on, these people don't want to suffer, so they seek spiritual sustenance, and people at this time don't care what kind of god they are. Shen Feng shook his head and said, fortunately, I discovered it very early. If I had discovered it later, these people would have poured gasoline on them and rushed to the city lord's mansion to demonstrate. After searching the city for a while, Shen Feng's mood suddenly became heavy. He didn't expect such a horrible thing to happen in the city. Is this really the harmonious and beautiful society that used to be? Why is it suddenly so dark? Obviously, the people in the past were very kind. They would give up their seats when they met the elderly. If something unfair happened, some people would stand up and uphold justice. But now, no one in the gangs or organizations in the city resisted at all. Among them, the number of casinos controlled by gangs is also the largest, and many gangs often fight in private in order to grab territory. It can be said that Yazhou is so bright during the day, so how dark Yazhou is at night. The search in the city was very violent, which was also due to Lin Yu. He investigated for several months and developed hundreds of informants under his command. There were many investigation gangs, and many of the gamblers were disguised by Lin Yu's informants. Not to mention that Lin Yu also asked his old classmate to join Zhang Yang's gang. It would be easier to investigate behind the scenes in a hut. A man in a white chef's suit was anxious, and beside him was a 5 or 6-year-old daughter. The man was the chef who escaped from Shen Feng's house. He didn't forget to take his daughter with him before fleeing. Brother Lang, what should we do now? The city has been searching all the time. We will be found sooner or later. Should we run? The man asked quickly. The chef knew that once she was found, she would definitely end up dead, So now she was completely panicked, and only wanted to get the other party's protection. After all, he did everything according to the other party's wishes. At this time, she can only rely on the employer. Save yourself. There were only 3 people in the room, except for the chef woman. That was the only young man left, playing with a butterfly knife in his hand, with a gloomy expression on his face. It's you, a piece of trash who messed things up. I finally got the arsenic for you. You've been hiding for 2 months, but you still failed. What a piece of shit. Brother Lang was very angry at this time. Obviously he was sure of everything. And it can go wrong in the end. The chef was also very aggrieved at this time, and quickly defended himself. How did I know that this would happen? At that time, I brought up chicken soup and everything, but Shen Feng and that bitch actually started arguing, and they couldn't even take a bite of the food. I didn't eat it, and the puppy ate my food in the end, so it was exposed like this. At this time, Brother Lang's eyes flashed fiercely. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and said, "Old Joe, how about this? I'll send you out of the city first. Go to Jianyi. When you get to our territory, Shen Feng can't catch you. Yours, that bitch can't see you either." The chef nodded. What he wants to do most now is to run away. 36 tricks are the best plan. If the rivers and lakes are dangerous, just retreat. There is no need to stay in Yazhou and be caught and beheaded. However, the chef also felt that something was wrong, and asked quickly, "I heard that all major traffic routes in Yazhou have been blocked. How should we go?" Brother Lang explained, "Don't worry, our Dragon Slayer gang has already prepared to retreat. There is a sewer leading directly to the edge of the Yangtze River outside the city. If you leave through the sewer, someone will pick you up on the edge of the Yangtze River." The chef felt relieved, and then wanted to leave with his daughter on his back. Brother Lang hurriedly stopped the chef, and said in a low voice, "Don't take your daughter with you. We will be taken care of if you stay. You must expose your target with your daughter. Listen to me. You go back to Jianyi alone. Wait until it's over. I will send my daughter to you in a few days." The chef hesitated for a moment, finally put his daughter down, bent down and said, "Linlin, you stay in Yazhou for a few days, and Dad will pick you up in a few days." "Father, I'm afraid." Linlin was reluctant to part with her father. She grabbed his clothes and never let go. For her, her mother was gone, and if her father is not around now, it would be too scary. The chef lowered his head and comforted softly. "Linlin is obedient. At this moment, you must listen to Dad, and when the limelight passes, Dad will definitely come to pick you up." Next, the chef cruelly left his daughter behind, and followed Brother Lang to escape for his life. Brother Lang quickly brought the chef to a sewer in the south of the city, opened the sewer, and suddenly a bad smell came over them. The 2 of them had been hiding from the monitoring all the way, and they had not been found. At this time, the 2 of them arrived at the exit. "Are much more at ease?" the chef asked. "Brother Lang, shall we go from here?" Brother Lang nodded, and said seriously, "That's right, just go from here. You go down first, and I will be responsible for building the manhole cover behind." The chef didn't doubt it, and immediately wanted to drill into the sewer. In order to survive, he didn't care whether it was dirty or not. However, at this moment, Brother Lang took out a butterfly knife and stabbed the chef in the back. The chef turned his head with difficulty and screamed, "You bastard, you don't keep your word. You are despicable, you are shameless." Brother Lang didn't talk nonsense, kicked the chef down, and said to the sewer, "Haven't you figured it out yet? You're just a tool man. You can do whatever you want if you succeed, but everything fails. What use is there for you?" Brother Lang thought for a while, then threw the butterfly knife in his hand into the sewer, took off his gloves and threw it away, speaking of which, "You are worthless, but your daughter is still valuable. When I was young, I could be trained as a pickpocket, and when I grow up, I can serve others. When I don't need it, I will send it to the cave to make money. As for you, I can only tell her that you were killed by Shen Feng." Brother Lang sneered. The chef was breathing weakly in the sewer. He didn't expect that he would believe in the plan of these people. Now that his plan failed and his daughter would be miserable for the rest of her life, it seemed that he was the one who killed her. "Help, who can save me?" The chef gradually became unconscious in the sewer. His body also became cold in the sewage, and he died. In fact, as long as the chef thinks seriously about Brother Lang's words, he won't be easily deceived. Since the mutated mice in Yazhou were cleaned up, the sewers have been reinforced with steel bars, not to mention that it is impossible for people to pass through the sewers. Even if it is a mutated mouse, it is impossible to enter Yazhou. The shortcut to escape is completely made up. It's a pity that the chef didn't distinguish the truth from the falsehood in his panic, and actually believed such words. It's really pitiful to die in the sewer now in the middle of the night. A soldier found the cook in the sewer and immediately reported to Shen Feng. Shen Feng frowned when he saw the salvaged corpses. He was thinking, nowadays, the gangs in the city have basically been caught, and those who haven't been caught have been executed on the spot. So these people need to kill the chef? Unless the murderer is someone else, he is now killing the chef. As the saying goes, there's only 1,000 days to catch a thief, not 1,000 days to prevent a thief. Shen Feng has never been able to find the mastermind behind the poisoning of the chef. At this time, he also feels that something is wrong. The gangs in Yuzhou City have been wiped out. No matter how large these gangs are, in the face of real strength, there is only one way to destroy them. However, it is much more dangerous if there are enemies hiding behind the scenes. Don't be afraid of the enemy's huge power, nor be afraid of the enemy's large numbers. There are ways to deal with this, but once the enemy hides behind the scenes, it is not easy to deal with. You can't find the real trace of the enemy. How to fight, Lin? Are you sure you really have mastered all the gangs in Yuzhou? Shen Feng asked. Lin Yu nodded immediately, and said seriously, City Master, I promise that I have investigated all the gang news in Yuzhou. Tonight, all the gangs have been destroyed. Shen Feng frowned, and said to himself, could it be that the murderer is not from the gang in Yuzhou, but from other places? Lin Yu hurriedly said, City Master, I also have investigations in Jiangyang, otherwise, we will go to Jiangyang and take care of the rest of the gang. Shen Feng was silent for a moment, then shook his head gently. No, if the murderer is in Jiangyang, they have already hidden it now. Yuzhou's actions can be regarded as a warning. If these people are not stupid, they must have been broken into pieces by now. Hiding, now rushing to Jiangyang, the effect is not great. Let's stop for a while. Shen Feng was a little scared at this moment. It seemed that he was still too relaxed these days. He was either staying with his senior sister or going to private meetings with Chu Chaoyan. He didn't pay much attention to the movements in the city. He didn't expect someone to plan to assassinate him. This kind of planning is no longer a day or two. We must strengthen our defenses in the future. We cannot let this kind of thing happen a second time. Next time there will be no Blackie. Shen Feng said in his heart. Shen Feng is really afraid of poisoning. If it is physical damage, he can use the evolutionary agent to overcome it. But poisoning is different. Many poisons will cause irreversible damage, even if it is a fluke. To die is to break the body. Shen Feng himself is a medical student. Although he is at a half-baked level, he also knows a lot about chemistry. Many chemical substances seem simple, but in fact, even an elephant can't stand them. City Lord, Mr. Chu is looking for you and asked you to go to the prison as soon as possible. At this moment, a soldier came to report that it was Professor Chu who sent a message, telling Shen Feng to go to the prison as soon as possible. Chapter 279 Elimination of the Vagrants. Chu Yangshan originally rested at home, and if he didn't rest at night, his life would be shortened, but he was protected by soldiers. Then he found out about Shen Feng's assassination, and he was stunned. Unexpectedly, such a thing would happen in Yuzhou, and there was even a daring guy to assassinate Shen Feng. Professor Chu was frightened immediately. If Shen Feng's family were really assassinated, wouldn't it mean that there would be no leader in Yuzhou? Except for Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi, no one has enough prestige to lead Yuzhou. At that time, Yuzhou will definitely be in chaos. Thinking about it carefully, it makes people shudder thinking of this. Professor Chu rushed to the prison immediately. He wanted to find out the real purpose of the murderer, and it was best to get it done once and for all. However, Professor Chu was disappointed in the end. When he arrived at the prison, he learned that the chef had been murdered and silenced, and the real murderer had never been found. He immediately felt that it was difficult. The enemy hid in the dark and did not show his face. Don't even try to find it. And Professor Chu saw a lot of interrogation reports in the prison. When he saw what the gangs did, he was stunned. It has only been half a year, and the situation has become so corrupt. What a joke. Professor Chu thinks he is familiar with history, but he has never seen such a level of chaos in history. It has only been more than half a year, and all kinds of ghosts and snakes have appeared, such as trafficking, gamblers, and protection fees. In Yuzhou, there are even cults appearing. The current situation is simply out of order. Is it okay to go on like this? Professor Chu was shocked. He never thought that the situation that seemed to be good has become like this now. which is really terrifying. Soon Shen Feng came to the prison and asked Professor Chu, "Professor, what's the matter? Can't we wait until tomorrow day, Professor?" Chu nodded, handed the interrogation report to Shen Feng, and asked, "What are you going to do with what these people have done?" Shen Feng took the interrogation report and began to read it. First of all, the first case was the case of canned meat. In order to make money, these frenzied workers went out of the city to catch mutant mice and sell them in canned meat. The method is also really bad. The plagues that have appeared in the city several times are the diseases caused by people who ate rat meat. Next, Shen Feng saw the gang's other actions: theft, robbery, fraud, abduction. It's too much to write down, and there were even cases of murder and arson. It's not an exaggeration to describe it as a heinous crime. Shen Feng pondered for a moment, and replied, "Professor Chu, if I were to deal with this matter, I would first determine 3 punishment methods. The first is beheading, the second is hard labor, and the third is fines, among which murder and arson and robbery must be killed. Not killing is not enough to deter people. The second is these illegal factories. Let these people serve for 10 or 20 years. The guy who pickpocketed and handed over the protection money, fined them and drove them away." Listening to Shen Feng's handling method, Professor Chu nodded at first, but when he heard the last word, he started shaking his head. Seeing Professor Chu like this, Shen Feng couldn't help being a little puzzled, and quickly asked, "Professor Chu, am I wrong, Professor?" Chu asked Shen Feng to sit down slowly, and then said in a low voice, "I think you need to switch the 2 types of punishment targets. People in the factory can be fined, but those who collect protection fees must be dealt with strictly. Do you understand?" "I don't understand," Shen Feng replied honestly. In Shen Feng's view, the people in the factory are either producing vulgar products to swindle money, or selling rat meat to harm people. It is considered good if the people in the factory don't kill them. As for the protection fee, I didn't beat people up, nor did I harm too many people. Instead, it needs to be dealt with strictly, which I don't understand," Professor Chu explained to Shen Feng. "Shen Feng, think about it. Under what circumstances can you make others hand over the money willingly?" Shen Feng was silent, and he began to think carefully. He wanted to say it was protection money, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that something was wrong, and it was not such a simple problem at this time. Chang Jianyi also came out of the interrogation room. Chu Chaoyan brought the last group of gang members to the prison. Both of them saw Shen Feng and Professor Chu talking, and they didn't dare to disturb them. Listening silently, Shen Feng finally gave up thinking and said, "Professor, I don't know, Professor." Chu didn't say much. If it was his student, he would definitely scold him at this time, but he also knew that Shen Feng is not a person who likes to listen to other people's lectures. This kind of person can enlighten, not criticize. "Shen Feng, do you know how to collect taxes?" Professor Chu asked. Shen Feng suddenly realized something, but there was a doubt in his heart that could not be solved, and he said quickly, "I understand tax collection, but isn't tax collection money collected? What these people extort is food. It seems to be different, right? Then have you heard of paying public rations?" Professor Chu continued to ask. Shen Feng's heart shuddered, and he instinctively looked to the sides. He was very familiar with this matter, and he had to hand it in every night at this time. Chang Jianyi and Chu Chaoyan unconsciously shifted their gazes, their faces flushed slightly, apparently thinking of something embarrassing. Professor Chu didn't notice the abnormality of his granddaughter, and he continued to enlighten Shen Feng. From a long time ago, human currency was highly bound to food, so the source of taxation for feudal dynasties was agricultural tax. In other words, food is money, and food is money. These people extort protection fees, which is equivalent to collecting taxes. Before you have time to collect taxes yourself, these people have collected them for you first. Do you think this is appropriate? Speaking of this, Shen Feng, even if he was a fool, realized it, quickly slapped his head, and said, "I understand, Professor. These people robbed the income of my city lord's mansion, so they must die. Is this the reason?" Now, Shen Feng fully understands the reason. It's not that Professor Chu hates these people who collect protection fees, but that these people robbed the income that originally belonged to the city lord's mansion, so he wanted to kill them to make an example. Professor Chu nodded lightly. His words were not harsh, and Shen Feng was now enlightened. Shen Feng immediately decided to change his mind, and added the guy who collected the protection fee into the ranks of beheading at this time. Chang Jianyi also served a cup of tea to Professor Chu, and said in a low voice, I will ask Professor Chu to teach you more in the future. Our husband and wife are very young, and it is easy to make detours. Yes, yes, Grandpa, you can help them with more ideas. Chu Qiaoyan couldn't help but say at this time. Professor Chu nodded. At this time, he also felt that his health was getting worse. It seemed that time was running out. Now it would be good to raise Shen Feng as soon as possible. He looked ignorant, at least he had to learn to understand the current situation. Shen Feng, if you don't dislike it, just be my student. I will teach you history first. If you understand ancient history and modern history, you will be able to understand the development of the current situation. All ancient history is modern history. Shen Feng nodded quickly and said, Okay, if the teacher doesn't dislike it, I will be your student, Professor. Chu nodded in satisfaction, but thinking of the current situation in Yazhou, he quickly said to Shen Feng, let's put aside the study of history for now. You still have one important thing to do, and that is to eliminate the vagrants. Shen Feng waved his hand immediately, and sternly refused. Professor, what are you talking about? The vagrants are human beings after all, so we can't kill them all, right? I'm still a person with a conscience, and I can't do such a heartless thing, Professor. Chu frowned, and said in surprise, are you telling the truth? Shen Feng said with a smile, isn't this a joke? The atmosphere is so serious now, making a joke can ease the tense atmosphere, Professor. Chu shook his head helplessly and sighed. I really don't know if Shen Feng is big-hearted or short-hearted. At this time, he is still in the mood to joke. Chu Qiaoyan couldn't stand it any longer, walked up to Shen Feng and pinched him, and said in a low voice, what time are you now? Are you still joking? Let's quickly find a way to eliminate the vagrants. Crack. Chang Jianyi couldn't stand it anymore. Can you pinch my man too? So he reached out and slapped Chu Qiaoyan's palm off. Chu Qiaoyan stuck out his tongue and made a grimace. Chang Jianyi was annoyed. Now that she was sure, Chu Qiaoyan was definitely having an affair with Shen Feng, otherwise the relationship would not be so close. In order to change the subject at this time, Shen Feng quickly asked, Professor, what do you mean by eliminating the vagrants, Professor? Chu explained at this time, why are there so many gangs in the city? I probably thought about it, and there is still a reason, that is, there are too many jobless people, which will lead to the current situation. Throughout history, it is inevitable that there will be rebels in the last days of the dynasty, but where did the rebels come from? Naturally, it is transformed from a vagrant, explained by the law of blood reward, that is, when necessary, a citizen can become a refugee can become a bandit, and a bandit can also become an official. A successful uprising is an official, and a failed uprising is a bandit. Therefore, the primary purpose of all dynasties has been to reduce the number of refugees. The easiest way is to divide the land so that farmers can farm. Those without property have no perseverance. The rulers are well aware of this truth. Those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. There is a saying among the bandits, if you dare to cut yourself to pieces, you dare to pull the emperor off his horse. The reason is also very simple, the bandits are fearless. Anyway, that's it, no matter how bad it is, can it be worse than it is now? So it's a big deal to die, and besides, anything can be done. If you want to deal with barefoot people, you can't just use force. You have to put shoes on these people first. Having said that, Professor Chu asked Shen Feng, now, I want to ask you, how to deal with the vagrants. Shen Feng suddenly became one head and too big. This kind of thing should not have been considered by him. If he could talk about animation, he could also say a few words about medical knowledge, but now he needs to talk about the problem of vagrants. He was at a loss immediately. Professor Chu continued to enlighten Shen Feng, if you have studied history, you must know that there are ways to deal with it, whether it is at home or abroad. Shen Feng suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and he suddenly realized that he felt a clear mind at this moment, thinking that this was the state of enlightenment, but it took only a moment for him to react after understanding the idea. Shen Feng said seriously, Teacher, then I have to talk about the solution based on my experience and knowledge, and I also asked the teacher to give some pointers. Chu Yangshan was also taken aback at this time. He didn't expect Shen Feng to think of a solution so quickly. Could it be that he really recruited a good student? Not to mention that the elites in ancient times racked their brains to find a solution. Even modern people have no good ways to solve employment problems. As a result, now, Shen Feng can think of a solution with a slap on his head, which really shocked Professor Chu. Let's hear it. Let me see if it makes sense. Professor Chu said hastily. Shen Feng pretended to be contemplative, and then replied, "Well, Professor, let's do this, and change the name of a group of jobless people, such as freelancers, and their working status is called flexible employment." Teacher, look, this isn't the problem perfectly solved. When Professor Chu heard this, he shook his head helplessly and sighed, "Do you think I'm a fool?" Not only was Professor Chu speechless about Shen Feng's answer, but even Chang Jianyi and Chu Chaoyan thought it was nonsense. If this problem could be solved by changing the name, it wouldn't be a problem. Shen Feng spread his hands and said with a smile, "It can't be my fault. Who told me to watch this kind of thing happen before? I was thinking about it. When I graduate from university, I will also be a freelancer, and so will I flexible employment. Isn't there no one to solve this problem?" Professor Chu patted Shen Feng on the shoulder, and said in a deep voice, "Your method is nothing more than lying to yourself and deceiving yourself. Human blood and tears. As the ruler of Yazhou, you can't think so." Shen Feng finally became serious, and said seriously, "Professor, I really don't know what to do, please advise." Chapter 280. Up and down Yazhou. In fact, except for safety, there are basically no other resource advantages. If you want to talk about convenient transportation, ships and trains have not yet opened, and the economy is not good. Therefore, many people are trying to find a job. If they want to live a better life, the best way is to join the City Lord's Mansion. The so-called City Lord's Mansion is actually a place that specializes in official business. It is very leisurely, and there is a fixed salary every day, so it is easy to support a family, but it is not so easy to join the City Lord's Mansion, especially in this age. If you want to join the City Lord's Mansion, you first need to take a written test, then you have to attend an interview, and then there is an identity review. You must recruit children from good families. If you have a criminal record, you will not recruit at all. It can be said that only 1 person in 1,000 can successfully join the City Lord's Mansion. Under such circumstances, the commoners are both envious and jealous of the people in the City Lord's Mansion. What they envy is that this group of people followed Shen Feng too early. As the tide rises, all boats rise. Shen Feng waved his hand, and everyone joined the City Lord's Mansion, becoming successful people in an instant. If you join the City Lord's Mansion, you will have no worries about food and clothing. If you don't join, you will have to find another way. In addition, it is much easier to enroll in the army. First of all, the written test is not important. As long as you are healthy and have no criminal record, you can support your family. However, it is necessary to go to the battlefield desperately and often not at home. Generally speaking, this kind of position is not desperate, and not many people choose it. Ever since, the civilians complained endlessly, and if they couldn't find a job, they would easily starve to death. But the City Lord's Mansion didn't take any measures in response to this situation. Professor Chu said to Shen Feng, "Actually, someone under your command has seen your current predicament, that is, Tu Zuhui. He has a good brain, but his mind is not right. It can consume a lot of manpower, and it is much easier to solve employment." Shen Feng suddenly realized that the solution had already been found. As expected of Tu Zuhui, this person who could be admitted to the civil service in the Taiping years had a terrifyingly calm mind. Whenever he needed to make a decision before, it was Tu Zuhui who suggested the appropriate solution. Decision. Professor Chu continued, "Shen Feng, the reason why I asked you to read more about history is to find a solution from history. Why do you need to farm? Because there is a lack of food, there are too many homeless people, so these people need to settle down, Mr. to produce food honestly. How many people can the factory absorb? What if the products are not sold? Therefore, farming and building city walls are the most appropriate methods." Shen Feng nodded, suddenly worried, "Teacher, but we don't have enough food. We can't do large-scale farming and building walls without food." Professor Chu took a sip of tea and continued, "This is the scary thing about Tu Zuhui. He has already thought of this, so I suggest that you issue food stamps. As long as you have food stamps, you can settle wages. At that time, there is no need to use food as a substitute, and the running of food is prohibited, so food coupons can be used to mobilize everyone." Shen Feng nodded. At this moment he finally understood how to deal with the current crisis. As the saying goes, an old family is like a treasure. Shen Feng immediately made a decision and said to Chang Jianyi, "Hurry up and gather all the people under your command to discuss the matter of farming and issuing food stamps. Overthrow me, Chang." Jianyi pointed to the outside of the window. Everyone looked out of the window, but saw the dark night sky. It was 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. At this time, I don't know how many people are still asleep. This will wake them up. It seems too inhumane. Even if you want to squeeze the employees, you can't do it at this time, right? Shen Feng shrugged helplessly, and said, Senior sister, I can only work harder now, and I can't help it. The situation in Yazhou is so deteriorating now. If the bottom-level problems are not solved, the gang will definitely become more and more serious. Too much, it's not enough to treat the symptoms but not the root cause. Just stay up late and make a decision on time and strategy as soon as possible. Chang Jianyi had no choice but to notify the important management personnel of the city lord's mansion to hold a meeting quickly. If it weren't for the sudden assassination this time, Shen Feng would not have discovered the crisis in Yazhou so quickly. It turned out that the gang problem had become so serious before he knew it, but no one discovered it. An assassination, but figured out the situation in Yazhou. Just to make a corresponding response, the discussion in the city lord's mansion lasted all night, and Tu Zuhui even stood on the stage to make a speech. He is the person with the longest vision in the city lord's mansion. Among them, the farming and the issuance of food stamps were all proposed by him, and the preparation time was the longest. For inquiries, he can easily answer questions. All of a sudden, the scenery was the same among them. Josiah Oxiao and Yang Yi are the most jealous. The two of them and Tu Zuhui were one of the first to follow Shen Feng, but now, Tu Zuhui has completely stolen the limelight. However, Josiah Oxiao and Yang Yi can only admire it. For long-term planning, Tu Zuhui is always better at it. Josiah Oxiao and Yang Yi looked at each other, and they both decided to let Tu Zuhui show his face for the time being, but in the long run, it's not certain who will have the last laugh. After an all-night discussion, the city lord's mansion formulated a plan, that is, to recover the entire territory first west and then east. The entire territory of Yazhou is in the hands of Shen Feng, and only the provincial capital is in the hands. In addition, other towns have not been managed yet, and these areas must be recovered in order to continue the Tunshan plan. Killing zombies is a must. Roughly calculated, there are more than 3 million zombies in Yazhou, scattered in various towns. As for the direction of recovery, it must be west first and then east. The reason is also very simple. There is a plain in the west, which happens to be connected with Jiangyang, and it is very convenient to grow crops. It is difficult, and there is not much land that can be cultivated. After the discussion was over, the sky in the east was already bright when Tu Zuhui came out of the meeting room with dark circles under his eyes. Many people from the city lord's mansion came up to chat. No one was a fool, and Tu Zuhui's plan was discussed in the middle of the night, enough to see the city lord's attention. This kind of character will definitely not be a thing in the pool in the future. Now that the relationship is better, he can move around more in the future. Tu Zuhui is also very humble when it comes to everyone's flattery. This is what he has learned after working in the system for several years. He should not be too arrogant towards anyone, otherwise he will easily irritate others. When communicating with others, he might as well lower his posture. People who just answer fuck off to a random question will be dealt with sooner or later. Tu Zuhui was chatting and laughing with everyone. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang found him with news. Tu Zuhui, the mayor wants to see you, you go. Zhang Xiaoqiang said to Tu Zuhui. Everyone immediately looked at Tu Zuhui with envy. They all knew that this was an opportunity for Tu Zuhui. The city lord had adopted such an important plan, and Tu Zuhui, who made it, must be taken seriously. Next, Tu Zuhui is about to be promoted. Indeed, Shen Feng decided to appoint Tu Zuhui as the Minister of Personnel Department, which is equivalent to Minister of the Ministry of Officials. The city lord's mansion quickly notified the whole city of Yazhou, and by the way, sent a telegram to Li Xiang of Jiangyang. Yazhou and Jiangyang will start farming. As long as someone signs up, they will definitely pass. The income of farming may not be good, but they can support a family. There is no problem with people. The most important thing is not to die of hunger. There are 5 or 6 cities under Shen Feng, but only Jiangyang and Yazhou are relatively good. They are both on the banks of the Yangtze River, with convenient transportation, and most of the population is concentrated in these 2 cities. It is equivalent to facing most people in an instant. There were countless people who signed up to participate in the farming. In just a few days, there were more than 30,000 people in the farming. In addition, there were also 20,000 people who participated in the construction of the city wall of Yazhou. The issuance of food stamps also started at the same time, and the plan to issue food stamps went much smoother than Shen Feng expected. Almost everyone was in favor of issuing food stamps. Although the survivors were basically young people, I have heard food stamps from my parents, but it is still too troublesome to use food to settle wages, especially it is not easy to hide and easy to be stolen. Burglaries are not uncommon, especially the stolen food, which is simply too numerous to count. If food stamps can be issued, it will be much easier to settle the food. Whether it is hidden in a doll or in the sole of a shoe, it is not easy to be robbed in this case. Everyone has a demand for food stamps, so it was a matter of course. Ye Zhao and Jiang Yang opened a grain bank and used food stamps for exchange. However, the exchange of food is a real name system, and each person can redeem a limited amount. The purpose of restricting exchange is to prevent runs. If all the grain in the grain bank is run, the value of the food stamps will inevitably decrease. After the Tenchin project started, Ye Zhao and Jiang Yang quickly got busy, and the crops they planted were simple, mainly staple food. Vegetables are not the most important thing. The staple food must be sufficient. If you don't eat vegetables, you won't die, but if you don't eat staple food, you can't. The energy that humans need first must be sugar, that is, crops that can produce starch. Rice and corn are the main crops, and in remote places, potatoes are grown. Don't care, the place where the farmland must be prioritized is the plain. Shen Feng was on the desk every day, and the documents were delivered in piles. Even if Shen Feng only needed to sign, it was very mentally exhausting. Moreover, Shen Feng is a teacher of Professor Chu, and he has to study after get off work every day. Professor Chu not only knows history, but also knows a lot about politics. He often explains politics through historical events, and Shen Feng is stunned. Drowsy, he is alone. Science students come to learn these things. It is simply torture, but Shen Feng has no way to repent. Professor Chu's health has been deteriorating, and he may not be able to last for too long. However, he is old and in poor health, and he cannot use the evolution potion, so he can only let Shen Feng grow up as soon as possible before he dies. You can't let others make all the decisions. That night, Shen Feng was listening to a lecture in Professor Chu's study. Professor Chu told the history of the land on the small blackboard. Shen Feng, you have to remember that when you reward the people below, you must not reward the land casually. Because land policy has been around China for thousands of years, if it is not taken seriously, it will die without a place to die. Shen Feng nodded quickly and said, Yes, I understand. Everything you say, teacher, is correct, Professor. Chu continued, because of this, farming is only a temporary policy. When the world is peaceful, farming is not suitable. Farming is in troubled times, and farming is divided in prosperous times. As for how to divide land, I will give you a book. You look carefully, at. He said that. Professor Chu took down an old red book from the shelf. The pages were yellowed and wrinkled a lot. It took a long time to see it, but it was obviously not for nothing that this book gained Professor Chu's attention. That's it. Professor Chu solemnly handed the book to Shen Feng, and said in a deep voice, This book of quotations, you should read more. The more troubled times are, the more you need to learn these. It can teach you how to manage, and it can also let you see clearly the essence of the matter. I wrote a lot of notes on it. You can pick it up and read it when you have time. Shen Feng took the quotation and looked at it. He couldn't help frowning, and said to the professor, Teacher, I have studied it in school. Don't you need to give me a copy, Professor? Chu smiled and continued, Have you learned it? No. Shen Feng said honestly, Then, learn. Professor Chu laughed. If you can learn it by reading books, there will be no such sentence. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Chapter 281 Secret Operation. Chu Chaoyan stayed at home. She found a cookbook in the library, and then she started to learn how to cook. Although she was the lady of a wealthy family before, it is the end of the day, and she still has to do the housework that needs to be learned. It just so happened that Shen Feng came to ask questions every day, and after cooking, Shen Feng could even let Shen Feng taste it. Now Shen Feng suffered a lot. He had to face various historical issues mentally, and he had to face the professor's questions from time to time. After finishing the class with great difficulty, he had to taste Chu Qiaowen's food in the end, followed by physical torture. It cannot be said that Chu Qiaowen's food is unpalatable, but it has nothing to do with it being delicious. Chu Qiaowen made a dish of braised pork for Shen Feng, and after Shen Feng finished the class, he brought the meat up immediately, and said with a smile, Are you tired? Hurry up and try my cooking. If you like me, then eat them all. Shen Feng had a headache, and said helplessly, Then have you tasted it yourself, Chu? Chaoyan quickly shook her head and said, No, I haven't eaten it. Besides, This is a dish specially made for you. Of course, I want you to taste it. Shen Feng had no choice but to taste the braised pork made by Chu Qiaoyan, and found it hard to swallow. The seasoning was too heavy, not only too salty, but also very sweet. Is it a combination of braised pork and wire drawing? Come, drink some water. Seeing Shen Feng's expression of embarrassment, Chu Qiaoyan quickly offered him a glass of water. Shen Feng drank a glass of water, moistened his throat, and then said, "Qiaoyan, next time, don't put too much salt. Also, don't fry the sugar, it's too sweet." Hearing Shen Feng's suggestion, Chu Qiaoyan couldn't help being coquettish at this moment, grabbed Shen Feng's arm and shook it, saying, "I'm just starting to learn. The recipes are all in moderation. How can I do you know how much seasoning is the right amount? Just work harder." Shen Feng smiled awkwardly, and said to himself, "If I continue to eat, I will definitely suffer from high blood pressure. The food I eat these days is really too sweet, Professor." Chu was sitting in the living room and saw this scene, and shook his head helplessly. He knew the relationship between Shen Feng and his granddaughter, but now he couldn't figure it out. The granddaughter said before that she wanted to find a good man to marry. She didn't like Shen Feng at all, but now, she is completely in love. This kind of change is simply exaggerated to the extreme. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings, I don't care about it. Chu Yangshan continued to read, as if he hadn't seen the intimacy between Shen Feng and Chu Qiaoyan. As a result, at this moment, there was a knock on the door of the room. Shen Feng went to open the door, only to find Chang Jianyi standing outside the door. "Sister, what are you doing here?" Shen Feng asked hastily. Chang Jianyi squinted her eyes and asked, "If you can come here, can't I? Let me see how your studies are doing." Shen Feng said quickly, "I've studied very well. The teacher gave me a book just now, so I have time to read more." Chang Jianyi didn't talk nonsense. She went to Professor Chu directly after walking in the door, and said with a smile, "Professor, I am here this time mainly to find Chu Qiaoyan. I am short of a secretary recently. I think Chu Qiaoyan Yan is very suitable. Do you agree, Professor?" Chu said indifferently, "You should ask her yourself about this, don't ask me." Chang Jianyi then looked at Chu Qiaoyan and asked, "What do you mean? Do you agree? As my secretary, the salary is very generous." Chu Qiaoyan glanced at Shen Feng, and said guiltily, "Let's forget it. I'm not very good at handling documents, and I'm not competent for the job." Chu Qiaoyan was a little worried now, not sure if this was Chang Jianyi's conspiracy. If she really followed Chang Jianyi's side, she might be put on little shoes. Chang Jianyi suddenly saw the braised pork on the table, and immediately became annoyed, and said, "Shen Feng, you are very chic. You come to Chu's house to study every night, and by the way, you can share the same room with Chu Qiaoyan. No, I can't let you stay together for a long time." Therefore, Chang Jianyi smiled and said to Chu Qiaoyan, "Aren't I taking care of you? You have become my secretary, and you will be the first to know any important news in the future, and my office is on the top floor, and Shen Feng's office. You can see the scenery of the whole Yazhou. Don't you think about it?" When Chu Qiaoyan heard this, she was a little moved. So, she can see Shen Feng even during working hours, so she doesn't need to meet Shen Feng secretly? Isn't that pretty cool? Alright. Then, I promise you. Chu Qiaoyan nodded in agreement. Shen Feng heard the conversation between the two, and suddenly felt something was wrong. He seemed to smell the breath of conspiracy. Shen Feng's premonition was correct, and Chang Jianyi took a group of people to Jiangyang the next day. The pretense was to move supplies and investigate the situation, but Chang Jianyi's real purpose was to prevent Chu Jiayan dangled in front of Shen Feng. Chu Qiaoyan suddenly realized that he had been fooled. He thought he could see Shen Feng often, but now he was taken away by Chang Jianyi to Jiangyang, and he didn't know if he could come back in a short time. Damn, I was calculated. Chu Qiaoyan couldn't help but swear. Jiangyang, the place where Shen Feng made his fortune, has a population of about 150,000. Many people don't want to go to Yazhou, but just want to stay in Jiangyang honestly. The reason is that there is a city wall to protect them. Blocked out by the city wall, as long as you find a job in the city, you will have no worries about food and clothing. Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi left Jiangyang for Yazhou one after another, and then the person guarding Yazhou became Chu Yangshan. Some time ago, Professor Chu was also brought to Yazhou, and the person guarding Jiangyang eventually became Li Xiong. Was one of the first members to follow Shen Feng, But he was too timid and failed to catch up in several battles, so he became the person who stayed behind with Jiang Yang. However, even though Li Xiong is far away from the center of power, his life is still very nourishing, because he does not have to fight on the battlefield, and his life is not in danger. Jiang Yang also has a lot of supplies. What he wants now, the people under him it can be delivered as soon as possible, and I dare not neglect at all. Li Xiong usually stays in the 200 square meter villa at home when he has nothing to do. He took the time to marry 3 wives, and he didn't even need to open his mouth when eating. The 3 wives would deliver the food to his mouth. He just needed to enjoy it. But during the mealtime that day, Li Xiong quietly left the house and went to the city gate with his 2 confidants. Although it is spring now, the weather in the south is always hotter. Li Xiong stood on the tower and fidgeted, enduring the scorching sun while walking non-stop on the top of the wall. The 2 confidants moved chairs, brought iced soda along the way, and said, "Boss, you should sit down quickly. Speaking of which, you have to guard the city wall even if you don't eat dinner. Are you waiting for someone?" Li Xiong waved his hand and asked someone to move the chair away, and said in a low voice, "The chair is unnecessary. I can just stand up. I am an evolutionary anyway. My body won't be too bad." Li Xiong drank the iced soda and continued to wait on the city wall. After waiting for an hour and a half, he found a figure in the distance. After a bus arrived outside the city of Jiangyang, 4 women wearing masks and sunglasses got off the bus. Li Xiong immediately knew that the waiting people had arrived. The 4 women who got off the bus were dressed plainly and unattractively. They looked like women from ordinary families, but the 4 were slim. Their faces were hidden, but their temperament could not be hidden. There is a certain charm, and many people are watching the 4 of them quietly. Beauty. It is always good for the body and mind to see it. Li Xiong immediately arranged, "You guys, hurry up and bring the 4 of them into the city. There is no need to register, and besides, no fanfare is allowed." Li Xiong was shocked when he learned that Chang Jianyi was coming to Jiangyang yesterday. This is the deputy city lord of Yazhou. Li Xiong originally planned to warmly welcome Chang Jianyi, but he learned the news from the phone that he should keep it quiet. Therefore, Li Xiong came to the gate of the city with his confidants carefully, not daring to announce the news at all. He understood why Chang Jianyi came to Jiangyang at this time, and kept such a low profile. Chang Jianyi and Chu Chaoan went to Jiangyang, deliberately avoiding the way of fanfare. Even if they traveled, they only took a bus. Apart from 2 personal guards, they didn't even bring guns. Wearing a mask and sunglasses, he dressed plainly and did not attract the attention of others. In the end, Chang Jianyi and Chu Chaoan arrived at Jiangyang, and were soon taken by Li Xiong to an inconspicuous small building. "Deputy City Lord, why are you here?" Li Xiong saw Chang Jianyi and Chu Chaoan appearing here, and immediately asked the doubts in his heart. Chang Jianyi explained, "There is a special task for this. You can do as usual. As for this task, you don't need to participate." Li Xiong looked at the 2 of them with a sad face, and said, "Deputy City Lord, although I haven't been on the battlefield for a long time, don't look down on me so much. I can fight at critical moments. If I don't pay attention, how can I? Isn't it too much?" If there was no task arrangement, Li Xiong would not have any objections, but now he knows that there is a secret task in Jiangyang, but he doesn't let him participate. Could it be that the city lord or deputy city lord doesn't believe in his ability? This is not good. Chang Jianyi shook her head lightly, and said, "It's not that I look down on you, but that this matter must be done in secret, and the fewer people who know about it, the better. Even basically no one in Yazhou knows that we are coming. You can't scare the snake away." Although Li Xiong didn't understand what task Chang Jianyi was talking about, he also sensed the importance of this matter and quickly nodded in agreement. "Deputy City Lord, let me send you some soldiers to protect you. If something happens to you, it will be bad." Li Xiong hastily raised his opinion. Chang Jianyi shook his head, and refused, "No need. Chaoan and I are both supernatural beings. Ordinary people can't hurt us, and my bodyguards are not vegetarians. If you mobilize soldiers, it will be easy to expose me." Those people. The guy must have gone into hiding when he heard about our tracks. Li Xiong had no choice but to obey Chang Jianyi's orders. Chang Jianyi and Chu Chaoan came to Jiangyang with very few insiders, and their reason was very simple. They came to Jiangyang's warehouse to find supplies to take to Yazhou, but only Shen Feng knew the real purpose. It is to investigate Jiangyang's gang. The chef was silenced, but the real culprit behind the scenes has never been found. Lin Yu is sure that there are no other gangs in Yeziao. The distance between them is only half a day. However, once troops are dispatched to search for the gang, these guys will definitely hide when they receive the news. Just like this, after much deliberation, since we can't act with great fanfare, we can only enter the village quietly, not those who shoot. Shen Feng's goals are too big, and his every move will be watched by others, so he is not suitable for secret operations. Chang Jianyi decided to go out in person, and took the opportunity to take Chu Chaoyan away, so she couldn't let her pester Shen Feng all day long. Of course, Chang Jianyi would not easily let go of the real culprit behind the assassination of her, especially at this time of farming. If someone took the opportunity to make trouble, it would cause irreparable losses. The previous calmness was just for secret operations. Chu Chaoyan was also worried about the assassination case. If something happened to Shen Feng, wouldn't he become a widow before he even got through the door? According to me, don't investigate in secret, just surround Jiangyang City and search it. I don't believe where these people can escape. Chu Chaoyan said to Chang Jianyi. From Chu Chaoyan's point of view, didn't he just want to clean up Jiangyang's gang? Isn't this a very simple matter? You only need to search the whole city, no matter what kind of crime it is. You can find it. No, absolutely not. Chang Jianyi said in a deep voice, the mastermind behind the scenes is definitely not simple. From the beginning of our investigation until now, we have not found any clues. This is obviously planned for a long time. If you want to find it easily, you will not. It's easy. Chu Chaoyan shook his head helplessly, and said with emotion, if this is really the case, then all kinds of ghosts and snakes really came out. Chapter 282. I am an undercover agent. Qi Lingshan kept a low profile for a long time. After all, he was an undercover agent. Once his identity was exposed, he would be a little sheep in the wolf's den. Therefore, if he could not be exposed, Qi Lingshan would not be exposed. Never do. However, Qi Lingshan has always had a good mind, and his wisdom cannot be hidden. Qi Lingshan's brother Pao is not good enough, but he still has to be responsible for managing the gang's food. Scratching his head all day long, Qi Lingshan really can't stand it, and helped to make a few reports. This is amazing. This is a talent. After a little inquiring, he turned out to be a high school student and a top student, so he was immediately regarded as a talent. As a result, Qi Lingshan immediately became the brains of the guild. The guild, formed by a group of elementary school graduates, is naturally not very good, and they don't dare to do evil too much on weekdays. Beaten the gang dare not open a casino, because this kind of place where the money comes in quickly can only be done with strength. If the strength is not enough, the place will definitely be smashed. Especially the Peoge culture in Sichuan province is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and nowadays revived. If he survived, he could only fight his way out of the encirclement in the end. This group of people chose a suitable industry, which is intermediary. The so-called intermediary, in fact, has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people in ancient times. The so-called dental agency is similar to the intermediary, introducing houses, hiring servants, and sometimes even involving human trafficking. The referral fee is earned by the dental practitioner. The guild that Qi Lingshan belongs to has a particularly good choice. It specializes in earning the price difference from middlemen. If someone needs a helper, this group of people will immediately go to pick up the task, whether it is a task issued by the city lord's mansion or a temporary worker needed by the factory. All of these people took their places, but these people don't do it directly, but take a 20% kickback and subcontract the task out. They don't have to do anything between rounds and rounds, but they are full of kickbacks. It can be said that this kind of business does not require any capital. As long as you have the ability to take on the task, you can naturally do intermediary subcontracting. On this day, Qi Lingshan was reading a book in his own room, but this was just a disguise. He was secretly sending messages to the outside world. The gang's mobile phones were checked all day long. Phone up. Qi Lingshan is very conspicuous among a bunch of bums, not because of anything else, but because he is too serious after sucking other people's blood. These bastards who work as intermediaries, of course, began to enjoy it. It is a troubled time, and there are too many women with no money and no power. You can take it home, so this group of people started to marry their wives one by one, and Qi Lingshan, among this group of people, doesn't smoke or drink, and keeps a respectful distance from women. He just stays in the room and reads when he has time. It seems that he is not an ordinary person. He has already left a vulgar taste, and he is called by the people below as a matter of course. As a military advisor, no matter what, you come to him to discuss. If Qi Lingshan wanted to, Of course he could do things for this gang with all his heart. Whether it was a house or a woman, he could get it quickly. Most of Jiang Yang's house was vacant, and this was the result of a family living in one building. Period. If you don't pick on a woman's appearance, you can quickly find a woman who is willing to follow you. However, after thinking about it, Qi Lingshan still couldn't go down like this. Qi Lingshan knows that ordinary people can't resist disasters. Just like when zombies broke out, ordinary people can only stay at home tremblingly and wait for the disaster to end. But if no one comes to rescue, these people will only be in the mouths of zombies die. And Qi Lingshan also knows that as long as he can complete the task, he will be rewarded, and if he gets the evolution potion, then he will definitely become an evolutionist and enter the city lord's mansion. Difficult, then can soar into the sky. Just as Qi Lingshan was sending the message carefully, boom, 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 there was a knock on the door. Qi Lingshan hurriedly hid the phone in his shoes. The shoes are long boots. As long as the phone is stuffed in, no one will find it. Qi Lingshan opened the door and saw that it was a young man, saying in his mouth, "Military division, let's go. The leader of the gang is looking for you." When Qi Lingshan heard this, he frowned immediately. He didn't know why the gang leader would look for him at this time. He looked up at the sky outside the window. It was already dusk. He had just had dinner. Did he ask him to wash his feet? How embarrassing is this? Qi Lingshan quickly walked to the lobby. There was a statue of Guangong on the top of the lobby. A man in his 30s was offering incense. This is the so-called loyalty hall. In fact, it was all made by mutating the method in the water margin. "Master, what's the matter?" Qi Lingshan came over and asked. "The military advisor is here. I'm worried about what to do now. Give me an idea." Qiao Xianwen pulled Qi Lingshan and hurriedly sat down. At that time, I didn't know what to do. Qi Lingshan was very puzzled. It was strange that the leader of the gang was in such a low mood at this time. There was nothing bothering him recently. Instead, some people hired civilians to cultivate fields on the mountain. The gang also earned a lot of food stamps as an intermediary. Why? Worried, military. Teacher, recently I heard a secret news from the city lord's mansion, so after much deliberation, I couldn't make a decision, so I finally came to you to discuss it. Qiao Xianwen sighed, and he panicked from the moment he heard the news. Lost God, do not know what to do. Qi Lingshan hurriedly asked, "Master, what's the news?" Qiao Xianwen didn't answer at this time, but snarled at the little guys in the lobby, who immediately went out and closed the door before leaving. Originally there were 5 or 6 people in the lobby, but now that the young men have gone out, the lobby suddenly became deserted. There was still smoke on the incense burner in front of Second Master Guan, but only Qiao Xianwen and Qi were left in the room. Lingshan 2 people. Qi Lingshan quietly looked towards the hatchback. Although he grew up abroad, he had watched the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. He might have ambushed 50 knives and axemen on the side of the hatchback. The sound, immediately all rushed out to chop people at this moment. Qiao Xianwen poured a cup of tea and handed it to Qi Lingshan, and said, "Military commander drinks tea first. Let's talk about this matter slowly." Qi Lingshan took the teacup. He was already cautious at this moment, and said in his heart, "This must not be dropped on the ground." After Qiao Xianwen sat down, he said helplessly, "I heard from the city lord's mansion that people with hands and eyes are coming from Yazhou. They must be severely cracked down. Before that, all the gangs in Yazhou were wiped out and died. Many people, those who survived, were locked up and tortured. I heard that there is a little witch in the prison." "What? Little witch?" Qi Lingshan asked carefully. Qiao Xianwen explained, "Military teacher, you don't know that there is a little witch in Yazhou. She can tell if someone is lying. Beat to death. If you say something wrong, continue to beat. Many people will be beaten to death. These colleagues will die if they die, but there are still people coming from Yazhou. Obviously they still want to attack us." Qi Lingshan suddenly realized that he didn't expect such a person to exist in Yazhou. He must be a legendary supernatural being. It's really amazing to be able to tell whether someone is lying or not. Qiao Xianwen said helplessly at this time, "Military teacher, I really don't know what to do when I encounter this situation. What can I do, like Liu Bang?" Qiao Xianwen always asks questions when he is in doubt, so even though he graduated from junior high school, he also wrote a sentence in classical Chinese at this time. Qi Lingshan frowned and thought for a while, then said to himself, "Why haven't I heard that someone is going to crack down on Yang Yang? It stands to reason that if we want to crack down hard, we must be able to bypass our intelligence personnel. Could it be a fake information?" Therefore, Qi Lingshan quickly asked, "Master, Is this news accurate? Could it be that you misheard? Besides, how could you just inquire about the news of the city lord's mansion, seeing no one around at this time? Qiao Xianwen could only tell the truth, and whispered to Qi Lingshan, "This news is absolutely accurate, so let me tell you the truth. I have a younger sister who is the daughter-in-law of Jiangyang City Lord Li Xiong. She sent back the news that Li Xiong took people to the city tower to meet the people from Yuzhou today. That is, my sister found out carefully that Li Xiong didn't even eat dinner, so you can imagine how important the people from Yuzhou are. The news that Qiao Xianwen has a younger sister has never been revealed to the outside world. He feels that he is disgraceful. Originally, his profession is despised by others. It seems to be very beautiful, but as long as there is any trouble at the top, people like them below will be doomed disaster. That's why Qiao Xianwen was very timid, and kept asking for news about the city lord's mansion, but unfortunately, people like him usually couldn't get news about the city lord's mansion. This situation continued until his younger sister married Li Xiong. Qiao Xianwen's younger sister married Li Xiong. She said that her parents died, and she was the only one left alive. She was already an orphan without a relative in the world. Li Xiong didn't doubt it either. Wouldn't it be safe to marry an unaccompanied woman? Ever since, Li Xiong did everything possible to avoid leaking the news, but in the end it was passed on by the person next to him. Qiao Xianwen learned a lot of important news from his sister, and this time was no exception. Hearing this, Qi Lingshan frowned immediately. He knew very well that if the news had really been exposed, wouldn't Yuzhou's operation be about to fail? However, if he can change this situation, wouldn't he be able to make meritorious service? Qi Lingshan had had enough of living undercover all the time, and with a bunch of guys who couldn't see the future, he felt that he was also gradually degrading. Seeing that Qi Lingshan hadn't spoken for a long time, Qiao Xianwen couldn't help asking, "Military teacher, you should say something." Qi Lingshan came back to his senses at this time, and said lightly, "If it is true that someone from Yuzhou secretly came, then it must have been premeditated, but I don't know what the gang leader thinks." Qiao Xianwen said helplessly, "My solution is to break it up into parts. Everyone stop all activities first, wait until I have a clear understanding of the situation, and then gather again. By the way, notify other gangs to avoid the limelight. If other gangs are destroyed, we will not be able to exist alone in the end." Now that Qi Lingshan was finally sure of the truth of the matter, he took a deep breath, and said to himself in his heart, "Success or failure depends on one move. If you don't want to be muddled for the rest of your life, then now is the time to express yourself." After staying in prison for more than a month, Qi Lingshan finally came to his senses. The world is not as beautiful as he imagined. Talking about human rights and freedom are all eyes and chicken soup for the soul. Anyone who believes these words is brainwashed. Therefore, if you want to gain more and become a master, you must show a value far beyond ordinary people, such as making meritorious service. Qi Lingshan stood up at this time, walked to the edge of the desk, put a stick of incense on Eriguan, turned his head to Qiao Xianwen who was on the sofa and said, "Master, I forgot to tell you, but I am actually an undercover agent." What you said? I can tell my superiors at any time, that is, the people in the city lord's mansion. What? Qiao Xianwen's eyes widened when he heard this. He never thought that this high school student had joined the gang for almost half a year, but he turned out to be an undercover agent. How could this be possible? How could such a young person be an undercover agent? However, if you think about it carefully, Qi Lingshan might really be an undercover agent. He doesn't like money, and he doesn't like women. He spends all day locked in his room reading. What is the purpose of such a person staying in his gang? Do you want to work for free? Qiao Xianwen quietly stretched his hand behind him, and grabbed a homemade pistol pinned to his waist. Chapter 283, The Strong Dragon Crushes the Ground Snake to Death. The atmosphere in the air seems to have frozen, and the smoke in the incense burner is still rising, but the two people in the loyalty hall have fallen silent. Qi Lingshan's expression looks extremely relaxed, but in fact his hands are full of dust. Sweat. Think about it carefully, this action is still too risky. Qiao Xianwen put his hands behind his waist at this time, and if Qi Lingshan had any extra movements, he would perform a live performance of what is called drawing a gun. Qi Lingshan pretended to be relaxed and smiled, sat down slowly, and said while sitting, "Don't worry, leader, I'm not investigating something related to you, I'm investigating someone else. You can rest assured about that. Well, you are also the gang leader, you should try to stay calm." Qiao Xianwen said coldly, I didn't expect to raise a white-eyed wolf. You turned out to be a hook. I said why all the gangs in Yuzhou were arrested. It must be your fault, right, now. Qiao Xianwen blamed Qi Lingshan for the sudden gang accident in Yuzhou. Isn't it strange that so many gangs in Yuzhou disappeared all of a sudden? Now that I think about it, it must have been the work of Qi Lingshan. A 25-year-old boy. Qi Lingshan leaned on the sofa, took a sip of the tea, and said lightly, I still can't do this by myself. On the other side of Yuzhou, someone else did it. On my side, I have always done it. At Jiangyang, it's mostly about investigating other cases. HMPH, now that you have admitted your identity, then don't even think about getting out of here. As long as I give an order, you will die without a whole body. Believe it or not, I will throw you into the river right now. Qiao Xianwen immediately threatened. Qi Lingshan disdainfully said, Are you threatening me? Do you think it's useful? Why don't you think about your own problems? Do you want to survive? Do you want to get out? HMPH, would you be so kind to let me go? Qiao Xianwen continued to question, Don't I understand your gang of hawks? They all care about their own fame and fortune and disregard the lower class. Bring danger and trouble, Qi. Lingshan smiled faintly, and said to Qiao Xianwen, Actually, as long as you are willing to surrender, the city lord's mansion will not treat you badly, and you know very well that if you want to have a bright future, you can only join the city lord's mansion. There is no chance, but now the opportunity is in front of you. Don't you want to be an upright person in the future, Qiao? Xianwen was moved when he heard this, but he was still unwilling to believe in Qi Lingshan. Black and white are incompatible, and it would be too naive to believe in Qi Lingshan easily. Qi Lingshan boldly said at this time, Haven't you figured it out yet? Whether you should cleanse yourself and become a real person, or spend your whole life at the bottom, the opportunities are all in your hands. Think about it carefully. You haven't done too many things that are harmful to nature, so you don't have to go all the way to the dark, right, Qiao? Xianwen took a deep breath, his eyes turned cold instantly. Then what conditions do you have? There will be no pies in the sky, and there will be no free lunches. Qiao Xianwen does not believe that good luck will favor him for no reason, so the reason why Qi Lingshan said this must be that there are some conditions, which is the so-called investment name certificate. Generally speaking, if you want to be a bandit, you cannot be accepted casually. If you want to go up the mountain and fall into the grass, you must first pay the nomination certificate. The general nomination certificate is the head in water margin. Wang Lun asked Lin Chong to go down the mountain to kill a passerby. This is actually the same reason. If there is no murder case on him, the bandit leader will not agree. Qi Lingshan smiled, and said to Qiao Xianwen, Next you have to show a little sincerity. You are very clear about this, and what I mean is, you must keep this news. The news from Yuzhou is very important. If you spread the word, we won't be able to make meritorious service, and if you are needed in the future, don't refuse. This can be regarded as abandoning the dark and turning to the bright. At this moment, Qiao Xianwen slowly let go of the pistol behind him, and he began to ponder whether he should believe Qi Lingshan's words. If he didn't keep his word, and took advantage of him and took care of himself, wouldn't that be a big loss? Question mark. Qi Lingshan's palms were sweating. It was too risky for him to take the initiative to expose himself this time. Thinking about it now, he sounded scared. If Qiao Xianwen really killed himself regardless of everything, and tied a stone and threw him into the Yangtze River, it would not be a loss. Is it big? But now it seems that the risk is still worth it. At least at this time, Qiao Xianwen has already been tempted. Now he is considering whether to agree to his own conditions. This shows that there is still a great chance to persuade the other party, as long as he can come up with enough evidence. Qiao Xianwen finally made up his mind, then looked at Qi Lingshan, and asked, Boy, how can I guarantee that you won't betray me? If I keep quiet about this news, wouldn't it be a big loss for me to be caught by you in the end? You have to keep your handle, Qi. Lingshan shrugged his shoulders and said, Where do I have any reason? I'm alone, and I don't have any previous things on me, but you think highly of me. If I had a reason, I wouldn't come undercover, would I, Qiao? Xianwen is obviously not someone who is easy to be fooled. He did not answer, found a pen and paper from the side, threw it to Qi Lingshan, and said, You can write a statement, saying that you killed 10 people at my place and slept 3. 10 women have robbed more than 70 old ladies. With your statement, if you go back on your word, I will spread it. I am no good, and you don't want to have any bright future. Qi Lingshan gritted his teeth, He didn't expect the other party to have such vicious methods. Of course he has never done these things, but it doesn't prevent others from thinking about it. As the saying goes, one mouth makes one gold, and the accumulation destroys bones. If it is really spread out, then you don't want to be promoted. However, in the current situation, if this life is not written, the transaction will naturally be impossible to conclude. So, Qi Lingshan gritted his teeth, and wrote the statement on the paper, followed by his fingerprints, and signed it. At this time, Qiao Xianwen finally showed a smile on his face, and his attitude became friendly again. In this case, we must be colleagues in the future. When I join the city lord's mansion, I will have a good relationship with you, brother. News from Yazhao. I won't say anything. If you need me to do something, brother, then I will definitely do it. The deal has been concluded. Qi Lingshan heaved a sigh of relief, and then left the guild location and went to the city lord's mansion. Qi Lingshan contacted Li Xiong, explained the situation, and immediately stunned Li Xiong. He didn't expect that the news that Chang Jianyi had come to Jiangyang had been exposed. He thought that the secrecy on his side was already good. But in just one afternoon, someone actually got the news. How could it be possible? As soon as Qi Lingshan explained the reason, Li Xiong immediately beat his chest and stamped his feet. Damn it, I thought this woman was lonely. Who would have thought that she has a big brother, who is from a gangster? Li Xiong is terrified now. The news that he thought was impenetrable is now spread from the person next to him. If this is pursued, he will not be able to escape his responsibility. Silly Qi Lingshan said, don't worry, I have successfully instigated Qiao Xianwen. He will be our help in the future, but please take me to meet the person in charge. The follow-up plan needs instructions from above. It's okay, I think. If you want to crack down on these gangs, you must be quick, otherwise, the fire will not be covered by paper. Li Xiong looked at Qi Lingshan in surprise. He didn't expect Qi Lingshan to be so powerful. He actually convinced a gang leader. This undercover agent did a good job. Not only did he pass on information to the outside world, but he was also able to instigate rebellion at critical moments. It happened to be successful. Okay, I'll take you to see the deputy city lord right away. Li Xiong didn't dare to neglect. Since the news has been exposed, he can only make up for it. If the secret operation of the deputy city lord is found out and finally fails, it will be his own. There is a problem, maybe it will be dealt with after much deliberation. Li Xiong personally brought Qi Lingshan to the small building where Chang Jianyi lived. He walked over here and knocked on the door gently. The gatekeepers are Chang Jianyi's two personal guards. Although they are both female, they have also used evolution potions. They are both third-order evolutionaries. With the two of them as bodyguards, no one can easily enter this small building. Who is it? The guard asked coldly. At this moment, the two guards had silently drawn out their daggers, and if there was any danger outside the door, they would immediately kill them. Li Xiong quickly said, it's me, Li Xiong. I have something important to report, please. Go back. The deputy city lord and Ms. Chu are already asleep. If there's anything else, I will report it tomorrow. The personal guard coldly rejected Li Xiong's report. Li Xiong scratched his head and scratched his head, not knowing what to say. The deputy city lord was already asleep at this time. It seemed too much to bother him now, but if he didn't tell the deputy city lord about such an important matter, it would definitely cause subsequent troubles. Qi Lingshan's observation ability is very strong. He looked at his watch. It is only 8:30 in the evening. The mayor spoke. Therefore, Qi Lingshan stepped forward and explained in a low voice, then please tell me that the plan has changed, and the plan has been changed. If you don't make a quick decision, the plan will fail. When Qi Lingshan said this, the two guards immediately hesitated. If it was really an important matter, wouldn't it delay the deputy city lord's major event? So one of the guards immediately went to look for Chang Jianyi and Chu Chaoyan. After explaining the situation, Chang Jianyi didn't dare to be negligent, and quickly asked Li Xiong and Qi Lingshan to come in and ask about the specific situation. When Chang Jianyi heard the whole story, she shook her head slightly, looked at Li Xiong and said lightly, the family is not strict. Li Xiong was so embarrassed that he quickly promised that he would not make similar mistakes in the future. However, it was a blessing in disguise. Chang Jianyi had a plan at this time. Since he couldn't startle the snake, he might as well lure the snake out of the hole. The so-called gangs are nothing more than local snakes. This is also the reason why the strong dragon does not suppress the local snakes. The strong dragon descends from the sky and brings supreme authority. But the local snakes only need to burrow into the ground and they will be safe immediately. So, if you want to deal with a local snake, the best way is to lure the snake out of its hole. It just so happens that Qi Lingshan has already instigated a gang boss. Isn't this opportunity already here? Chang Jianyi said in a low voice. Jian, go to contact the army near Jiangyang and send 1,000 people over here. Just hide in the dark and be ready to block the city gate at any time. Chu. Chaoyin quickly asked, what do you want to do, Chang? Jianyi said with a smile, I am going to send a batch of supplies, food, guns, and even evolution potions from Jiangyang to Yeshao with great fanfare. Spread the news as widely as possible. In this way, as long as it is anyone with ambition will not miss this opportunity, then, what if these people really just missed this opportunity? Chu Qiaoyan continued to ask at this time. Chang Jianyi looked at Qi Lingshan and said, it's up to you. I don't care what method you use. You must promote the assembly of Jiangyang's gang. When they gather, it will be us. Hands on day, Qi. Lingshan became excited at this moment. He knew that his undercover time was finally over, and now that he was valued by the deputy city lord, his future was boundless. Chang Jianyi stretched out 3 fingers, and said, as long as you can complete the task and let Jiangyang's gang gather together, then after the matter is completed, I will reward you with 3 evolution potions. Whether you use it yourself or give it to others, it will be alright, Qi. Lingshan couldn't help swallowing his saliva. This kind of condition is really tempting. He is very tempted. The evolution potion is a good thing. Most people don't even have the qualification to look at it. As long as he can complete the task, he can get 3 evolution potions. This is a great thing. Don't worry, Deputy City Lord, I will definitely complete the task. Qi Lingshan immediately knelt down on one knee, promising to complete it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284, The Dog-Headed Military Advisor. Shen Feng's stay in Yezhao was actually not easy. He had to deal with official duties during the day and study history at night. Facing Professor Chu's questions, he was often at a loss and couldn't answer them at all during this period. Shen Feng also found a way to be lazy. This was also a lucky opportunity. Professor Chu was in poor health, so he went to bed after assigning the questions. Shen Feng went to the prison with the questions to check the interrogation. In terms of the situation, Zhang Zixi has been here for a long time, and has become numb to the interrogation process. When she first watched a group of prisoners being beaten, Zhang Zixi was still terrified. She felt that this situation was too cruel. Is it necessary to be so cruel when interrogating prisoners? Can't you speak softly? These people are probably forced to do these things in order to survive. But when Zhang Zixi looked at the file carefully, her eyes immediately turned red. She didn't expect the world to be so dark. These gang members who were arrested can be said to be doing all kinds of evil. Robbery and extortion are already very kind. The really vicious guys, that should be a death sentence. Some gangs are training children to be thieves, and some gangs specialize in abducting and trafficking women and forcing them to pick up customers. I don't know how many old and weak women and children were killed by these gangs. Zhang Zixi's mentality changed. She only blamed the interrogators for not being cruel enough, not for their cruelty. Hit me hard until these guys tell the truth. Don't show mercy to these insects. Zhang Zixi's childish voice appeared in the interrogation room. She was already gnashing her teeth, wishing to cut these people into pieces, and finally feed the dog. Perhaps violence cannot solve the problem, but it is enough to comfort people. As Theodore said, as far as capital punishment cases are concerned, the biggest trouble is that sentimental men and women always only sympathize with criminals who are about to die, but never sympathize with the tragic fate of those victims, and thousands of innocent people who may be hurt by this person in the future. After Zhang Zixi changed her mentality, she used her powers more diligently, and after distinguishing whether the other party was lying, she always wanted to watch the villains being executed one by one with her own eyes. Shen Feng walked around the prison with the question Professor Chu gave him, thinking about how to answer it. Professor Chu's question was simple: the importance of transportation in ancient history and how to deal with it. Transportation. In ancient times. When Shen Feng heard this question, he was immediately taken aback. Except for the Qi road built by Qin Shi Huang, he had never heard of the rest. or he had heard of it but never paid attention to it. Now needing to answer the importance of traffic, Shen Feng was immediately overwhelmed unexpectedly. Shen Feng walked back and forth in the prison, talking about ancient traffic, thinking about it, but not many ideas. Instead, a man's voice came from the cell next to him. How difficult is this? Road, Grand Canal, sea, just to name a few, isn't it enough? Shen Feng turned his head to look, and found that the boss of the printing factory he had captured before was talking. He still remembered that this guy wrote pornographic books, and his level was not very good. That is, those illustrations are more interesting. You, an author who has written 9 streams, still know this? It really surprises me. Shen Feng couldn't help but said hearing this. Feng Shichen couldn't help but patted his chest, and said proudly, I think back then, in the typing years, I also relied on code words to make a living, not to mention these vulgar ones. I can write elegant ones, no matter what, whether it's historical texts or fantasy cultivation, I know everything. A professional author must be well read, and can be used when bragging, which is very different from a science student like you, the city lord. Shen Feng couldn't help but stop when he heard this, and stood at the door of the cell thinking prison cells are naturally high school dormitories, but in order to prevent escape, the doors were dismantled and replaced with steel frame doors. As long as you stand outside the door, you can see the scene inside the cell at a glance. If it is a high school dormitory, at least behind the gate can block the line of sight, but now all the doors have become steel frame doors, and the situation in the cell can be known at a glance. Seeing the city lord looking at him, Feng Shichen couldn't help puffing out his chest, stretched out his hand to dust off the dust on his body, and showed an expression of whoever he was. Shen Feng frowned and thought about it carefully. Maybe this guy who codes really knows a lot. How about asking him to refer to the answer for himself, then? I will give you a chance now. As long as you can answer my question clearly, then I will not only let you go, but also ask you to be my special advisor. Although it is not a formal position, as long as you perform well, I can also give you a promotion or something. Shen Feng said. When Feng Shichen heard this, he immediately became happy. He thought that he had encountered a catastrophe and was locked up by a group of soldiers for trial, but now it seems that it was a blessing in disguise. Not only can he get rid of the previous disgraceful past, but also can have a better future. Please ask the city lord to test it, and I will definitely give you an appropriate answer. Feng Shichen said quickly. Shen Feng repeated Professor Chu's question aside. Feng Shichen sat in the cell and listened carefully, and quickly gave the answer. City lord, transportation has always been valued in ancient times, especially the feudal dynasty, with the Tang dynasty as the leader. For example, after inheriting the Grand Canal, Chang'an became extremely prosperous. Is it really the Guanzhong plain that is rich? Since Guanzhong is rich, why did the canal be dug? It is nothing more than to facilitate the transfer of materials. Rice, salt and iron from the south can be transported in. Created a prosperous dynasty. After hearing Feng Shichen's explanation, Shen Feng probably understood a little bit immediately. Feng Shichen continued, after the Anchi rebellion, although the Tang dynasty was turbulent, it did not fall because the canal was still able to transport supplies. However, after Wang Zhao's uprising in the south, the Grand Canal was cut off, and the glorious Tang dynasty finally disappeared. The blood transfusion pipeline eventually collapsed. Shen Feng couldn't help but sigh with emotion at this time. It's really a canal for success and a canal for failure. Feng Shichen hesitated for a moment, and continued, City Lord, I think this is Professor Chu testing you. He wants you to know the importance of Yazhao and the difficulties that will follow. Shen Feng was puzzled for a moment and asked, is there any other reason? Feng Shichen explained, the reason why Yazhao is important is because of the important transportation. This is the gateway to the southwest, and the terrain is steep. After occupying it, you can get the resources of several provinces in the southwest, but there are also hidden crises, such as the Three Gorges. Shen Feng reacted and fell into deep thought. That's right, even if he occupies the upper reaches of the Yangtze River, the Three Gorges Dam is still in the hands of the headquarters. If the headquarters closes the waterways, Yazhao will only have land routes, and the trains will also be closed. Not open, only take the highway. But are the roads safe? Zombies are still raging across the country. In addition to zombies, the problem of mutant beasts is also obvious. The roads are actually not safe, so, the power of life and death is also in the hands of others. It's not good, it's not good. Shen Feng said to himself, in today's Yazhao, If we say that there is a lack of things, there are quite a lot. For example, salt and gasoline are basically dependent on the input from the outside world. It can only rely on external input, and it can be said that the neck is stuck tightly. One word awakened the dreamer, and Shen Feng suddenly understood the true meaning of Professor Chu's question. City Lord? Can I come out? Feng Shichen asked in a low voice, his eyes full of expectation. Shen Feng nodded and said, you can come out, change your clothes later, someone will assign you a house and a car, and wait for my inquiries at any time, and I need you to answer many questions for me in the future. Hey, there's still a car. Feng Shichen was overjoyed. It would be great if he joined the city lord's mansion. The houses are everywhere, but the car can be allocated in the end. Feng Shichen walked out of the prison and saw an electric car outside the door. He was dumbfounded. Can an electric car be called a car? In fact, electric cars are already the most suitable car. Gasoline is in short supply. Except for passenger cars, there are basically no cars in operation. Fortunately, the terrain in Yuzhou is quite different and suitable for building hydropower stations, so there is no shortage of electricity in Yuzhou. The next day, Shen Feng went to see Professor Chu. The professor casually asked, how did you think about yesterday's question? Did you find the answer? Shen Feng nodded solemnly, and relayed what Feng Shichen said last night, and mentioned Yuzhou's plight. By the way, Professor Chu got excited on the spot, stepped forward and grabbed Shen Feng, and said excitedly, I didn't expect you to be so enlightened that you can see the subtleties. You really saw the difficulties in Yuzhou's future. I wanted to test your reaction ability, but it turned out you actually gave such an appropriate answer. You are really the most perceptive student I have ever seen. Is that right? Professor, you are flattering yourself. Shen Feng smiled awkwardly. In fact, the answers Shen Feng answered were all what Feng Shichen said. If he answered this question by himself, it would be good if he could think of 1/3 of the content. How could he have such a deep understanding? Shen Feng wanted to tell the truth. That's because I have a dog-headed military division, but Shen Feng didn't want to disappoint Professor Chu too much, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and accept the compliment. After all, he successfully dealt with Professor Chu's inquiry. Isn't this a great thing? Feng Shichen can also find his own suitable position, which is even better. Chu Yangshan sat down slowly, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. He said seriously to Shen Feng, although Yuzhou is an important traffic route, you should also pay attention to it. Once Yuzhou is blocked from the outside, it will be destroyed. Once the Three Gorges is banned, most of the shipping will be abolished, and the trains will be blocked, so the land route will be extremely difficult. If you only rely on roads, Yuzhou will definitely be difficult to become a big weapon. As a ruler, you must remember that transportation is the most important thing. Shen Feng nodded, feeling powerless at this moment, and said to the professor, Teacher, but the headquarters doesn't sell us gasoline, and we don't have any resources, so it won't be easy on the road in the future. Hearing this worry, Professor Chu nodded lightly, apparently aware of the problem, and then he said, I am very pleased that you can think about this. Then have you ever thought that besides farming and building the city wall, there are other things to do? Is there any project that can alleviate our urgent needs? At this time, Shen Feng had a little understanding, and began to think in his heart. If there is a shortage of gasoline, but engineering is needed to alleviate it, isn't it just a power station? Professor, don't you mean that a hydropower station will be built next? Shen Feng asked tentatively. Children can be taught. Professor Chu took out a map, pointed to the vicinity of Yuzhou, and said, the construction of hydropower stations must be carried out in places with a large difference in terrain, and there must be abundant water resources. Yuzhou lacks coal. Thermal power generation is useless, but hydropower and wind power can be built. Shen Feng nodded, looked at the map and began to think. It seems that Yuzhou has a lot of resources. If the hydropower station is built, it can sell electricity to outsiders. It cannot be said that there are no resources. Besides, there are iron mines nearby. There is still coal in the upstream steel city, and steel making in Yuzhou is also good. Now, Shen Feng has determined the development direction of Yuzhou. He used to see the flowers in the fog, and didn't know how to manage Yuzhou, let alone how to develop it. But now, Shen Feng has completely understood Yuzhou. The future of the state is actually very bright. Shen Feng has his own dog-headed military advisor here. No matter what his ability is, at least he has a lot of experience in bragging. As a writer of online articles for more than 10 years, Feng Shicheng has a solid foundation in bragging, even for science students. Professional topics are also able to chat a few words. If this was born in the spring and autumn and warring states period, no matter what, he would be a master of miscellaneous learning on Jiang Yang's side. There is also a dog-headed army division. Wang Xiao ran out from Rongcheng. Back then, he bewitched a group of fools to rob finances and played fish in troubled waters. As a result, Rongcheng was in chaos. The area around the city was in chaos. I don't know how many people died in this chaos. At that time Shen Feng was the person who experienced it personally when the war in Rongcheng ended. Wang Xiao quickly ran south to Jiang Yang's side, because at this time Rongcheng was already searching for the chaos makers, and batches of prisoners were dragged outside the city for execution. I don't know how many people clapped their hands and cheered. Wang Xiao was afraid that if he was caught, he would die. He, the instigator, might be eaten by angry people, so he could only run away as a result. After Wang Xiao came to Jiangyang, he heard that Yazhao was occupied by Shen Feng, and wanted to live in Yazhao, but joined a mysterious organization by mistake. Wang Xiao was originally an MLM guy with an average mind, and he relied on a bunch of routines to make a living. After joining the organization, he was regarded as a guest. It can only be said that the magic level of the matter is too high. His destiny is like a dream and an illusion. Chapter 285. Compared with the vigorous battles in the eastern and southern regions, the southwest region appears to be very calm. The eastern region is besieging zombies. The main area is south of the Yellow River and north of the Yangtze River. Except for Sichuan province and Yazhao, that is, the Central Plains and half of Jinxiang started fighting, and Guangzhong also participated in the plan to encircle and suppress zombies. As for the southwestern region, it seems to be much calmer. The zombies in the basin of Sichuan province have basically been killed last year, while Yunnan and Guizhou provinces are located in plateau areas with many mountains, so it is impossible for zombies to migrate on a large scale. Therefore, the survivors, after they formed the base, they stayed away from the zombies in the city. On the other hand, 6,000 people from Yazhou set off to recover the surrounding cities, and the scale was very small. The total force of Shen Feng's side was only 8,000 people, and 3/4 of the soldiers set off. 2,000 people basically stayed in Yazhou for training. Jiang Yang and the gangs in Yazhou actually have a lot of connections. When all the gangs in Yazhou were wiped out by Shen Feng, Jiang Yang's various gangs also began to worry, and Jiang Yang's gangs were also worried about being liquidated, so all the gangs are carefully inquiring about news from Yazhou. Under such circumstances, Wang Xiao was very successful in the Dragon Slayer gang, because the more nonsense he talked, the more popular he was. On this day, Wang Xiao was still brainwashing the young people below in the lobby. Everyone listen to me, as long as you hang out with a boss, you must have a bright future in the future. Don't look at Shen Feng from Yazhou as so arrogant, but he doesn't seeing his own crisis. This kind of person is a typical conceited person with a low EQ. Look, this kind of person is a typical crony. This kind of group will collapse sooner or later. After Wang Xiao finished speaking, the people below burst into enthusiastic cheers on the spot. Okay, well said. Of course, the members of the Dragon Slaying Gang are not outstanding people. Smart people have already gone to the exam to enter the city lord's mansion, those with education have gone to the laboratory, and those who are not afraid of death have joined the army. Constraints. A group of people all joined the gang after they fell, and all the members of the Dragon Slayer gang dreamed of being able to stand up and become the master. Wang Xiao saw that the emotions of the people below had been mobilized, so he continued to scold Shen Feng angrily. People like Shen Feng are so insane that they let people go to the farmland. This is turning back the wheel of history. The land has already been divided. He went out, but now he has expropriated and enslaved the people. This kind of person will definitely be overthrown, and we will be able to replace him when the time comes. The little guys are even happier, and they like to listen to happy words. If they can replace them one day, wouldn't they be really prosperous? Wang Xiao continued to brainwash the people below, mainly to tell these people to continue messing around with the boss. As long as they keep messing around, they will get ahead sooner or later. Don't envy those higher-ranking people in the city lord's mansion. Sooner or later we will become like this. At this moment, the gang leader appeared, waved to Wang Xiao, and said, "Military master, come here, I have something to discuss." Wang Xiao turned his head and immediately saw the gang leader beside him. The name of the gang leader is Wang Yu. Although the name is very delicate, he is a tall and thick man, especially with crossed scars on his face. Not a nice guy, Wang Xiao quickly said. I'll be right there, Wang. Yu brought Wang Xiao to the secret room, and quickly said, Sir, there's news from Qiao Xianwen, saying that Zhang Yang has supplies to be sent to Yazhao, not only food, but also guns and evolution potions, and the escort's not many. Do you think we are going to vote? When Wang Xiao heard the news, he immediately fell into a groan, unfolded the white paper fan in his hand, and fanned the folding fan gently. It seemed that he was thinking seriously, but his mind became active. This guy is actually asking me how do I know whether to do it or not. Wang Xiao had no idea in mind. He didn't know how to make a decision, and he couldn't talk nonsense, otherwise he would lose his position. After a moment of silence, Wang Xiao sighed, pretending to be difficult to make a choice, and said embarrassingly, It's really hard to choose. What do you think, leader, Wang? Yu quickly said, Sir, since our previous poisoning plan has failed, then Shen Feng must be careful. We will not be able to assassinate again. Why not take a risk, grab guns and evolution potions to arm ourselves? If we can occupy Zhang Yang, that's even better. The poisoning of Shen Feng before was planned by Wang Yu and Wang Xiao. The chef had been working for a month on what he thought was a surefire thing. Shen Feng must have been unprepared, but he failed in the end. Such a perfect plan can fail, no one can think of it. Therefore, Wang Yu wants to take risks now. The minions on his side only have bolt action rifles in their hands, and they must not be able to defeat the regular troops of the city lord's mansion. Those people have automatic rifles in their hands, and the bullets are even worse. There is no shortage at all. If you want to win, you must get similar equipment, Wang Xiaoxin said. If I agree, if the final action fails, wouldn't it become my responsibility? It's better to oppose it. In this way, the responsibility has nothing to do with me. So, Wang Xiao immediately said, Boss, I think it's better not to take risks, not to mention whether we can defend Zhang Yang if we get the guns. If Shen Feng brings the supernatural person to kill him, wouldn't it be all in vain? There is no gasoline right now, and you won't be able to run fast if you want to run after grabbing it, so it's better to wait for the opportunity first, and then find a way to increase your combat power later. Wang Yu originally dreamed that if he snatched a gun, he could completely occupy Zhang Yang, but now Wang Xiao's few words have poured cold water on him. Thinking about it carefully, it is indeed the case. What should I do now? I heard that people with supernatural powers can fly into the sky and escape from the ground, but Zhang Yang only has one wall. How can it be defended? Wang Yu hesitated for a moment at this time, and finally believed Wang Xiao's words. After all, Wang Xiao suggested a plan to bribe the cook to poison him before, and the matter was 99% successful. As long as Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi ate the poisonous, the food that you eat is sure to be fatal, but in the end, it falls short since Wang Xiao's previous plan was only almost successful. Then he must have already made up his mind, so why should he be anxious? The military advisor has said that there is no need to take risks, so there is no need to be so eager on your own side. Follow the military advisor's instructions and you will definitely succeed. Ever since, Wang Yu said decisively, just as the military advisor said. On Qiao Xianwen's side, since discussing the follow-up plan with Qi Lingshan, he has started to contact the prominent gangs in the city. Since it is to lure the snakes out of the hole, it is necessary to let these snakes come out, otherwise, there will be a chance of slipping through the net. Not so good with fish. Qiao Xianwen is full of self-confidence, thinking that with guns and evolution potions, these blood-licking guys must rush forward desperately. Such an attractive thing will definitely make the people below participate crazily. As a result, Qiao Xianwen heard the reply from the Dragon Slayer gang. They are not going to participate in the robbery plan anymore. Immediately, Qiao Xianwen felt as if he had eaten a fly. He found Qi Lingshan and said, the Tulong gang is the biggest gang in Zhangyang. It is not too much to say that it is our local snake. There are many casinos and brothels. If they don't participate in this plan, they will, won't you see through our scheme. Qi Lingshan pinched his chin in thought, and analyzed. Impossible. If these people really saw through our scheme, they would have informed other gangs to hide. Now, there is only one possibility, and that is that these people don't want to take risks. Is there such a calm person in the gang? Can he resist the temptation? Qiao Xianwen suddenly remembered a person, and quickly said, I see, it must be the white paper fan of the Tulong gang, a guy named Wang Xiao. This person often brainwashes the people below. This person is resourceful. He must be the one who persuaded Wang Yu. Otherwise, although Wang Yu is cruel and ruthless, but her brain is not very good, it is impossible to resist this temptation. Qi Lingshan pondered for a while, finally gritted his teeth, and said to Qiao Xianwen, "You first contact other guilds together, and I will ask the deputy city lord to increase the size. If the evolution potion can't attract these people, I don't believe that the supernatural potion can't attract them. Robbery. Just wait and see." Qi Lingshan had already listed Wang Xiao as a serious problem in his heart, and he never thought that his plan would be disrupted by a single person. For the current plan, the only thing to do is to increase the bargaining chip. If there are more attractive items, with something that no one can refuse, it is impossible for those who are still calm to continue to sit idly by. Qi Lingshan immediately contacted Li Shuang to prepare for the follow-up plan. Qi Lingshan felt that he had met an opponent, and never thought that someone in his plan would be able to detect the danger and avoid taking risks. Could this be the reason why the Dragon Slayer gang can grow to such an extent? Qi Lingshan definitely didn't know Wang Xiao's real thoughts, otherwise he would be pissed to death, thinking that this guy was being cautious, so he stood still. Who knew that this guy refused to take the risk because he wanted not to take responsibility due to the spread of Qiao Xianwen's news? Zhang Yang's large and small gangs began to pay attention to the news of the city lord's mansion. A group of idlers walked around the city lord's mansion all day long, but they didn't do anything serious, just wandering around, smoking occasionally, and wearing glasses. They all stared at the direction of the city lord's mansion. Just at dusk, Li Xiang walked out of the city lord's mansion with a few people, and started waving to a group of people on the street. "People over there, come with me to load the car. Each person has 2 caddies of food stamps, and it takes 20 individuals. Come here." The people standing on the side of the street were all the gang's eyeliner. Hearing Li Xiang's greeting at this time, they hurriedly came up and said, I'll go, we like working the most." A smile appeared on the corner of Li Xiang's mouth. He knew the true identities of these people. If they were really workers, they shouldn't hang around the city lord's mansion. One of these people counted as one, and they were all eyeliners. Thinking of this, Li Xiang felt more at ease, and said, "When we get to the warehouse later, you are not allowed to look around, and when you are moving things, please handle them with care. Those things are very precious, and anyone who dares to damage them, I will beat you to death." After finishing speaking, Li Xiang led the people to the warehouse where the materials were stored. Before Yeshao was recovered, all important materials were stored here. Li Xiang led a group of people into the warehouse, and then directed the loading of the trucks. There were many soldiers guarding the warehouse, and it was impossible for anyone to approach here, and all the important materials of the warehouse curry were loaded on the trucks. There are many specimens of mutated animals in Kang curry. This is the habit of teacher Nibai. Since you want to study biology, you need specimens. Many animals are dried and made into specimens. Teacher Ni went to Yeshao to set up a laboratory for comparison in a hurry. Many specimens were left in Zhang Yang's warehouse curry at this time. Li Xiang came out from the corner holding a lockbox, and there were 2 confidants begging beside him. "Boss, just give us a look, we haven't seen it before." One of the confidants begged bitterly. Another person also quickly said, "Boss, we will not be able to become supernatural beings in this life, but why should we take a look at the medicine? Otherwise this life will not be in vain." Li Xiang was triumphant at this time, and couldn't help but said, "I just want to show you, otherwise, ordinary people can't see it. To be honest, I have been with the city lord for so long, and I haven't become a supernatural person. It's a pity, but I believe the city lord will not forget me." As he spoke, Li Xiang gently opened the lockbox. There was a black sponge in the lockbox as a buffer, and there were 2 grooves in the sponge. In the grooves were placed 2 sealed test tubes, and the green liquid was in the test tubes. Li Xiang's side is far away from the crowd who loaded the car, but many of the people who loaded the car are secretly looking at this side. They know that this is important news. They must write it down carefully, and then report to the boss. At this time, the foreman stood up, pointed at a group of sneak peeps, and yelled, "A group of slackers, they can't do their work well, and they are still lazy. Don't stand around stupidly. Hurry up and move the specimens." At this time, many eyeliners could only lower their heads and speed up the handling of specimens in front of everyone. Li Xiang put the supernatural potion in the deepest part of the truck, and when the loading was over, he asked someone to drive the truck to the East City Gate, leaving a few soldiers to guard it. Chapter 286 Detonating Conflicts. In the dark night sky, a bright moon hung in the sky, exuding a soft light, and the moonlight slanted down like a stream of water, shining on the dark ground. Chang Jianyi led Chu Chaoyin to ambush quietly in a building. This place was originally a shopping mall, and they bought all kinds of clothes, but after the end of the day, the clothes were basically taken away, so the shopping mall was empty of a slice. Chu Chaoyin and Chang Jianyi were hiding near the window, quietly looking at the building not far away. The windows of this building were nailed up with wooden boards, so it was impossible to see what was going on inside, but in fact, this building had already gathered. Many people came to the party after being notified by Qiao Xianwen. Looking at the airtight building, Chu Chaoyin asked Chang Jianyi in a low voice, "Hey, what Dragon Slayer gang are you talking about? Will they come to participate in this operation?" Chang Jianyi sneered and said, "It's best to come to participate. It's okay if you don't come. I have already sent 100 people to watch this gang alone. If they don't participate, they will kill them anyway. Just blame their name. Make me angry." Shen Feng himself is the dragon of Yazhao, and it turned out that this gang dared to be called the Tulong Gang. At this moment, a group of people also appeared on the street in the distance. This group of people covered their faces with black cloths and were slowly approaching. Just as Qi Lingshan thought, when there are supernatural potions in the escorted supplies, no one can resist being moved back. In Yanjing, 2 5th-level power users were required to set off together to escort the supernatural potion, and the headquarters was obviously worried that someone would rob them halfway. But Qi Lingshan is doing the opposite now, and deliberately asked Li Shuang to reveal the supernatural potion in front of a group of eyeliners. That night, all gangs learned about the supernatural potion, and everyone went crazy. It is not easy to become a person with supernatural powers. Either the chosen one, after being exposed to the rain, has extraterrestrial elements in his body, which can innately obtain supernatural powers. Other than that, the only way to do it is to use supernatural potions. There is a way, and the elements outside the universe can only be found in the head of the Corpse King. It can only be said that it is a fantasy for ordinary people to become supernatural beings. Unless they are reincarnated as the children of high-ranking officials, otherwise, they will never be able to drink supernatural potions. At this time, thousands of people gathered in the building. The hall on the first floor was airtight. Even on the second and third floors, there were many people standing. These people belonged to Jiang Yang. The members of the gang gathered to snatch the supplies that Jiang Yang escorted to Yazhao. The chiefs were these bosses. Qiao Xianwen also became a role like a host. He was wearing thick clothes and looked very afraid of the cold. But actually he was dying of heat. Qiao Xianwen was wearing a body armor, which was the life-saving equipment Qi Lingshan sent him. If stray bullets appear during the subsequent battle, wouldn't it be unreasonable to be shot? Therefore, Qiao Xianwen wore very thick clothes, just to cover the bulletproof vest on his body. At this moment, the door of the building was slammed, and an arrogant voice came from outside the door. Bang! Bang bang! The door kept being smashed open. The door, "We belong to the Dragon Slayer gang. The leader of the gang and the military advisor are here. Why don't you entertain me casually?" The person who knocked on the door was very arrogant. Qiao Xianwen signaled his subordinates to open the door. When the door was opened, Wang Yu rushed in with a group of people. The leader of them all held sharp weapons in their hands, and even started to clear the field. "Get out of the way, get out of the way. Our leader is coming in." A passage was forcibly separated from the crowd, and everyone glared at these lunatics. They had never seen such a domineering person at this time. Someone scolded, "How amazing are people, Wang." Yu nodded seriously, and said arrogantly, "Sorry, it's amazing how many people there are, standing." Beside Wang Yu, Wang Xiao tilted his head back and leaned his shoulders, and said, "Why, how many people break the law?" Qiao Xianwen quickly said, "Brother Wang, you are all from Brother Pao's family, don't be so impulsive. Since you are here to discuss how to rob the city lord's mansion of supplies. Everyone should be kind, otherwise, it is impossible to succeed." Wang Yu continued to walk forward, saying, "I'm just giving you face. Your boss Qiao is making money with anger, so I won't overthrow the table. This time, I will bring all the people under me out. The conditions are very simple. The energy medicine is mine, and the rest of the supplies, no matter how you divide them." After finishing speaking, Wang Yu nodded at his subordinates, and a group of young people immediately took out their guns. There were actually hundreds of rifles. Although the style was very old, the deterrent effect was undoubtedly revealed. Let's discuss this first. Qiao Xianwen said awkwardly. Wang Yu waved her hand and said loudly, "What else do you need to discuss? Listen to our military advisor." Our military advisor is a pedantic celestial being. In the words of the Three Kingdoms, it means planning a strategy and winning 1,000 miles away. Everything depends on him. Qiao Xianwen inadvertently looked at Qi Lingshan, who was on the side. Qi Lingshan nodded slightly. Qiao Xianwen understood the meaning, and said, "Since Brother Wang is going to be the leader, I have no objection. Then Brother Wang will be the master. Come on, I won't fight for the boss." Wang Yu is even more proud at this time. Qiao Xianwen has already regressed. Doesn't that mean that he is the real person in charge? Wang Yu stood up and patted Wang Xiao's shoulder, and said in a low voice, "Mr. Wang, I invite you to give a wartime speech now." If Wang Xiao were to go to the battlefield, he might piss his pants on the spot, but now he needs to make a pre-war speech, then it's time for him to perform. It's nothing more than making up nonsense, as long as everyone can unite temporarily. Well, as for whether what you said is true or not, you don't need to care about it. Brothers, listen to me. I am the master of the Tulong Gang. Now, what we need to do is to resist Shen Feng, a traitor, so we must unite. Do you know why Shen Feng, a bastard, changed the name of Lezhao? Do people here forget the past? Of course not. Shen Feng is trying to confuse people. If it is still called Lezhao, then I don't know how many people missed the good life in the past, but the change of Lezhao's name to Jianyi means it is obvious. He is saying, this is his chassis. He can change the name of a city, which is naturally a declaration of sovereignty. Standing on the stage, Wang Xiao said loudly. Qiao Xianwen walked to Qi Lingshan's side, grabbed his arm, and pulled it towards the window twice. The meaning was obvious. It's not suitable to stay here for a long time, and retreat quickly. Unexpectedly, Qi Lingshan stood where he was, frowning and listening to Wang Xiao's speech. Qiao Xianwen asked in a low voice, "Brother, you won't be bewitched, will you?" Qiao Xianwen couldn't imagine that Qi Lingshan, who has always been quick-witted, would be so serious, and even listen carefully to the enemy's speech. Qi Lingshan explained in a low voice, "There are some things that only the enemy can see clearly, so I am going to listen more. If you are afraid of death, you should go first." At this time, Qi Lingshan suddenly figured out why Shen Feng had to change the name of Lezhao. If he hadn't changed the name, many people at the bottom would miss their old life and always wanted to restore it. But after changing the name, this is different, which shows that Lezhao has changed, and as the person who changed the name, Shen Feng is the boss. A simple name change, but it implies a huge hint, and most people really can't see it. Okay, let me stay with you, so we can take care of each other. Qiao Xianwen is convinced. What is the enemy's speech worth listening to? Wang Xiao became more and more excited as he spoke at this time, and his expression gradually became exaggerated. Speaking of which, most of us are from Yuzhao, but please think carefully, whether it is Jiangyang or Yuzhao, the city lord's mansion. Where are the people from? Advise him that they are from Jiangyang. Why? Isn't it because these people were the first to follow Shen? We came late, our jobs were taken away, and the city that belongs to us also, it was robbed, don't you think? Yes. Everyone was mobilized. The fact is that, as Wang Xiao said, there are more people in Yuzhao than Jiangyang, but Shen Feng's cronies are all Jiangyang's old team. Which is not fair at all. Wang Xiao continued to bewitch. Not only that, the city lord's mansion does not have our place, but we Yuzhao people do the work. Think about it, Yuzhao has the most people in farming and building walls. If this continues, only people in Jiangyang are only working from Yuzhao people. This is discrimination. Listen to me, we must resist and fight for a better future for our children and grandchildren. Don't you think so? Yes. The crowd echoed loudly. If Wang Xiao just blamed Shen Feng blindly, everyone would not have any reaction. After all, they are all used to it. But now Wang Xiao has shifted the conflict and pointed directly at the issue of resource allocation, which immediately aroused the displeasure of many people, especially most of the people present were from Yuzhao. We are fellow villagers. We should be united. Wang Xiao slowly came down from the stage. Wang Yu quickly went up to meet him, gave a thumbs up, and said, "Sir, you hit the nail on the head, but just a few words. It's amazing to mobilize everyone's emotions." "I can't say that." Wang Xiao smiled awkwardly. He was also talking nonsense, but unexpectedly discovered that this group of people cared about their geographical affiliation. Even though the distance between the two places was half a day, they had to distinguish where they were from. Opportunities provoke regional conflicts and directly arouse the anger in everyone's hearts. Although Wang Xiao is not a very smart guy, as the saying goes, the best of the three cobblers is Huge Liang. Wang Xiao often observes, and indeed found a problem, that is, Shen Feng's cronies are basically his old team in Luxiao. Although the latter can pass the exam and enter the city lord's mansion, their power is obviously not good enough. Once regional conflicts arise, they cannot be easily resolved. Now, a group of desperados believe Wang Xiao's words and want to regain their own power. It can be said that their mentality has changed. Before, they wanted to become stronger, but now these people have the idea of replacing them. Wang Yu saw the timing and stood on the stage and shouted loudly, "Brothers, in order to get back what belongs to us, we must work hard. If I become the city lord, I will definitely not treat you badly, okay?" Cheers sounded like a tide, and countless people waved their weapons, as if victory was coming at this time. Wang Yu didn't care about being exposed, so she called everyone and walked towards the east of the city. The loaded trucks were parked in the east block of the city. There used to be a park here, but no one managed it. Gradually, it became a vegetable garden, and an empty area became a parking lot. The street was very quiet, without any noisy voices. Wang Yu raised her hand and found that it was already 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. In this time period, except for college students who stayed up late, basically no one would be awake. The moon is dark and the wind is high, even God is helping me. Wang Yu was overjoyed. Since the neighborhood is so quiet, the city lord's mansion must have no defenses, just in time to snatch supplies. Wang Yu's breathing also gradually became heavy, and he also dreamed of becoming a supernatural person one day. As long as he can become a supernatural person, he will really be able to soar into the sky. When I become a supernatural person, I will really become a master. I want the people below to look up to me honestly. If anyone dares to be disobedient, I will kill him directly. I will become a great big shot already. Wang Yu thought to herself. Qilingshan and Qiao Xianwan were slowly retreating in the crowd. Although they were always moving forward, they sometimes lowered their heads to tie their shoelaces, and sometimes stood together to discuss issues. The speed was extremely slow, and finally the two fell behind at the back. There is a distance of more than 100 meters from Wang Yu's group at the front. After a while, when the gunshot rang out, I hid in the corner and pretended to be dead, with a white cloth tied on my arm. Qilingshan handed a piece of white cloth to Qiao Xianwan. Although he didn't say it clearly, Qiao Xianwan quickly understood that as long as a white cloth is tied on the arm, so the army will not shoot casually when they see the white cloth and know that it is one of their own. Chapter 287 Demon Reappearance. More than 3,000 people gathered on Wang Yu's side, and they marched towards the east of the city. Along the way, in order to grab the supernatural potion, these people even started trotting, just to see the supernatural potion. Earlier seeing this scene, Chu Qiaoyan and Chang Jianyi quickly jumped onto the roof and quietly followed the group of people. In fact, Chang Jianyi had already mobilized soldiers to come to support. At that time, Yang Cheng happened to be leading 1,000 people to fight in a small town 40 kilometers north of Jiangyang. As a result, he heard about Chang Jianyi's plan. Bringing people to Jiangyang in secret, with 1,000 soldiers in hand, Chang Jianyi is not worried about combat effectiveness. What she is most worried about now is that there will be fish that slip through the net. Although there are as many as 3,000 enemies, when it comes to real combat power, it cannot be offset by numbers. If there is a fish that slipped through the net, Chang Jianyi and Chu Qiaoyan, two supernatural beings together, can fight at a critical moment, and the fish that slipped through the net must not be let go. Wang Yu and his men quickly approached the truck in the parking lot under the cover of night. He knew which car the supernatural potion was on, so he rushed towards this car with his men, and the rest of the forces, large and small, all come rushing over. Don't look at how united they were just now, but in fact they are all planning to snatch the supernatural potion after they succeed. Some gang members noticed something was wrong. Why was such an important material not guarded? Can't see a single soldier. The soldier who noticed something was wrong stood quietly behind, not being dazzled by the benefits. After Wang Yu led the people to the fifth truck, he immediately wanted to open the door, but he vaguely saw white writing on the door. Thinking of this, Wang Yu was a little uneasy, and quickly said to his subordinates, "Bring the lighter, let me see what is written on the car door." His subordinates immediately delivered a lighter, and after Wang Yu lit the lighter, he read out one by one from the chalk letters on the door, "The lunatic died under this car." A look of contempt appeared on Wang Yu's face, and she said disdainfully, Do you want to stop us by cursing? How naive, you don't leave soldiers guarding here, but write curses on the car door. There's something wrong, Wang. You didn't understand the meaning on the car door, but Wang Xiao felt terrified at this moment. He thought of a person, one of the protagonists who surrounded Wei and rescued Zhao, a guy named Pang Wan. Didn't he encounter this incident? Pang Wan died under this tree. It is said that this is what Pang Wan saw before he died. After Pang Wan raised the torch, arrows were fired from all around him, and he was ambushed. There was cold sweat dripping down Wang Xiao's forehead, and his breathing gradually became short of breath. He stretched out his hand to touch the sweat on his forehead, and he knew that he was ambushed. Wang Yu desperately began to smash the car door. He wanted to go in to find the supernatural potion, but Wang Xiao realized something was wrong at this time, and instead slowly backed away. At this moment, a red signal flare was launched into the air, and the lights near the parking lot were instantly lit up. A huge searchlight was directed at the parking lot, and countless lights were aimed at more than 3,000 people in an instant. Soldiers quickly rushed from the nearby buildings. He rushed out and blocked all the surrounding traffic arteries. Chang Jianyi saw this scene on the top of the building. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and said, "Now, the mouse has got into the cage, and the plan is a perfect success." Chu Chaoi inside, sat on the fence, and said, "It's really boring. Such a stupid enemy needs us to deal with it with great fanfare. It's really a sledgehammer." Chu Chaoyan has been fighting with Shen Feng all the time, so naturally he can't see such a small number of enemies. Before hitting any county town, hundreds of thousands of zombies rushed out, but at this time, the enemy is only 3,000 people. The weapons in it are not very good, and she doesn't even care about the scale of today's battles. Chang Jianyi said calmly, "The lion fights the rabbit with all his strength." Chang Jianyi also knew very well that although the battle hadn't started yet, the battle was already over. They were just a bunch of hooligans, and the weapons in their hands were so poor that it was impossible to compare with the army that had already fought many times. After Yang Chang surrounded the parking lot with his men, he nodded to a soldier beside him, and the soldier immediately stepped forward with a loudspeaker and shouted loudly, "Listen, people in front, put down your weapons and surrender. We promise not to kill you. Kill, but if anyone dares to resist, then don't blame us for doing it." The people in the parking lot heard the shouts and were illuminated by the searchlights in all directions. They were so frightened that their legs limp at the time. They looked ambitious before, but now that they were surrounded and threatened, they immediately revealed their true colors. Scared is still scared. Wang Yu turned her head and wanted to find the master to ask what to do now, but she couldn't find it. She immediately became ruthless, gritted her teeth and shouted, "Brothers, hold on. When I drink the supernatural potion and become a supernatural person, we victory." Wang Yu picked up the crowbar and smashed open the back door of the truck, rushed into the interior of the truck, found a combination box among a pile of specimens, broke open the combination box desperately, and found 2 tubes of supernatural potions inside. At this time, a group of desperados were not afraid of death, and all rushed towards the passage, but when the soldiers saw the movements of these people, they immediately opened fire, and the hot bullets were fired continuously, and the bullets hit the arm, breaking the arm, hit the thigh. The thigh also has holes one by one. Some people don't believe in evil and want to break out. They don't believe in the condition of not killing them. You must know that Yazhao has killed thousands of people, and many of the remaining people will either be assigned to mines or fined. In the future, they will be taken to the fields forcibly, just like prisoners. If they are caught, it will be no different from death. Therefore, hundreds of people began to break through the passages in all directions, trying to find a bloody way with the weapons in their hands, but these people couldn't even hold a gun in their hands. It was wishful thinking to break through the blockade of the soldiers. The bullets kept firing, and everyone who rushed to the intersection fell down one by one. If it was a dead person, it was okay to say that it was all over, but the surviving people were constantly struggling on the ground, crying and shouting, roared, "Help me, save me, my leg is broken, save me, take me away, my intestine is broken, I want to connect him, I surrender, I want to surrender." After the bullet hits the human body, it has a cavity effect, that is to say, after hitting the human body, it will not only cause penetrating damage, but also there will be airflow around the bullet to tear the wound, so after the bullet hits the head will explode like a watermelon. This is the cavity effect. The patients who hadn't died screamed hoarsely and wanted to ask others to save them, but how could anyone save them at this moment? The soldiers watched coldly, unmoved at all. If it is a recruit, Seeing the tragic scene on the ground, there will still be a lot of touch in the heart, but these soldiers have experienced the Yanjing defense battle, and they can fight calmly in the face of a huge crowd of corpses. Now facing the cries of a group of people, there was no emotional fluctuation. Wang Yu heard the cries coming from outside the car in the carriage. With a sneer on her face, she said, "A bunch of idiots, how could it be so easy to rush out from here? Let's look at me." After finishing speaking, Wang Yu picked up a tube of light green supernatural potion and downed it in one gulp. Googling, Wang Yu drank the supernatural potion decisively, smacked her lips, and said in confusion, "It's strange, it's not a legendary supernatural potion. Does the potion have no taste? How is this sweet? There is also a faint apple smell." Wang Yu felt that something was wrong. If he really fell into a trap, wouldn't it mean that these supernatural potions were also fake? Gududu. Wang Yu picked up another tube of potion and drank it. After carefully tasting it, she finally confirmed that it was not some supernatural potion at all, but an apple-flavored drink. "Damn, a bunch of shameless people, I'm going to fight you." Wang Yu crazily smashed the surrounding objects, and many specimens were smashed to pieces. Wang Yu has gone crazy now. He was throwing things around at random, but his subordinates rushed into the carriage, and said anxiously, "Boss, hundreds of people died outside. What should we do now? Are we going to surrender?" Surrender. Wang Yu became furious on the spot when he heard the question from his subordinates. He drew out his pistol and shot his subordinates in the chest. Bang! The bullet hit his subordinate, and he fell to the ground slowly, with blood continuously flowing out. "If we surrender, will they let us go? You are shaking the morale of the army by saying such things now. You should die. Even if I die, I will not be caught by the people of the city lord's mansion." Wang Yu said coldly. Wang Yu just wants to resist to the end now. He has heard about the incident in the prison. Among them is a man named Ren Jing. The speed of healing is very fast, so he has been in prison for survival and death, and was raised like a livestock. Wang Yu's skin got goosebumps just hearing about this solution. Wang Yu took the minions under his command and began to organize the defense line. The soldiers under him all held earthen guns in their hands. In terms of firepower, the Dragon Slayer gang is the most powerful gang among all the gangs. He led people to guard the parking lot. All around, guns were set up, and it was difficult for the army to charge forward for a while. Yang Chang needs to reduce the casualties as much as possible. After all, the soldiers under his hands were cultivated with great difficulty. There were no casualties when they fought against zombies worth it. Wang Yu left the truck compartment, and the men who were killed by him died very quickly, with blood continuously flowing out. There are many specimens stored in this truck. In addition to the specimens, there are also some unremarkable things placed here, included is the plant heart that Shen Feng brought back from Fish Town. Fresh blood flowed on the plant's heart, and the withered plant's heart immediately began to shrink. The blood gradually seeped into the plant's heart, and the plant's heart suddenly beat. A heavy and powerful heartbeat appeared in the carriage. A rhizome suddenly grew from the heart of the plant, and the slender rhizome stretched out to the corpse on the ground, and after getting into the wound, it began to absorb blood. The heart of the plant, the beating is getting faster and faster. Finally, the thick bark on the plant's heart split open, revealing a vertical eye. Wang Yu and his subordinates have already formed a defense line, and he is shouting loudly, "Brothers, hold on, we will definitely break through. If we are caught, it will be a dead end. Brothers, we will definitely be able to break through." Found an opportunity. Under the desperate battle of Wang Yu and others, the people in the parking lot really united for a while. No one wanted to be caught. In order to survive, they had to fight on. Yang Chang was very annoyed at this group of people's stubborn resistance, turned his head and shouted behind him, "Go get the bazooka, give this group of people a shell. I want to see if they will continue to resist." Yang Chang originally wanted to take down this group of people without bloodshed, but a group of desperados resisted stubbornly, which was equivalent to increasing his workload. So, Yang Chang doesn't care anymore. "If you want to fight to the end, then I'll give you a big baby and see if you can eat it." A soldier rushed up to a nearby building with a rocket launcher, squatted halfway, and pointed the muzzle at a group of people in the parking lot. "Now, it depends on my performance," the soldier carrying the bazooka said to himself. However, at this moment, there was a huge explosion among the crowd in the parking lot. Boom! The flames suddenly appeared, and the explosion sounded earth-shattering. Everyone in Jiangyang heard the explosion, and many people who were sleeping soundly were awakened. They all looked at the surrounding environment in amazement. How could there be an explosion? Could it be a war? Is it okay? Chapter 288 I Want to Surrender. When Yang Chang saw the explosion above the parking lot, he immediately clapped his hands and said with a smile, "It's really accurate, it's amazing, this shell hit the crowd, and now this group of people is already in chaos." Yang Chang had already seen it from a distance. When there was an explosion among the crowd, the group of people in the parking lot all fled in all directions. However, at this moment, the soldier on the top of the building yelled bitterly, "Minister, I didn't do it." Yang Chang frowned, and said in doubt, "You didn't do it? Could it be that these people accidentally blew up the fuel tank? This is not good, the professor's specimens are probably going to be burned." In fact, the explosion above the parking lot was indeed caused by the explosion of the gas tank, but not by the gang members. Countless rhizomes and vines suddenly grew in the truck. The rhizomes found the ground and took root. After the vines entangled the humans, they immediately dragged into the truck compartment. The group of people were all terrified. There will be such a situation. Why is there such a horrible thing in the compartment? Everyone was running in all directions, but the speed of their escape was far less than the speed of the growth of the vines. Countless vines crawled on the ground, grabbed the hands and feet of the humans and moved towards the direction of the carriage. In this case, there were soldiers. He hid under the truck, but the vines on the car didn't want to let him go. Countless vines stretched into the bottom of the car, but accidentally leaked the fuel tank, and a stray bullet hit the ground and sparked. As a result, the fuel tank of a truck exploded, countless people fell in a pool of blood, and the crowd became even more chaotic. While vines and roots were also trying to stay away from the explosion area, a tree grew slowly on the ground, and there were many air holes on the tree, which actually released white mist into the air. The white mist gathered around the big tree and began to block the sight. In just a few minutes, the whole parking lot was covered in white mist. Yang Chang saw the scene from a distance, and was stunned at the time. He didn't expect to see this scene again. Back then, everyone was trapped in the mist of U-Town, and there were heavy casualties at that time. If Shen Feng hadn't started in time evolution, then the enemies in the mist are completely impossible to deal with. The only weakness of this mutant plant is that it is afraid of the sun. Hurry up and hold the intersection. No one is allowed to pass, and no one is allowed to approach the parking lot. Yang Chang quickly issued an order. He already had a stress response, and now he watched the mutated plants appear in Jiangyang. The casualties when the fish town appeared. Fortunately, the tree man has not appeared yet, and there will be no invulnerable monsters. Not only Yang Chang saw the scene in the parking lot, but Chu Qiaoan almost fell off the railing on the roof not far away. She widened her eyes, looked at the mist in the distance, and murmured, "How did this thing live? Did it die after being exposed to the sun? Why did it appear again?" Chang Jianyi asked suspiciously, "What are you talking about? What are those fogs?" Chu Qiaoan explained, "This is the danger we encountered in Yuzhan. Do you remember that you couldn't contact us before? That is, you were trapped in the mist by this thing. At that time, Shen Feng also almost died in the mutated plant hand, but Shen Feng had already killed it at that time." Chang Jianyi looked at the parking lot in surprise. At this time, countless people were still running, but few people could break out of the fog. Finally, someone rushed to the soldiers at the intersection, shouting loudly, "We surrender, we surrender." What Yang Chang failed to do with 1,000 soldiers is now done by mutated plants. If the bullet hits the body, at least he can still see it, but if he is taken away by the vines, he doesn't even know how to face him. For what kind of monster? Many people in the mist were screaming loudly, and these screams disappeared soon. "We want to surrender, don't stop us," a group of people cried and approached the army's defense line. At this moment, they only hated themselves for losing 2 legs. There were too many people rushing over, and the soldiers immediately opened fire, because these people still had weapons in their hands. Whether it was a sword or a gun, these were sharp weapons that could kill people. It was impossible to accept them directly just because they shouted surrender. If these people feigned surrender, wouldn't it be a big loss? A large row of people rushed to the intersection, fell down on the spot, and the trend of running for their lives stopped immediately. A group of desperados stood where they were, kneeling on the ground and begging for surrender. Yang Chang made people shout, "Throw away the weapon and walk over on your knees. Whoever dares to resist will be shot." A large group of people threw away their weapons in a hurry and walked forward one after another. Those who were close to the intersection were all tied up, and no one resisted, because the only way to continue to resist was to be killed. Qi Lingshan led Qiao Xianwen slowly approaching an intersection, waving the white towel in his hand as he approached, and shouted loudly, "Brothers, I'm an undercover agent, don't shoot, I'm on my own." Qiao Xianwen was also shouting loudly, "I am also my own, don't shoot, I have made meritorious service for the city lord, and I have bleed for the city's mainstream." Qiao Xianwen's arm was scratched by a stray bullet, and the blood was bleeding profusely. The white towel had been dyed red, and now he was in urgent need of treatment. After the two appeared at the intersection, the rest of the gang members cursed one after another. Now they understood why they were ambushed. It turned out that there were two traitors in the crowd. If they were not tied up now, they would like to cut them into pieces among them. Qiao Xianwen's subordinates are the most angry. "Boss, you betrayed us and didn't take us with you. Isn't that betraying us? Why sell us all? We can also be undercover agents." Qiao Xianwen hid among the soldiers with lingering fear. He was almost caught by vines just now. If he was caught, he would be eaten by monsters. Fortunately, he escaped successfully. Now it seems that the mission is completed. I can finally join the city lord's mansion. Chu Qiaoyan on the roof said to Chang Jianyi, "At this time, hurry up and invite Shen Feng to blow away the fog. We will win by the day, otherwise, let these mutated plants go. If it continues to grow, we will definitely suffer heavy losses." Chu Qiaoyan, as a person who directly fights the plant hard in Yuzhen, knows how to deal with this thing. He can kill it with guns, but he must find the enemy's position. Now if he wants to win, he can only let Shen Feng come to support. When Chang Jianyi heard this, she shook her head slightly, and refused. "No, this time I am on a mission. If I ask Shen Feng to help in the middle, it will make me look useless. I disagree. I absolutely disagree." Hearing this, Chu Qiaoyan felt speechless immediately, and couldn't help but said, "You are already very prestigious now. Others won't underestimate you because of this matter. Besides, isn't the gang of desperados already caught? Your mission is complete." It wasn't that Chu Qiaoyan was timid, but she had seen the horror of the tree people with her own eyes. No matter whether it was a knife, gun or bullet, they couldn't kill the tree people, and only shells could kill the tree people. If this is really a fight with mutated plants, it will definitely not be cheap. Chang Jianyi still shook her head lightly, and she began to ponder at this moment, why are these mutated plants afraid of the sun? Why do they hide in the mist? After much deliberation, Chang Jianyi thought of the reason. "I see, it must be ultraviolet light. In places with strong ultraviolet rays, skin cancer is prone to occur, because ultraviolet rays can cause protein denaturation and can easily induce cancer. The principle of ultraviolet rays can be sterilized is similar. The ultraviolet rays in the sun do have an effect on many bacteria." Chang Jianyi took out the walkie-talkie and gave an order to Li Xiang, "Hurry up and find the ultraviolet light. It will be useful for the battle here in Dongcheng district. Do it right away, and I will find enough ultraviolet light for me within an hour." When Li Xiang heard this order, he was stunned. He wondered if he had heard something wrong. Why did he need to look for ultraviolet lamps? He actually needed to use ultraviolet lamps during the battle. He didn't listen at all. Said, however, since this is the order of the deputy city lord, Li Xiang can only follow it. Kang Curry can't find the ultraviolet lamp at all. Who would hoard this thing if they have nothing to do? Li Xiang scratched his head in anxiety at home, walking up and down the living room, thinking all the time. At this moment, one of Li Xiang's daughter-in-law couldn't stand it anymore and asked, "What are you doing? What are you looking for?" Li Xiang looked up and saw that it was Qiaowei who was talking, and sighed suddenly. "The deputy city lord asked me to find an ultraviolet lamp, saying that I need to use it for combat, but where is the ultraviolet lamp? It's too late to produce as soon as possible now." Qiaowei thought about it carefully, and said, "Then you might as well go to the cafeteria. Many cafeterias have ultraviolet lamps installed for disinfection. Can't these lamps be used after removing them?" Li Xiang slapped his thigh immediately, and said excitedly, "Yes, why did I forget about this? I have seen the ant in the cafeteria disinfected." At this time, Li Xiang found the direction to work hard, and immediately started to act. He summoned many people from the city lord's mansion, went to various cafeterias in the city to find the ultraviolet lamps, dismantled them, and then sent them to the front line. But if you can't complete the task, then something will definitely happen. Chang Jianyi found Yang Chang and explained their thoughts. Later, Let someone enter the mist with an ultraviolet lamp to test a lethality first. If it doesn't work, I can only ask Shen Feng to come over, but if the UV light works, then let us solve the situation here by ourselves." Chang was very obedient, and led his people into the mist with a makeshift ultraviolet lamp. The ultraviolet lamp was made temporarily, and after it was connected to the power supply, it could be held in hand to emit light. Chang whispered to the people around him, "Be smarter later. If you find that the ultraviolet lamp is not working, then all of you will walk out with your mouth shut. As long as you don't make a sound, then we won't be caught. Do you understand?" Many soldiers under Chang joined later, so they did not participate in the battle in Yazhan. In order to avoid unnecessary casualties, Chang could only tell the weakness of this mutated plant when everyone found the vines and roots crisscrossing in the mist. They immediately took out the ultraviolet lamp and started to illuminate the vines, and rhizomes that were irradiated immediately withered, and the vines that were originally full shriveled in an instant, and when they were stepped on, the vines immediately broke, which had completely lost their vitality. Chang breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that it is indeed useful. Everything has its weakness. The weakness of this mutated plant is ultraviolet light. Chang led the people to keep walking forward with ultraviolet lamps. Along the way, they saw many bloodstains on the ground, which were left by those gang members, and almost none of the many corpses were seen. Captured by vines soon, Chang led his people to the central area of the white mist, where there was a huge tree, which was constantly releasing the white mist, and the originally dim moonlight was blocked outside the white mist. If it weren't for everyone's body with a UV lamp, the mist is completely dark. Hundreds of people shone ultraviolet lamps on the big tree, and the big tree began to wither immediately. The originally thick trunk shriveled to the extent visible to the naked eye. The fog was no longer released from the air holes, and the tree died. Full of confidence, Chang shouted to his subordinates, "Everyone search separately to find the mutated plants. Remember, the core part of the mutated plants is something that looks like a heart, and it can still beat." Everyone dispersed quickly, looking for the heart of the plant in the mist. During this period, countless vines swept towards the soldiers, but they only needed to raise the ultraviolet lamp in their hands to resist the attack of the vines, and all the vines withered. Can no longer attack. However, at this moment, a shrill voice came from a compartment, "I want to surrender, I want to surrender." There are countless vines protruding from this carriage, and there is still blood dripping slowly in the carriage. Everyone was surprised and surrounded the carriage, holding ultraviolet lamps and rifles in their hands. If they found anything abnormal, they would shoot. Chapter 289 Plants Afraid of Death. Chang led a group of soldiers to surround one of the carriages, but the rear door was relatively narrow and it was not easy to rush in, so everyone waited around the carriage. No, a strange voice came from inside the car, "I want to surrender, I want to surrender." This strange sound doesn't seem to be made by humans, because the sound is really thin, like the sound made by rotten iron plates sliding, and when it reaches people's ears, it immediately makes people's scalp tingle. A soldier asked in a low voice, "Minister, what should we do next? I don't know if there's anyone in the carriage." Chang curled his mouth, shrugged and said, "It doesn't matter if there are people, even if there are people alive, they are just vicious people, and there is no need to rescue them. Go find some gasoline and set it on fire, to save troubles from being left behind." The soldiers obeyed the order and immediately went to look for gasoline. Hearing the sound from inside the carriage, Chang felt a sense of fear in his heart. He was actually very unwilling to admit that the sound came from the heart of the plant, but he also I have seen eyes on the heart of a plant before, but now that I think about it, it is not strange to have a mouth. When the big tree withered, the white mist no longer appeared, and the mist slowly dissipated when the breeze blew. At this time, Chang had already surrounded a carriage with people, and some soldiers poured gasoline on the ground, waiting for Chang with one order: everyone will light the fire and burn the heart of the plants in the carriage to death. However, at this moment, Chang Jianyi rushed over and said, "Don't be in a hurry, let's see the true face of this monster first." Chang suddenly felt a headache, and helplessly explained to Chang Jianyi, "Deputy City Lord, it's not that I don't want you to see it, but this thing is really fierce. I think the City Lord was directly pierced by a wooden thorn at the beginning. Boundary, pierced through the chest, almost died. Even the enchantment of the City Lord can't stop this kind of attack, so there is no need for us to take risks." Chang Jianyi quickly said, "I didn't say this to satisfy my curiosity, I also did it for the future of Yeziao." If the sound in the carriage is really from the heart of a plant, it means that it has a certain meaning. If you are wise, you may be able to communicate. Chu Chaoyin was unhappy when he heard this, and said angrily, Chang Jianyi, can you stop making trouble? Do you know how many brothers were killed by this thing in Yu Town? More than 1,000 people. For this the thing should be treated like an enemy. Just burn it directly. Is it possible that you still want to raise it? Chu Chaoyin persuaded Shen Feng to keep the plant heart before, but in fact it was only for experimentation that she might use it. But now when she finds that the plant heart is not dead, she can't help but want revenge. I don't know how many brothers have been killed by this. The mutated plants were captured and absorbed. Many brothers couldn't even find their bones. When they were buried, they could only set up a clothes tomb. The chief culprit who caused everyone's misery. If you don't remove it, how can you comfort the spirits of your comrades in heaven? At this time, Lian Bingwen also stood up. As a person who had experienced it himself, he knew how terrible mutant plants were, so he began to speak out. Deputy City Lord, you don't know the horror of this thing. At the beginning, more than 30 of us were arrested and taken to the underground lair. It was an underground space with a diameter of several kilometers. There were cages hanging from the trees. Zombies are all absorbed as nourishment. What if this thing is given time and it causes harm again? We can't wait until the danger reappears before we think of a solution. Lian Bingwen said earnestly. Chu Chaoyin nodded quickly. Yang Chang also sighed helplessly at this time, and silently raised the lighter in his hand. Almost all the people present disagreed with Chang Jianyi's soft-heartedness, because they were also afraid. If the tree man appeared again, wouldn't it be unstoppable? Do we still have to wait for Shen Feng to blow away the fog again? Chang Jianyi took a deep breath, looked at the soldiers present, and explained seriously, brothers, listen to me, it's not that I don't sympathize with your feelings, I also know that it is dangerous for you to fight outside, and I also know your deep hatred, but we also have to think about living people. Right now we don't have many evolutionary bases, but there are few ways to make evolutionary bases. There is only one way to concentrate evolutionary potions. We can't have too many evolutionary potions. But this plant is different, now. That Chang Jianyi expressed her point of view, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. If we run out of evolutionary agents in the future, we can only use the precious evolutionary agents on very few people. Your children and your family members may never have the opportunity to use the evolutionary agents again. But this plant not the same, it brings changes and opportunities. It can continuously produce evolutionary bases, and we only need to provide it with corpses. In the future, we will have more evolutionary bases. Your family members, children, are all likely to become evolutionaries. Chang Jianyi revealed her real purpose when everyone presented her Chang Jianyi's point of view. They were silent for a while. They all thought about it. It makes sense. If there is no way to mass-produce the evolution agent in the future, wouldn't the family members and children be unable to become evolutionists? It is obviously useless to talk about morality or justice with others, because anger is always the most mainstream emotion, and only interests may be able to dispel anger. Chang Jianyi was trying to persuade these people to understand that it would be more beneficial to keep the mutated plants. I see, Deputy City Lord, I understand what you mean, but this mutated plant is really dangerous, and it's not easy to negotiate. Yang Chang was in a dilemma. He didn't want the Deputy City Lord to take risks. Chang Jianyi nodded and said, I will be careful. Chang Jianyi approached the back door of the carriage, and found dense vines at the back door. These vines had withered under the ultraviolet light, but blocked most of the light. There was still a harsh voice in the carriage. I surrender, I will surrender, Chang Jianyi said in a deep voice, give me the things inside, don't you want to surrender? I accept your surrender. As long as you work honestly in the future, we promise not to hurt you. However, Chang Jianyi's persuasion to surrender was useless, but voices kept coming from inside the carriage. I want to surrender, I want to surrender, Chu Chaoyin muttered, and asked with a frown, why does this thing keep repeating this sentence? Chang Jianyi couldn't figure out why at this time, but Yang Chang thought of one thing, and quickly said, just now, those people who rushed over to surrender were shouting that I want to surrender, so it couldn't be. Yang Chang stopped talking at this point, but the rest of the people understood what he meant, and couldn't help but nodded lightly, with a look of sudden realization on their faces. It makes sense, it must be the monster in the carriage. I learned this sentence when I heard people outside yelling I want to surrender. Chu Chaoyin approached Chang Jianyi and persuaded him, come on, This thing is just a word learned casually. It probably doesn't know what surrender means, so don't beg for peace, Chang. Jianyi didn't want to give up at this moment, so she shouted loudly into the carriage, "If you don't surrender, I'll set someone on fire. I'll only count to 3. If you don't come out, then go to hell." 1. Chang Jianyi shouted loudly, and then took out a lighter, which might ignite the gasoline at any time. There was no reaction in the carriage, just repeating the previous sentence mechanically. It seemed that this sentence was learned temporarily, and the monsters in the carriage did not know what surrender meant. IQ 2. Chang Jianyi clicked and lit the lighter, and her eyes gradually turned cold. Chang Jianyi is not a pure virgin either. She just doesn't want the mutated plants that could have been her help to die in vain. But no matter how good a thing is, if it can't be used by her, she might as well kill it. Finally, Chang Jianyi lost his patience and said lightly, 3. After speaking, Chang Jianyi was ready to light the fire. However, at this time, the vines in the compartment suddenly retracted, and a strange-shaped heart appeared in front of everyone. There was an eye on the heart. With the beating of the heart, this eye was constantly opening and closing. There are 2 pieces of bark on the heart that are constantly vibrating, and the sound of the vibration is, "I want to surrender." Hey, it's so disgusting. Chu Chaoyan saw the plant heart again, and immediately felt disgusted. A heart with organs like eyes and mouths is so weird to the extreme. Unexpectedly, the 2 pieces of bark on the heart of the plant also changed the frequency of the vibration, making a new sound. Hey, how disgusting, Chang. Jianyi couldn't help but patted Chu Chaoyan's shoulder, and said with a smile, "It seems that you have a relationship with this plant. It is learning how to speak from you. Why don't you be its mother, Chu?" Chaoyan shook her shoulders angrily, shook Chu Chaoyan's palm away, and said, "I don't want to see this thing. I wish I could leave sooner, and so do you. Hurry up and deal with this thing before we see it, Chang." Jianyi found a large iron bucket and let the plant heart get into it. The plant heart decisively gave up looking at the vines, and just manipulated a few roots to start walking, and finally walked into the iron bucket. It can be seen that this mutated plants also know how to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. In order to avoid being burned to death, he decisively chose to surrender. Chang Jianyi hurriedly said, "Yang Chang, take this thing to Yeshao tomorrow, hand it over to Shen Feng and Professor Niu, and let them deal with it. If this thing dares to escape, just set it on fire. Did you hear me clearly, Yang?" Chang nodded quickly, expressing that he understood. Chang Jianyi looked at the large number of specimens in the nearby truck, and said in a low voice, "It seems that we will not be able to return to Yeshao until later, this time." In order to make the plan of luring the enemy seem perfect, Li Shuang put all the specimens made by Professor Niu on the truck. Had such an accident. As a result, the specimens that Professor Niu worked so hard to make were ruined, and no one would be able to bear this kind of thing under normal circumstances. No one dares to show face to Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi, except for one type of people, that is scholars, especially a group of professors from the medical school back then. They were genuine teachers of Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi. As an elder, it's normal to put on a face. Shen Feng can't beat and scold these people at will, otherwise he is deceiving the master and destroying the ancestors. Others may not dare to say anything, but they will poke the spine behind their backs. In addition, it is a group of people in the laboratory. When Chang Jianyi recovered Yazhao, he immediately asked Professor Niu to build a laboratory. Many of the experimenters were invited by Professor Niu himself. Don't look at this group. It is a problem for people to have enough food in the apocalypse, but facing Chang Jianyi and Shen Feng, he has a very temper and often puts on a bad face. Perhaps this is the character of the literati. As long as you can give those in power a few bad faces in the public, then the people below will immediately give a high evaluation. If it was Chu Qiaoyan who made the evaluation, there would be only one conclusion, and it was all the fault of Tao Yunming and Li Bai. It was all due to the nonsense of these 2 people, so others followed suit. One person doesn't bend his waist for 5 buckets of rice, and the other person goes out laughing with his head up to the sky. Are we from Penghao? It is really admirable. Fortunately, Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi didn't care about these details, as long as they were not against their own rule, let alone put on a bad face. Even if they insulted themselves all day long, that was acceptable. Chang Jianyi didn't want to face Professor Niu, and in fact he didn't want to be scolded. Although Professor Niu usually has a good temper, when he really got angry, no matter who it was, he would swear at him. Chu Chaoyan wanted to go back to Yazhao. It had been a week since she went out, and she hadn't seen Shen Feng for a long time, and the longing in her heart was getting deeper and deeper. But Chang Jianyi didn't want Xu Chaoyang to go back, and forced her to stay in Jiangyang. She pretended to stabilize Jiangyang's situation, but in fact she just didn't let Shen Feng and Xu Chaoyang live together. Period. Regarding the issue of stuffed animals, Shen Feng can only have a headache. Chapter 290. Professor, you must be honest. The laboratory in Yuzhou is located in the city center. This place is very safe, surrounded by high walls on all sides, and there are soldiers patrolling around with guns. Although the laboratory is very large, there are not many real talents. In particular, there are too few scientific researchers who can conduct research independently. In the past, the staff in the laboratory were at least to the level of a master's degree, but at this time, undergraduates can only make do with it. Who made a zombie outbreak so fast? Many excellent researchers directly became there are zombies, and some people are eaten by zombies. Now it is not so simple to find suitable talents. Although Yuzhou's laboratory is not strong, it has been established anyway, and there is still a lot of research that can be carried out. Many precision instruments in Yuzhou were sent here before, and there are millions of foreign-made instruments, were originally collected by various universities, but now that the universities are gone, all the instruments are naturally concentrated. As the organizer of the Yuzhou laboratory, Professor Niubei is unparalleled, and there is no one who does not know him in the laboratory. Normally, Professor Niu is very kind and doesn't get angry easily. He looks like a good guy, but today when he learned about Jiang Yang, he became violent. He pointed at Shen Feng's nose and started cursing. Even if Shen Feng is the city lord of Yuzhou, and he is still cursing on the one hand, Professor Niu is angry, and on the other hand, Shen Feng was not very likely to get angry over trivial matters, let alone kill people for no reason. That's why Professor Niu made such arrogant accusations. Shen Feng, I thought you were a college student anyway, and you should understand the importance of specimens. I don't know how many studies need specimens. Without these specimens, many subsequent experiments would not be possible. What do you use these specimens for? As an attraction. The enemy's bait is simply nonsense. This is a specimen that I took a group of students to make for more than half a year. It's good now. What is left? There is not a single specimen. You have the nerve to apologize. I really don't know what you think. How precious specimens have been handed over to hooligans. Can they treat them well? Shen Feng couldn't help rebutting at this time, and said in a low voice, actually, the main bait is the supernatural potion and food. The specimens are just to make the plan look more realistic. I didn't expect an accident. You said it so lightly. What about supernatural potions? That's obviously apple-flavored soda. Is such a drink comparable to our specimens? Professor Niu continued to scold at this time. Shen Feng has become a young man who is ignorant, and reckless in Professor Niu's mouth. If he goes on to say, the mud will not stick to the wall. At this time, apart from being honestly scolded, Shen Feng also complained about Jiang Yang's Chang Jianyi in his heart, and said in his heart, Senior sister, why did you let me face the professor's anger alone? You broke. It's a disaster. Jiang Yang won't come if I hide, but I have to face Professor Niu's wrath. Finally, Professor Niu got a little tired from cursing, sighed, and said to Shen Feng earnestly, Shen Feng, from the time you took me in, I always thought you were a young man with great potential. You also developed in this way, but now that you are the lord of Yuzhou City, you should deal with many things seriously, and you can't think about it one by one. Professor Chu should have taught you these things, right? Shen Feng nodded honestly and said, yes, the professor is right. At this moment, Professor Niu thought, since all the specimens have been destroyed, let's forget it, but I need to ask for more funds for the laboratory. So, Professor Niu said generously, Shen Feng, this matter can't be settled like this. How about it, you increase the funding for the laboratory by 50%, and this issue will be exposed. Shen Feng couldn't take it anymore when he heard such a lion's mouth, and said in his heart, you can scold me, but it's not okay to increase the expenses. There's really no money. Nowadays, most of Yuzhou's human and material resources are spent on farming and building the city wall. There is really no extra funds to allocate to the laboratory. Moreover, the laboratory can't produce any results in a short period of time, and the staffing is very basic. Yes, it seems unreasonable to increase the funding under such circumstances. The laboratory still needs to improve its staffing first. Shen Feng rolled his eyes, suddenly remembered something, and asked quickly, Professor, You have to be trustworthy. You are the dean of the laboratory, and you are sure of your words. The bets you have made should be honored, right? When Professor Niu heard this, he immediately became puzzled and asked, "What kind of bet did I make with you? If it is something I promised, I will definitely honor it." Shen Feng immediately took out a small bottle, which contained off-white powder. He held the small bottle and said, "Professor, you said earlier that the zombie virus could not come from meteorites, and that if the virus really came from meteorites, you just eat those materials. I calculated, there are about 40 pages of materials. Later when I was in Yanjing, Li Qi separated the extraterrestrial elements that lead to the evolution of supernatural beings. This is the one in my hand thing. Now, you fulfill your promise." Shen Feng's implication is that Professor Niu's guess is wrong, so he should eat 40 pages of materials. When Professor Niu heard this, he immediately became anxious, and explained seriously, "It can't be said that I am wrong, right? After all, the zombie virus may only be mutated after being affected by the meteorite, and it cannot prove that the virus directly came from the meteorite." Shen Feng argued, "But if there are no meteorites falling from the sky, how can the virus mutate? This is the source, Professor. You have to be trustworthy, Professor." Niu waved his hand and gave up on the funding increase. Said, "Forget it, there is no need to increase the funding. Your kid's memory is really good, you can remember all of this." Shen Feng breathed a sigh of relief seeing that the crisis was finally over. Afterwards, Shen Feng had someone bring up the metal bucket, and asked Professor Niu, "Professor, this mutated plant was already dead before, why did it come back to life? I can't figure it out. Doesn't a plant have a weakness? Can't ultraviolet light kill it?" Professor Niu slowly sat on the seat, stroked the beard on his chin and began to think. After a long time, he asked Shen Feng, "Do you know the 9 Deaths Resurrection Grass?" When Shen Feng heard this, he immediately became amused, and asked curiously, "Professor, you are so old that you like to watch the internet. This kind of name is just a make-up, so maybe you take it seriously, Professor." Professor Niu shook his head gently, and said helplessly, "Forget it, you are not a Chinese medicine student, and it's normal if you don't know. In fact, 9 Deaths Resurrection herb is selaginella, a kind of traditional Chinese medicine. Although it has been dried, it can be used as long as it is dried. If you water it, it will be able to regrow rhizomes and change from a dried state to a fresh state. In fact, it has something to do with the enzymes in its body. I think this mutant plant is very similar to selaginella. It looks like it is already dead, but after touching water, it can be revived, but the weakness also exists." Shen Feng suddenly realized. He remembered that when he went to the bonsai shop, the clerk was selling a bunch of dry selaginella, saying that it would survive if it was planted in the soil. At that time, Shen Feng pointed at the clerk's nose and cursed. Now it seems that I have wrongly blamed the good person, and the clerk is telling the truth. Professor, what should we do with this plant? This thing is still very dangerous. If it accidentally makes it kill people again, wouldn't it be a big deal?" Shen Feng continued to ask regarding this point. Professor Niu had already thought about it, and quickly said to Shen Feng, "You can build an underground building. The ground is all reinforced concrete, so that plants cannot take root, and then put the plant hard in a secret room, allowing only necessary the rhizome pass through and imprison the heart of the plant, so it has the power of life and death, and after that, let the researchers train the mutated plants to produce evolutionary genes. What do you think?" Shen Feng nodded quickly and said, "This idea is very good. I will immediately send someone to build an underground laboratory, and then notify the frontline soldiers to transport the corpses of the zombies, so that we can use mutated plants to produce evolutionary bases." Shen Feng still remembers when Li Qi handed over the production method of evolution base to herself. At that time, Li Qi blushed and looked very cute. Unfortunately, the production method she stole was not very helpful to him. But Shen Feng also remembered Li Qi's heart. Shen Feng finally came to the laboratory, with many questions in his mind, and couldn't help but continue to ask, "Mr. Niu, why can't I fly? It stands to reason that all the magicians of the wind system in the game can fly. Everyone can fly with a sword, but why can't I fly into the sky? Even a 3rd level Zhangju can fly, and I'm already at the 5th level, why can't I fly?" For this question, Professor Niu gave Shen Feng the answer without even thinking. "It's very simple, because you don't have a flying structure, so the wind can't drag you up. Do you understand that?" When Shen Feng heard this, he immediately felt strange, and quickly asked, "Professor, can you fly to the sky only if you grow wings?" "But my brother-in-law, he can fly in the sky without growing wings, all day long." "Just hang out in the sky if you have nothing to do. There is no structure for flying, Professor." Niu explained, "This is because Chang Haoji's ability is a physical ability. The fog is floating in the sky, and it is like a white cloud. He can change it at will, so he can step on the white cloud. But your ability is wind. What is wind? Air flows. Where's the entity?" After hearing this explanation, Shen Feng probably understood a little bit, but he still didn't give up, and continued to ask, "In this case, Professor, is there no way for me to really fly into the sky? To tell you the truth, my speed is faster than I can fly, even faster than ordinary birds, but I just can't fly. I'm not reconciled." Regarding Shen Feng's current problem, Professor Niu really became serious. He began to think carefully and finally gave an answer. "It's not impossible for you to fly. There are two ways. The first is to find a physics student. Professor, to make a paraglider, just use the wind to support the paraglider, and the second thing is to make your body lighter, so that the wind can support you to the sky, so that you can fly." Afterwards, Professor Nia seriously explained to Shen Feng why birds can easily fly into the sky. That's because birds are the lightest animals of the same size. In order to fly, birds discard everything they can. Even bones are hollow. This kind of body is extremely light, so it can fly directly into the sky. Therefore, if Shen Feng wants to fly into the sky, there are only two ways to go. Either make a paraglider and use external forces to fly into the sky, or change himself to become a body suitable for flying, lose weight, and become a streamlined body. It is possible to fly to the sky. Shen Feng heard Professor Niu's explanation, and the doubts in his heart quickly disappeared. Science and technology are always the primary productive forces. Advised Shen Feng accordingly. Professor Niu was also very puzzled at this time, and said to himself, "It's strange to say, since it is a meteorite from outer space, why do the elements in it produce supernatural powers? Moreover, how do these extraterrestrial elements enter the human body? Is it the carrier of the zombie virus?" Shen Feng bid farewell to Professor Niu and went to the School of Physics to look for Professor Yu. This professor used to teach aerodynamics, and generally instructs the manufacture of airplanes. But now, Shen Feng hopes that he can make a paraglider that suits him. "It's completely overkill." Professor Yu shrugged his shoulders. He accepted the mission. Even if it was something as simple as a paraglider, it was still a mission, right? If he behaved better, he might get more food stamp rewards, enough to support himself and his wife. After the end came, Professor Yu's son turned into a zombie and was finally wiped out, and he could only live with his wife. Professor Yu saw it. The world is always so cruel. He thought he could be considered a successful person, but now reality gave him a hard punch. Tell him, the happiness you thought was actually don't belong to you. Therefore, Professor Yu has no idea other than supporting himself and his wife at this time. Even if he received Shen Feng's task, he only thought it was work. Completing the work in supporting himself and his wife was enough. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291, Judging the Enemy. This year's rainy season is 2 months earlier than previous years. Usually, warm and humid air blows from the Pacific Ocean in midsummer. However, this year's spring has not yet ended, and the rainy season has arrived earlier. It can be said that everyone has just planted the seeds for a month or so, and soon after the crops have grown, the rain has already arrived. This abnormal weather phenomenon has attracted countless people's attention. The early rain may cause drought and flood. What should we do? Originally, today is the end. Zombies are everywhere, and now the zombies have not been solved, and natural disasters are about to come. Under such circumstances, no one can bear such a toss, but these concerns are far away from Shen Feng in the mountain city and Chang Jianyi in Jiangyang. Historically, floods over the years have mostly occurred in the eastern and southern regions. What Shen Feng needs to pay attention to is mudslides. If there is no mudslide, then everything will be fine. Shen Feng is busy beheading. The soldiers on the front line are fighting, and Shen Feng is in charge of guarding Yazhao. The gang members caught a month ago have been interrogated. The group went to Jiangyang to participate in the interrogation, and took Lin Yu with them. By the way, today's Zhang Zixi, no matter how young she is, No one dares to underestimate her. After all, her abilities are specially used for judging. The reason why Lin Yu went to Zhang Yang was because he had found the murderer of Fu Yang. This was already the result of Zhang Zixie's interrogation. He took advantage of the chaos to loot. At that time, the defense forces were all dealing with zombies, so that they were unable to take care of the people in the city, so Wang Yu led people to succeed. Lin Yu can often see Fu Ya's face when he is dreaming. He can't forget this classmate who has been with him for several months in the apocalypse. This is his first love. From the time when zombies appeared in the classroom, Lin Yu, Jiu and Fu Ai get along day and night. The two go through life and death, and come to Zhang Yang together. Lin Yu originally thought that he and Fu Ya could grow old together until the chaos was over. On the day when the world was peaceful, he and Fu Ya would have children and grandchildren. He would make money to support the family, and Fu Ya would be a husband and a teacher. The two walked into the grave together. Not even death could separate them. However, on a sudden night, Fu Ya died in the hands of a group of bastards, and this group of people wanted to snatch property and form a gang in the future. Just for this, Wang Yu killed Fu Ya and took away their hard work accumulated food in the prison. Lin Yu saw Wang Yu being tied up. At this time, Wang Yu's face was still full of disdain. I ask you, what is the reason why you killed Fu Ya? Your answer will cause me to take revenge quickly. Answer honestly, and I will give you a happy ending. If you dare to talk nonsense, then don't blame me for killing people with blunt knives. Already. Lin Yu asked with red eyes. Wang Yu showed a look of disgust on his face, and he cursed angrily. You are a falcon and dog. You are just a soft bone. You are obviously from Yazhou, but you are willing to give your life to outsiders. I have nothing to say. Anyway, I am too. He died fighting Shen Feng's brutal rule. At this time, what Wang Yu said was high-sounding and seemed to be quite reasonable. In the interrogation room, Chang Jianyi and Chu Qiaoyan were also watching here. When they heard Wang Yu's words, they immediately became angry. If they hadn't given Lin Yu some face, they would have decisively killed Wang Yu now. Opening and shutting up in order to resist tyranny is actually looking for excuses. Lin Yu continued to ask with red eyes. You kept saying that you were against the city lord, so what did you do? You formed a so-called gang, and the targets of exploitation were not the same. You opened a casino to rob the common people of their money, kidnapped women and forced them to picking up customers, even catching children and training them as thieves. You are the heinous crime. At this time, do you distinguish between locals and outsiders? Wang Yu sneered at this moment, closed her eyes, and didn't want to talk to Lin Yu anymore. Lin Yu was annoyed in his heart. He could see that Wang Yu didn't put other people's lives in his eyes at all. Whether it was murder, arson, or stealing, it was all for his own benefit. As for excuses, as long as he wanted to find them, he would just everywhere. Lin Yu turned to look at Chang Jianyi, and said in a deep voice, Vice City Master, please hand over Wang Yu to me. This is my enemy. I want him to pay the price he deserves. Chang Jianyi nodded, and said lightly, no problem, I'll leave it to you, but I don't want him to live for too long in the future. Chang Jianyi directly agreed to Lin Yu's request. Lin Yu took refuge in him before because he wanted revenge. Now it is normal for him to realize his purpose. Lin Yu took Wang Yu out of the prison and went to the hill outside Jiangyang City, where Fu Ya's ashes were buried. There were many new graves on the hill, many of which had no tombstones. Lin Yu cut off Wang Yu's tendons and hamstrings, cut off his tongue and placed it in front of Fu Ya's grave, and finally tied Wang Yu to a dead tree. On the tree, with blood flowing from his mouth, he opened his mouth to yell, but there was a wow 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 in his mouth, and he couldn't make out what he was saying. In many film and television dramas, the plot of biting the tongue and committing suicide always appears, which seems reasonable, but the fact is not like this at all. Unless the person is dying of pain, otherwise, he will not die of excessive blood loss at all. Even if the tongue is lost, it can still survive. Lin Yu knelt in front of Fu Ya's grave guiltily, and took out a bottle of wine from his bosom. It was made from corn and was very spicy. While drinking, he was pouring out his troubles. Little Yan, I'm going to avenge you, but I don't know what else to do in the future. Now, Lin Yu is about to be able to avenge her revenge, but the person she loves will never be seen again, and the impression of her in her mind is gradually disappearing. Perhaps, time can really change people. One day, Lin Yu will forget Fu Ya, but Lin Yu was at a loss right now, and didn't know what to do. Before staying with Fu Ya, even if life was dangerous, at least he knew the direction of his efforts. But now that there is no external threat, he has lost his goal. What should be done in the future? Lin Yu has been talking in front of his lover's grave, drinking wine while talking, unconsciously getting drunk, lying on the nearby weeds. Tears can't stop flowing. Now, only him is left in the world, facing this dangerous world by himself. Lin Yu's confusion and discomfort burst out before he knew it. Lin Yu fell asleep on the hill outside the city. In his dream, he could get anything. It would be best if he never had to wake up from the dream. When Lin Yu woke up, it was already evening. He was woken up by a lot of noise. He opened his eyes and saw that 5 or 6 people were rescuing the topaz tied to the tree. Seeing this scene, Lin Yu became angry at the time, and shouted, "What are you doing? Who told you to untie it?" Lin Yu rushed forward, bursting out with a powerful force, and scattered all the people who were untying the rope. He is also an evolutionary man. Whether it is strength or speed, ordinary people cannot compare, and these people are ordinary people. Of course not Lin Yu's opponent. After the group of people were dispersed, they immediately moaned and covered the place where they were beaten, and said aggrievedly, "This man is so pitiful. We also want to save him. You see, he is going to be sunburned to death." Lin Yu glanced at Wang Yu tied to the tree, and said coldly, "How do you feel now? Do you want me to kill you with a knife? It's a good idea. I want to watch you die in the sun." At this time, Lin Yu took out a short knife from his arms, stabbed it into the ground, and said to several passers-by, "This is not a good man or woman. He is a murderer. He killed my wife. I am now taking revenge. This matter has nothing to do with you. You guys hurry up." Lin Yu's purpose is very simple, that is to stun the murderer Wang Yu to death, right in front of his lover's grave. If it was to kill Wang Yu, he could do it with one knife, but it was too cheap for him. This evil guy should not only suffer such a little pain, but should let him suffer enough pain before he died, until he died. Therefore, Lin Yu chose to use the sun to execute the punishment, making Wang Yu gradually lack of water. Watching his life gradually go by, he could see his end, but he couldn't change anything. He also cut off Wang Yu's tongue, so that he could not speak anything, and could only scream "Abba." I believe that if Fu Ya's spirit in the sky can see this scene, she will also be gratified. For the most vicious people, torturing them slowly is the most suitable method. It is too cheap to kill them with a single knife. After hearing what Lin Yu said, the 6 passers-by felt very cruel. One of the benevolent middle-aged men came forward with a prayer bead and persuaded him, "Little brother, you are still young and should not fall into endless hatred. The Buddha said that the sea of suffering is boundless, and you should turn back to the shore. You should not do this." As soon as Lin Yu heard this, he stepped forward and kicked the man holding the Buddhist beads to the ground, and then said coldly, "You have to pretend to be a good person, right? Then come up and have a try. See me how to solve you. What does Lao Tzu's hatred have to do with you? Are you here to explain to a wicked person?" Buddhism also has Vajra's glaring eyes. Bodhisattva's eyebrows are lowered. You can't stand it anymore. The middle-aged man was caught off guard and was kicked to the ground. He couldn't help but say, "I'm doing this for your own good. You shouldn't be blinded by hatred at such a young age. There is still a long way to go. If you kill someone, then there is no turning back." Lin Yu was too lazy to talk nonsense, so he pulled out the short knife on the ground, pointed it at the middle-aged man, and suddenly swung the knife out. Immediately, all the round Buddha beads fell to the ground and rolled everywhere. If Lin Yu wanted to kill someone at this time, the middle-aged man in front of him would have already been killed. When the middle-aged man saw the flash of the knife, he closed his eyes in fright, and shouted that the hero should spare his life. When the middle-aged man opened his eyes, he realized that he was not injured at all, but the Buddhist bead chain in his hand had been cut off. "Get out of here right away. I don't want to talk nonsense." Lin Yu had nothing to say to these abusive people, and he didn't want to argue right now, so he directly threatened them to leave. Okay, let's leave immediately." A group of people nodded repeatedly, and now they can see that Lin Yu is not easy to provoke. He obviously looks like he is 17 or 18 years old, but he has such a temper. The 6 immediately went down the mountain and continued to move towards Luoxiao. They discussed as they walked. The leader was Dong Zhao. He was the leader of the 6-member team. "The locals here are really rude. Aren't they just trying to persuade you? They even beat me up when they came up, and so did you. Instead of helping me fight, you actually stood aside and watched." The other 5 people quickly said, "It's not that we don't help. Judging from the skill of this person just now, he is definitely an evolutionary. We are all ordinary people. How can we beat this? HMPH, you guys are all cowards. and I don't know how you came here with me. Could it be because of connections? Dong Zhao was very dissatisfied. The five of them quickly said, how could we come through the back door? We also came to visit Luz Hao with brother Dong. It should be called Jiang Yang now, and we have the strength of Yuz Hao. Everything is for business. How could we be pregnant? Have an axe to grind, Dong. Zhao sighed helplessly at this time, and said, for the sake of our wine city, we can only ask for help. Rongcheng has not been rescued for a long time, and the zombies are growing day by day. If you don't ask for help, you won't be able to hold on. Already, Dong. Zhao and his group are from Wine City, located on the banks of the Yangtze River, in the upper reaches of Jiangyang, with a profound wine culture, and the purpose of their coming to Jiangyang is to seek support, and they have spent more than half a year in the apocalypse. Time is running out, but the rescue has never come. For the sake of survival, now I can only ask for help downstream. I heard that the Steel City upstream has received Jiangyang's support, and finally regained the city. The wine city on my side is farther away from Jiangyang. It should be more convenient to ask for help. However, when Dong Zhao entered Jiangyang, he was shocked because he saw a human figure hanging on the street lamp beside him. If he looked carefully, he would find that it was a person. Some bodies have been hung on the street lamps for a long time, all the muscles are dry, and they are still floating in the wind, but some bodies have just been hung up, and the blood on the clothes is red. Looking at a row of street lights in Jiangyang City, almost all of them were hung with dead bodies. At first glance, I thought it was a nightmare. What the hell is this place? Dong Zhao was completely stunned. Why is this place like a hell on earth? Chapter 292 Learn to kick the ball. Dong Zhao registered when he entered the city and explained his purpose of coming, but after Chang Jianyi received the notice, he was not in a hurry to meet this guest from the wine city, Yibin, and instead started to discuss with Chu Chaoyan. Do you want to agree to someone else's request for help? Chu Chaoyan said clearly. According to my grandfather's plan, the next battle is to recover the entire territory of Yuzhou jurisdiction. If it can connect to Zhengyang, the train will be able to open. Wine City has not been recovered now, so leave him alone. Chu Chaoyan's thinking is very realistic. Since his plan is to get the whole territory of Yuzhou to develop eastward, he doesn't need to pay attention to the help from the upper reaches of the Yangtze River. Altogether, there are only 400,000 people in Jiacheng. Let them fight by themselves, that's fine. But Chang Jianyi expressed a different opinion. She took out a map, pointed to the wine city and said, this is the only way for Sichuan province and Yunnan province. If Yunnan province wants to go north, it must pass through here. Sichuan province, it is also necessary to go south through here, and it is stuck between Steel City and Yuzhou, and the geographical location is also very important. What Chang Jianyi is most worried about now is that the people in Jiacheng will get stuck between Yuzhou and Steel City to make troubles. Yuzhou has no coal distribution, and it happens that there is coal in the upper reaches of Steel City. Steel City recovered for almost 2 months. He is also planning to sell coal downstream. If the people in Jiacheng get stuck in the middle and make trouble, won't it disrupt his plan? Chang Jianyi didn't expect that at this time, people from Jiacheng would come to ask for help. It was really unexpected to come to ask for help at such a critical moment right now. The plains to the west of Yuzhou have been recovered, the farmland is also in progress, and the army is developing eastward, preparing to take down the cities in the mountains in the east. There is no time to manage the upper reaches of the Yangtze River. As a result, there is a sudden trouble now. I can only say that things came a little too suddenly. Chu Chaoyan frowned and said, these people who came to ask for help are just non-governmental organizations in Jiacheng. How can they have the courage to intercept the boats on the river? In my opinion, don't bother, just concentrate on developing our own power. Chang Jianyi nodded when she heard this, and felt that what Chu Chaoyan said was reasonable. The most important thing right now is to take down the entire territory of Yuzhou. Besides, after the recovery of the western area of Yuzhou, the population is also skyrocketing. If you don't hurry up to farm the fields, won't you not even be able to support the people in the area under your jurisdiction? Chang Jianyi roughly calculated that the population in the jurisdiction reached 1.5 million. There are so many people waiting to be fed, but there is very little food in Yuzhou warehouse curry. If there is a food crisis, Chang Jianyi will go out temporarily. Charge cooked crops are the only way to do it. With such a large population, there must be no problems. Then, let's inform Shen Feng and Professor Chu about this matter. Let them make a decision, and hope they have a good solution. Chang Jianyi nodded and said Chang Jianyi called Shen Feng to inform Shen Feng about it, and after Shen Feng heard about it, he immediately discussed it with Professor Chu. Professor Chu put forward a different view, that is to go to Rongcheng. When Shen Feng heard Professor Chu say such a solution, he was immediately confused. He didn't understand what Professor Chu meant. Why did he go to Rongcheng? What does this have to do with Rongcheng? Professor, I don't understand what this means, please explain. Shen Feng asked honestly. Professor Chu said, it's very simple. This matter seems to be a matter between you and the non-governmental organizations in Jiacheng, but in fact, Jiacheng is still under the jurisdiction of Rongcheng. No matter what action you take, you have to ask Rongcheng for instructions. If Rongcheng refuses you to support Jiacheng, you have a reason to refuse, and it is impossible for Jiacheng to hold grudges against you, but if Rongcheng agrees to your support, they cannot express nothing at all. After all, Jiacheng is nominally following Rongcheng of. Hearing such an explanation, Shen Feng suddenly realized that this is politics. If you get trouble, you can kick it at the feet of others, so that you don't have to face trouble. As for how other people manage the ball, it's not something I need to consider. Professor Chu suggested to Shen Feng, you don't have to go to Rongcheng, just let Chang Jianyi go. It's the same when she comes forward. Besides, didn't they catch a guy named Wang Zhao in Zhengyang? Rongcheng incited the people to cause chaos and sent them to Rongcheng for trial, which is also a gesture of favor. Shen Feng missed his parents very much, and wanted to meet them in person, but after thinking about it carefully, Chang Jianyi hadn't met his parents yet, so this time he could only let Chang Jianyi go. Recently, Shen Feng has been learning how to use a paraglider. Don't look at Shen Feng, who has always wanted to fly, but when he really stood on the mountain and jumped down, he couldn't help but close his eyes. It took a lot of days to get used to it flying in the sky. If there is a downward trend, Shen Feng only needs to use Dongfang Haolang, then he can hold up the paraglider immediately. Shen Feng once stood on Zhang Ju's back and didn't feel scary because he believed that Zhang Ju could fly, but after Shen Feng mastered the paraglider himself, he was at a loss. Shen Feng jumped down from the top of the building, grabbed the crossbar of the paraglider, and flew west. After half an hour, he arrived at Jiangyang. Shen Feng is specialized in delivering news, and at the same time testing his ability to fly in the sky. The experiment was successful, and Shen Feng could fly in the sky for a long time with the help of a paraglider. When Chang Jianyi heard the news that he was about to go to Rongcheng, a smile appeared on his face. He took out the small mirror and began to dress up, and said in his mouth, what kind of dress does Earl like? Is gentleness a little bit or a little more cheerful? What kind of gift should I bring, Chang? Jianyi wanted to meet Shen Feng's parents a long time ago. After all, she is now Shen Feng's wife, but she hasn't even held her wedding. Apart from getting a bracelet from Shen Feng's mother, she has nothing to admit. No, it seemed that Chang Jianyi's identity as a genuine wife was false. Seeing Chang Jianyi's proud look, Chu Qiaoyan couldn't help frowning immediately, and said, I want to see the second elder too. Shen Feng coughed, and said seriously, Zhao Yan, the teacher misses you a lot too. He is not in good health. You should go back and take care of him. You have seen him before, so you don't need to go there again, Chu. Qiaoyan looked at Shen Feng in confusion, but found that Shen Feng kept winking, and Chu Qiaoyan immediately understood that this is an opportunity to be with Shen Feng, and only when Chang Jianyi is away can he be with Shen Feng. Get along with Shen Feng, that's right. I also want to take care of Grandpa, he is not in good health. Chu Qiaoyan changed his words quickly. From the corner of Chang Jianyi's eyes, he had already noticed that the two of them were flirting, and couldn't help being a little angry. It's fine for you two to be behind my back, but at this moment, you're still winking and saying code words in front of me, aren't you? Treat me like air. Chang Jianyi put away the small mirror and makeup box, and said with a smile, Professor Chu, you need to worry about it, take care of it. As for Zhao Yan, I'll take it to Rongcheng together. By the way, I just don't know her. The road to your house is just right for Qiaoyan to take me, how about it? Shen Feng didn't dare to object, and looked at Chu Qiaoyan. Chu Qiaoyan lowered her head guiltily, yes, Chang. Jianyi then took more than 20 evolutionaries with him, bound Wang Zhao and headed towards Rongcheng. Chu Qiaoyan couldn't resist Chang Jianyi's decision, so he could only follow Chang Jianyi to Rongcheng. Honestly, after Wang Zhao was tied up, he kept struggling. His face was full of fear, If his mouth was not blocked by socks, otherwise he would be begging for mercy now. When he was fighting against mutant plants before, he was lucky not dead, but captured when he was under interrogation. Wang Xiao started his old business, which was nonsense. He hoped to lie, as long as his crimes were infinitely reduced, then he might only need to serve in the military, and he would take advantage of the chaos when he was working. Isn't it nice to run away? But Wang Xiao didn't know that Zhang Zixi's supernatural ability is for lie detection. When he was lying, Zhang Zixi directly exposed his lie. There is no truth in this guy's mouth. Beat me hard, Wang Xiao has been telling lies for more than 10 years in his life. He has always been deceiving people, and he often succeeds. So when he deceived people again, he thought it would be exactly the same as usual. But at this moment, Wang Xiao was seen through by Zhang Zixi. Lies were told, and he was beaten severely right after that, and had to tell the whole truth. The people who learned the truth of the matter were very angry. They didn't expect that Wang Xiao would drive the mob to commit crimes for his own self-interest. Such a person should be cut to death. But now Chang Jianyi brought this bastard back to Rongcheng and handed him over to the people of Rongcheng for trial. This can be regarded as an appropriate way to deal with it, and it can also show favor to Rongcheng. Shen Feng had contacted General Zi in Rongcheng in advance. When the general heard about Shen Feng's purpose, he immediately welcomed him. He also said that to strengthen the trade between the two sides, it would be best to open a train from Rongcheng to Yeziao. The reason, or the population of Rongcheng is too large, and the food is not enough. If we can get the food produced in Yeziao, it will bring great benefits. After Chang Jianyi left Zhang Yang's territory, he saw many people who were planting seeds. Last year, the battle in Rongcheng cleaned up most of the zombies in the basin. As a result, Rongcheng became the rear area again. Paddy fields are all planted with rice, and some places missed sowing, so they had to plant a large amount of corn and potatoes, which are easy to grow. The road that was still congested before has been cleared out now. Looking at the scenery outside the window, Chu Chaoyan felt a big difference. Before I went to Rongcheng with Shen Feng, we would encounter obstacles every few minutes on the road. Moreover, there are no human habitation in the places I pass by. It is different now. People can be seen everywhere, and the road is also very quiet. While driving, Chang Jianyi said to Chu Chaoyan in the co-pilot, "Look carefully. All the people we saw were working. It was so cruel that it destroyed almost everything." Chu Chaoyan took a closer look and found that this was indeed the case. Large machinery and personnel could often be seen in the fields, but except for the people in the fields, no one else could see them. Chang Jianyi and Chu Chaoyan stopped the car and asked a woman who was working, "Mom, how is life now?" Speaking of this, the woman immediately burst into tears, and said in pain, "If it is about life, you can still get by. At least as long as you have strength, you can always support yourself, but my husband and son are dead. I am alone. People live and don't know what to do. Auntie, you, sorrow and change." Chang Jianyi never thought that his accidental inquiry would cause the other party's sadness at this time. Chu Chaoyan continued to ask, "Then the fields you plant now belong to yourself, or to the public?" Of course it belongs to the public, but we also have wages. If we farm the land ourselves, it won't work. It won't work. The aunt said helplessly. "Why not? Is it not allowed?" Chu Chaoyan continued to ask. The aunt quickly shook her head, and said seriously, "No, no. If you farm the land yourself, the government doesn't care, but in the mountains, there are often mutated wild boars coming down the mountain, and there are also mutated mice and rabbits that harass the crops. There is nothing left, but to cultivate land for the public, and it is finally a guaranteed harvest in drought and flood." Chu Chaoyan understood, nodded, and finally understood the reason. This is a risk issue. If it was a peaceful time, it would be best to farm the land by yourself, but now it is a chaotic world, the world is not stable, and the zombies have not been solved yet. However, mutant beasts appeared instead, and survival was the most important thing. After thinking about this, Chu Chaoyan also understood what kind of environment people in the world live in. Chu Chaoyan took out a notebook and wrote on it, "There are no large-scale zombies around Rongcheng, but many people can only struggle with food and clothing. The root cause is that it is not safe. If the zombies and mutant beasts disappear, if everything is clean, then the world will naturally change for the better. In the final analysis, it is still the impact of last year's meteorite." Chapter 293. The beauty is already a wife. Spring in Rongcheng is very prosperous, a thriving scene. There are countless people working in the fields or in the factory, And now there are two kinds of jobs to support a family. One is to eat public meals, whether it is a civil servant or a public institution. Follow the gang, there is always nothing wrong. The other is to enter the factory or go to the farm. Compared with a year ago, the population of Rongcheng has dropped by half. In fact, this is the result of the population of the whole province being overwhelmed. Within the entire province, only the plains have regained cities and towns, and the Qinghai Tibet Plateau in the northwest is still unable to take care of it. There are people who work hard to get rich, and naturally there are people who are lazy and idle. In places that cannot be seen in Rongcheng, there are many women doing skin and meat business, and some men are doing stealthy things. This kind of thing is not publicized, but it seems that it has been. Everyone acquiesced. The reason is simple. In troubled times, survival is the most important thing. For a bite of food, dignity is nothing. If you don't want to work hard or sell your brains, then lie down and let others enjoy it. Perhaps, until the day when the world is peaceful, life will return to the way it was before. Looking at the scenery of Rongcheng, Chu Chaoyan felt that it was almost the same as before. Everyone was busy, and there was basically no worry about the danger of life. Although the work was hard, there was no need to worry about the threat of zombies and mutant beasts. It is a kind of luck at that time. Chu Chaoyan also knew that there were still many cities that had not been recovered, and countless zombies were entrenched in the cities. It was not easy for people in these cities to survive. Finding a bottle of mineral water or expired bread, it can be regarded as the Chinese New Year. I don't know how long it will take to return to the original standard of living. Chu Chaoyan muttered softly. Chang Jianyi heard Chu Chaoyan muttering, but did not answer, but took Wang Zhao and a group of bodyguards straight to the command center in Rongcheng, and finally saw the kind-hearted Zibatting in a conference room. There were smiles all over the table, and they said, "Miss Chang and Miss Chu, I have been waiting for a long time. Thank you for catching the liar who harmed Rongcheng. We will have a public trial in a few days and execute this guy in public, General." Z had an easygoing smile on his face, and he looked very kind, but he carried a dignified aura with every move he made. No one would dare to underestimate this smiling man. After all, he was Rongcheng, especially in the current era of militarized management. His words are the highest standard of Rongcheng. Chang Jianyi quickly returned the gift. Thanks to the general's attention, I will come to return the prisoner on behalf of Yeziao. In addition, there is also a discussion about the wine city. The survivor base of the wine city came to Yeziao to ask for help, but the wine city does not belong Yeziao's jurisdiction. How to deal with it depends on the meaning of Rongcheng's side, General. Zi frowned when he heard this, and said helplessly after sitting down, "Actually, the troops in Rongcheng are not enough. There are mutated wild boars coming down the Qinling Mountains in the north. They will eat crops and hurt people. The monkeys on Mount Emei are also mutating, stealing granaries everywhere. There are mutated mice and mutated rabbits infesting the entire basin, and rabbit holes can be seen everywhere on the mountain. Rongcheng really has no troops to support Jicheng. By the way, what do you think?" At this time, General Z kicked the ball back without making a fuss. On the surface, he was asking Chang Jianyi for his opinion, but it was equivalent to handing over the trouble to Chang Jianyi. Hearing this, Chang Jianyi could only say helplessly, "We in Yeziao don't have the energy to help the wine city. Right now, the eastern region has not been recovered, and farming is still going on. It can only be done in a short time, but it can't be done. Those who lend a helping hand, I see. This matter still needs to be judged by you, the general." At this time, Chang Jianyi also learned to cry poor. As the saying goes, a baby who can cry has milk. No matter what, just pretend to be poor. General Z nodded, and at this moment he suddenly said to himself, "Speaking of which, the wine city is quite important. One of the major traffic roads between Sichuan province and Yunnan province passes through the wine city. If you ignore it, it's really unreasonable, it's really embarrassing. If only the people in wine city can get some material support." Chang Jianyi was ice smart. After hearing what General Z said, he immediately understood. Isn't this implying that he can sell weapons and evolution potions? Ever since, Chang Jianyi tentatively asked, "Don't worry about Rongcheng. These survivor bases are colluding with each other. Can the provincial capital be out of control, General?" Zi laughed at this moment, and while shaking his head helplessly, he explained, "There is no need to think about this at all. Rather than worrying about the collusion of the survivor base, we first need to see the main contradiction clearly. The most important thing right now is to be able to see clearly. The main enemy is the zombies. If these bases can recover the city by themselves, even if they are temporarily given the right to rule, that would be a good thing. General Z has a long-term vision. He doesn't care if the survivor base occupies the city. What he cares most about is when the zombies can be completely wiped out. Now the army basically fights in the eastern region, because the plains are the most important. As for the western region, many people live in dire straits, and it is best for those below to save themselves. Chang Jianyi nodded, and understood what General Z meant. Yazhao can provide material support to the base in Jiacheng, but the support ends here. Speaking of which, Miss Chang also told Shen Feng when she was going back, when exactly the train will open, it's best to discuss this matter. General Z said this matter suddenly compared with Wine City. General Z cares more about the opening of the train between Rongcheng and Yazhao. As long as the train can be opened, the communication between the two sides will be much easier. It can be said that whether it is materials or personnel, all can be replenished through the train. Chang Jianyi nodded, and said seriously, no problem, I will definitely tell Shen Feng about this when I go back. Don't worry about it. It's rare for you to come to Rongcheng. You can go shopping around in Rongcheng. Speaking of which, Shen Feng's family is also in Rongcheng. You can reunite with your family. General Z said the same thing when he saw the matter. So he invited the two to play in Rongcheng. The meeting ended here. The two parties negotiated smoothly, and the cooperation was still the main focus, and there were no conflicts of interest. Next, Chu Chaoyan took Chang Jianyi to Shen Feng's house, and the more than 20 bodyguards who followed him scattered separately, and they just gathered when they left. There are no zombies and mutated animals around Rongcheng, and there is no dragon pool and tiger den in Rongcheng now, so naturally there is no need for too many bodyguards. Besides, Chang Jianyi and Chu Chaoyan are both supernatural beings, so they have the ability to protect themselves. The two of them were going home to visit relatives, and these bodyguards gave them some gold and silver jewelry and went to eat, drink and have fun on their own. Rongcheng also issued food stamps, which can be exchanged for food stamps with gold and silver jewelry, which is enough for these people to play in Rongcheng. Chu Chaoyan also exchanged many gifts. It is impossible to visit her parents-in-law empty-handed, and she also knew the preferences of the Shen family in advance. She brought a bottle of wine for Shen Feng's father and a bottle of wine for Shen Feng's mother. Put on a set of clothes, and bring a bunch of exquisite cosmetics to Shen Yu. Chang Jianyi watched Chu Chaoyan choose gifts, but she was not in a hurry and just watched silently. You don't choose some presents? Isn't that inappropriate? Chu Chaoyan felt strange. Could it be that Chang Jianyi really wanted to go to Shen Feng's house empty-handed? The old god. Chang Jianyi looked at Chu Chaoyan at ease, folded his hands and smiled. You don't have to worry about this. No matter what gift you give, it can't compare to what I give you. Understand? Chu Chaoyan was full of doubts in her heart. She glanced at Chang Jianyi suspiciously, and walked towards Shen Feng's house with a gift, but when the two arrived at the previous community, they discovered that Shen Feng's parents had moved. Chu Chaoyan scratched her head. She hadn't heard about the move. Chang Jianyi couldn't help frowning, and said to herself, could it be that he was worried that we would come to our door, so he moved overnight? That's not the case. We are not poor relatives, so there is no need to be so wary. I have long heard that city people dislike their relatives in the country exaggeratedly. Every time relatives come to the door, they have to be careful to hide good things, but they can't hide from their own family, right? Chang Jianyi and Chu Chaoyan looked at each other in blank dismay. They were unexpected about the situation at this time. They were supposed to visit their relatives, but they couldn't find anyone. When Chang Jianyi and Chu Chaoyan didn't know where to look for it, a woman's voice came from a distance. Chaoyan, I'm here, come here quickly. Chu Chaoyan heard someone calling her, turned her head and found that it was Shen Yu who was calling her, and quickly waved back. Sister, I'm here. Chu Chaoyan and Chang Jianyi went up to greet them, and Shen Yu explained the reason for the move. Originally, our family would not move on purpose, but Shen Feng became a hero in Yanjing, and the reporters in Rongcheng were all over the place all day long. We were knocking on the door, and sometimes stopped on the road for interviews. We had to move, and it was a recent thing. I didn't have time to inform you, but I heard that you were here today. I guessed that you couldn't find our house, so I came here. I'm looking for you. Chu Chaoyan stepped forward with a smile and held Shen Yu's arm, and said, Sister, you are so smart, you found us so quickly, take us home quickly, I miss my uncle and aunt too. Shen Yu was not in a hurry, looked carefully at Chang Jianyi, and said with a smile, "You are younger siblings. After a year, I finally saw your true face. You are so beautiful, my brother. I am so lucky to have married you." Chang Jianyi stepped forward, very generous, and said with a smile, "Hello sister, I'm Chang Jianyi. I came in a hurry and didn't inform you in time. I'm really sorry. It's a family. Why are you embarrassed? Let's go. I'll let my mother cook, and we will have a reunion dinner." Shen Yu said with a smile, grabbed Chang Jianyi's hand, and walked towards home. Chang Jianyi's heart was warm. It had been a long time since she felt the warmth of family affection, and now Shen Yu's image was really like a sister. The three beauties were walking on the street arm in arm, and immediately attracted the attention of many people. Beauties are always seen by others, especially at this time. Women have no time to dress up, and there are very few beauties that can be seen, not at all. Now there are three at once, which is not easy. Shen Yu's skin is very fair. After all, she has lived in Rongcheng all year round. Rongcheng has more cloudy and rainy weather, and it is located in the basin. The rain is low and the ultraviolet rays are not strong. She also likes to take care of her skin, so her face is very fair and tender. Looking at her sister's skin, Chang Jianyi was very envious at this moment, and said in her heart, "It's a pity that I often travel around, and my skin can't be so good." When the three of them were walking towards the house, Chu Chaoyan suddenly saw a figure on the street in the distance, was startled, rolled his eyes, broke away from Shen Yu's arm, and said, "You guys go first, I'll catch up later, just tell me the address, I have some private matters to deal with." That said, Chu Chaoyan handed the gift in her hand to Shen Yu and Chang Jianyi, and she herself quickly left their side. Both Chang Jianyi and Shen Yu felt strange. What private matters could there be at this time? The reason why Chu Chaoyan left the two of them was because she saw someone whom she hadn't seen for a long time. Yu Rinshu? Chu Chaoyan had heard about the news that Yu Rinshu had joined the Rongcheng laboratory before, and now seeing Yu Rinshu in Rongcheng was nothing, but Chu Chaoyan discovered a change in Yu Rinshu. At this time Yu Rinshu was walking away with a big belly on the way. Beside her, there was a man with a radiant face. Upon closer inspection, he turned out to be Fang Qinghao, who he had met in Yanjing back then. Chu Chaoyan secretly followed the two of them, not daring to get too close, for fear of being discovered, but Chu Chaoyan guessed in her heart, and said in her heart, "Could it be that Yu Rinshu left Shen Feng before because of Fang Qinghao's failure? Really no people, no face, but not heart." Chu Chaoyan remembered when Yu Rinshu was pestering Shen Feng. She really didn't want to be with Shen Feng all the time. She looked desperate, but when she came to Rongcheng, she suddenly left. There is something hidden in it, but at this moment, Chu Chaoyan understands. It turns out that she looks loyal and decent. She has already married a new lover, and now at this moment, she is even pregnant. Chu Chaoyan sighed, shook his head helplessly, and said, "What a couple of dogs. They actually did such a thing behind Shen Feng's back." In Chu Chaoyan's eyes, Yu Rinshu left without saying goodbye, but now she is walking with Fang Qinghao, obviously having a new love, and Fang Qinghao also called Shen Feng brothers and sisters when he was in Yanjing, but secretly he was poaching. This is really dishonest. Chu Chaoyan turned around and left. Now that she saw the current situation clearly, there was no need to follow her any longer. It was good if Yu Rinshu left. She could reduce one rival in love. This was what she asked for. Chu Chaoyan has already decided to keep this matter in her heart, and she can't tell Shen Feng about it, lest Shen Feng will be sad when she hears about it. As for Yu Rinshu, she still has her own life, and no need to blame blindly. After Chu Chaoyan left, Yu Rinshu also returned home accompanied by Fang Qinghao. Fang Qinghao turned around and was about to leave. Yu Rinshu quickly thanked, "I've troubled you to send me off these days. I really don't know how to repay you." Fang Qinghao waved his hand quickly, and said seriously, "You are welcome, you are welcome. This is all voluntary. You are pregnant now, and there is no one at home to help you. If I send you, there will be no young people who dare to fight your idea." Yu Rinshu smiled, with a lonely look on her face, and said calmly, "Actually, you don't need to help me. I am a supernatural being anyway, and no one can hurt me. If you continue to do this, I will worry about you. Reputation will suffer." Fang Qinghao blushed slightly, waved his hands again and again, and said, "It's okay, it's okay. I did it voluntarily. I don't care what others say." Yu Rinshu nodded, and walked upstairs with her big belly. After she returned home, Feng Qinghao reluctantly left. In fact, he wanted to hear Yu Renshu's words go up and sit down. I still have a chance. When Yu Renshu returned home, she immediately saw her mother, who was still doing housework, and said, "Hello, Mom, I'm back from get off work." Hearing her daughter's voice, Jin Mingai turned her head quickly, walked over quickly, helped her daughter to sit down, and said distressedly, "Sit down quickly, you are about to become a mother, you must be careful. Seriously, why don't you just ask for leave and rest at home? Can't you go to work after the baby is born?" Yu Renshu smiled and replied, "It's okay, now the research on the virus has reached a critical moment, I have to keep an eye on it, besides, I am a supernatural being, and my body is not as weak as you think." Seeing her daughter like this, Jin Mingai couldn't help sighing, and her eyes became moist. "I thought you would marry a successful person in the future, and you will have a bright future, but now it seems that you have to support me and the child. It's really hard work." "Is you?" Yu Renshu shook his head helplessly, and said, "It's not as pitiful as you said, I did it voluntarily." Jin Mingai shook her head. She felt a little regretful. It was because she was incompetent and knew nothing, so now that she was old, she needed her daughter to support her. It seems that her daughter stayed in Rongcheng because of herself, and thinking about it, I felt too sorry for her. Suddenly, Jin Mingai thought of something, and said in a low voice, "Actually, Feng Qinghao is pretty good too. Didn't he also get the title of hero in Yanjing before? I think he doesn't dislike you for having a child. You also want to." "Mom, don't talk nonsense, I think about my own affairs." Yu Renshu was displeased. What she dislikes most now is the words of urging marriage, and it's not the only way to get married, and she can support her family. Chapter 294 Salvage Operations at Sea. When Chu Qiaoyan returned to the Shen family, she was the only one left at the dinner table, and Shen Xin also came back from the barracks. This was approved after a special leave of absence. Except for Shen Feng's absence, it can be said that the Shen family had already reunited. This is the first time for Shen Xin and Li Liping to see Chang Jianyi. Although there was video communication before, they always saw Chang Jianyi through the screen. Now, they saw Chang Jianyi at home and learned that this is their daughter-in-law. I am also very happy in my heart. Li Liping and Shen Xin have been asking for warmth, and Chang Jianyi is also very gentle, and can answer the questions of her father-in-law and mother-in-law very well. Chu Qiaoyan, on the other hand, was a little absent-minded, often silent when eating. Li Liping thought she had left Chu Qiaoyan in the cold, so she hurriedly picked up food for Chu Qiaoyan, caring for her while picking up food. "Qiaoyan, you should eat more, it's rare to come home, you can't be hungry, you bought it. There are so many presents at home, I'm sorry to trouble you." Chu Qiaoyan came back to her senses, and quickly responded with a smile. In fact, Chu Qiaoyan wasn't bothered by how much care she had gained between herself and Chang Jianyi. She was actually thinking about Yu Renshu's matter. Although she had already decided not to tell Shen Feng about Yu Renshu's matter, she thought about it carefully now. Thinking, it's not appropriate to hide Shen Feng all the time, so Chu Qiaoyan is hesitating what to do. But she never thought that Chu Qiaoyan's brief silence caused a misunderstanding, and Li Liping would get it wrong, thinking that it was her side who had neglected Chu Qiaoyan at this time. Chang Jianyi also took out a small box from her body, handed it to Shen Xin, and said in a low voice, "Parents, Mom, and sister, this is a gift from Shen Feng and I. Now that the troubled times are coming, don't worry about it. We know when we can resolve the crisis and restore peace. What we can do is to enhance your abilities, so that you can survive the crisis. Here are 3 supernatural potions. You should take them quietly and become supernatural beings. Will always have the ability to resist danger." After speaking, Chang Jianyi was about to open the box. However, at this moment, Shen Yu quickly pressed Chang Jianyi's palm, and then gave his mother a wink. Li Liping understood, and stood up and closed the curtains. The Shen family actually lived in a 1-story house, only 4 floors high, but the family of 3 lived here, and it seemed much more spacious. It seemed that they lived in a noisy environment, but Shen Yu had already discovered that, in fact, Shi-Home has been targeted. Seeing Shen Yu's movements, Chang Jianyi immediately reacted, lowered her voice, and asked, "Are you in danger now? Or follow us to Yazhao, and there will be no danger in Yazhao." Shen Yu said in a low voice, "It's okay, it's just being monitored, as long as you're careful. If you go to Yazhao, it may not be safer than now, because Yazhao actually lacks resources and food, and Rongcheng is actually poor and living standards not bad. Hearing Shen Yu's words, Chu Qiaoyan couldn't help asking, "Sister, what are you insisting on? It may not be a good thing to stay in Rongcheng and follow us to Yazhao. Everything will be fine." Chang Jianyi also nodded, indicating that Chu Qiaoyan was right. Shen Yu shook her head helplessly and didn't answer anything, but Li Ping explained, "This is for safety reasons. Rongcheng is very safe now, even if it is under surveillance, there will be no danger at all. Besides, your sister is still waiting about to marry Xiao Sheng. He is still on mission in the north, and he will probably be back in a few months. If you go to Yazhao, you might forget about getting married." Chang Jianyi sighed helplessly, while Chu Qiaoyan asked, "Then why don't you two go to Yazhao together? Is it okay?" Shen Xin said in a deep voice, "In fact, we also hope that the family will be reunited, but we also need to consider the happiness of the two children. Shen Feng is a boy and is used to living outside. Shen Yu has never left Rongcheng, and we also to take care of her. Let's forget about it, and our family will go to Yazhao if there is a chance in the future." When the topic came to this point, everyone fell silent. Shen Yu didn't plan to go to Jiangyang before because she felt that Rongcheng was dangerous, but now she can't go to Yazhao because of Xiao Sheng. She is waiting for Xiao Sheng to return to Rongcheng time. You can get married. It can only be said that it was a coincidence that Shen Feng found his own happiness in Jiangyang, but Shen Yu could only find happiness by staying in Rongcheng. Is also a kind of helplessness. At the same time, two broad warships also set off from Kaiyongshao Island, crossed the South China Sea and entered the Pacific Ocean. Now, the news that the extraterrestrial elements come from meteorites is still blocked. Except for a limited number of people, most people do not know the source of the outer element, and Yanjing headquarters made a decision immediately after learning that the ability of the supernatural person came from the meteorite. First of all, it was to block the news, especially Li Qi, who successfully separated the outer elements, must not leave Yanjing casually. Jing, the rest of the insiders also need to sign a non-disclosure agreement. Even Shen Feng can't just talk about it. Then, the headquarters took a new action. Since the ability came from the meteorite, the first thing to do was to salvage the meteorite in the sea. If meteorites could be obtained, wouldn't there be as many supernatural beings as they wanted? Just 2 grams of extraterrestrial elements can create a supernatural person, and the meteorite that fell into the Pacific Ocean is 20 meters in diameter. With such a large meteorite, it is not a problem to create an army of supernatural persons. Of course, there are so many countries on the Earth, but there is only one meteorite. In this case, whoever gets the meteorite first will have the greatest power. Because of this, the headquarters secretly sent troops to the Pacific Ocean to salvage meteorites. Whether the meteorite landed in the southern part of the Pacific Ocean or in the deep sea, there are no islands around, and the general distinction is that it is in the southwestern Pacific Ocean basin. There is no land near here, and there were basically no ships before. Driving, it can be said that the most secluded area on the Earth is not an exaggeration. From Kaiyongshao to the South Pacific, across the vast sea, the long journey can only be spent on board, and the northern hemisphere is also about to enter summer now. The arrival of summer means that the climate at sea will change drastically. Maybe the sky will be clear 1 minute before, but it will become cloudy in the next minute, followed by lightning and thunder. Even if it is a huge warship, in front of the storm at sea, it also looks very small. And a week after the warship left Kaiyongshao, the satellite suddenly detected many huge monsters at sea. If it was a whale tens of meters long, the observers would not be so surprised. However, the satellite saw hundreds of meters long whale at sea. The huge monster, and not one. The satellite has been observing the situation on the land before, because zombies are the most direct threat, but at this time, the satellite began to observe the Pacific Ocean, and immediately saw many monsters. The mutated beasts on land, even the longest mutated boa constrictor, are only more than 50 meters long, and even the Dragon King, which often appears in the Yangtze River, is only 70 meters long as observed by survivors. But however, mutant beasts hundreds of meters long can be found in the sea, and sometimes, even giant monsters over 1,000 meters long can be seen. Even dinosaurs are not so big at this time. Someone in the laboratory remembered the words of the Corpse King relayed by Shen Feng. That there are more terrifying monsters in the ocean. Now, finally someone can understand what the Corpse King said before he died. It turns out that there really is such a terrifying monster in the ocean. Its incomparably huge body can be compared to a warship. Some commanders were stunned when they heard the news, and murmured, "Wouldn't it be difficult to resist such a huge monster if it attacked the land?" Fortunately, some researchers gave an answer, which strengthened everyone's confidence. "Don't worry, the bigger the creature, the more impossible it is to leave the ocean, because the bigger their body, the more exaggerated their weight. Once they arrive on land, their own weight will crush them to death, only in the ocean, where the boundless sea supports them, so that they can survive." After hearing this, the commander finally felt relieved. As long as these behemoths can't go ashore, then everything will be fine. However, the commander immediately became worried. Although these monsters in the ocean cannot go ashore, what about the warships in the ocean? What about the soldiers on the warship? If the soldiers encountered these monsters, they might not even have the ability to fight back. Thinking of this, the command staff couldn't sit still, and quickly sent a message from Yanjing to the warship: "Be sure to pay attention to the surrounding waters while driving, and report immediately if there is any danger." The soldiers were also very careful. They turned on the sonar and checked the surrounding sea conditions at any time. Even if an ordinary whale passed by, they must keep track of its whereabouts. The unknown is always the most terrifying. Don't know how to deal with it. In ancient times, both the East and the West were afraid of the ocean. Especially in the West, many maps had monsters painted on them. It was an unknown sea area, so the figure of the monster was chosen. Because the area of the ocean is too vast, 70% of the Earth's surface is covered by the sea, and the land is the rare side, and the number of creatures in the ocean far exceeds that on land. Now all creatures in the world have mutated. If there are no mutated beasts in the ocean, it is unreasonable. It's been almost a year since the zombie outbreak, and people don't pay much attention to the ocean. No one has ever thought about what kind of scene it would be if all the animals in the sea started to mutate at this time. People are horrified to find that the ocean has become strange, and they don't know what the ocean has become in the past year. The soldiers on the warship carefully observed everything around them. They could deal with storms and everything. At most they just shook a bit, but the monsters in the ocean didn't know what they looked like at all. If they were hundreds of meters in size, wouldn't they be bigger than the monsters in Ultraman? As a result, after 10 days of driving, the sonar detected a huge monster approaching in the ocean, so he quickly notified Yanjing, and the soldiers were also preparing to fight. The speed of warships in the ocean is very fast. Although it is not comparable to high-speed rail, it is in the vast sea. Except for birds like swifts, basically no living things can surpass the speed of warships. However, the sonar of one of the warships detected the monster approaching rapidly. It was huge and more than 300 meters long. It was impossible to tell what kind of animal had mutated. The only thing that was certain was that the warship was being targeted by the monster. The distance between the warships was hundreds of meters, and they were driving one after the other. Now that the warships behind found danger, the warships in front wanted to support immediately, and the gun ports on the warships were also open one after another. No matter what kind of monster is in front of you, you have to give it a head-on blow. The speed of the monster underwater was very fast. Even though the warship was sailing at full strength, it still slowly approached the warship from underwater. It was daytime. The soldiers stood on the deck and looked down, and suddenly saw a huge shadow under the water when approaching the warship. The nearby seawater was shaking, the waves were also ups and downs, and the entire sea seemed to be boiling at this time. The monster hadn't shown up yet, but the soldiers were already panicking. No one knew what the underwater monster was, but just looking at its huge body, it was definitely not a good thing. "Launch a torpedo to prevent this monster from approaching," the captain shouted loudly, commanding the soldiers to fight. He looked calm at this moment, but in fact he didn't know the direction of the next battle. The previous combat goal: they are all other warships, but now, they need to face the behemoths in the ocean. It can be said that this is a battle that has never been imagined. Chapter 295: The Strange Sea Territory. A dozen torpedoes were fired from the warship, trying to prevent the monster from approaching. However, after the torpedo was launched, it exploded successfully, but the monster was still advancing. It seemed that these torpedoes failed to cause any damage to it. It couldn't even slow down the monster's approaching speed. The warships in front also turned around to provide support. Although torpedoes cannot be fired casually, the cannons on the warships are not for dry food before setting off. No one thought about the need to face underwater combat. The reason is very simple. Sea combat is mainly to destroy local ships and even aircraft carriers, but underwater combat is not the mainstream, So submarines did not leave the warship as equipped with salvage equipment. As long as the location of the meteorite is determined, salvage operations can be carried out. Even if the depth of the ocean is several thousand meters, it can always be salvaged. However, no one thought that the animals in the ocean would also mutate. Now, it is also preparing to attack warships. Hundreds of torpedoes were launched again, and after hitting the underwater monster, the speed of the monster did slow down a bit, but the monster finally caught up and was hiding under the warship. Suddenly, more than a dozen huge tentacles came out of the water, and the thick suction cups instantly stuck to the outside of the warship. A huge head was also exposed on the surface of the water. The eyes are bigger than a person. If there is anything this monster looks like, it must be a big octopus. Whether it's the long tentacles with suction cups or the shape of this monster, they all look similar to an octopus, and this monster is simply a large octopus magnified hundreds of times. If a large octopus several meters long was found on the internet, it would be very surprising. After all, science has proved that the octopus that appeared in 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea is impossible to exist. The size of an octopus seems to have been limited, and it is impossible to be infinite restricted growth. However, the soldiers could only believe what they saw at this moment. There was a 300-meter-long octopus entangled in the warship. More than a dozen tentacles stick out of the water. Some tentacles are only attached to the warship, and some tentacles start to capture the soldiers on the warship. Some soldiers are caught off guard by the tentacles, and they will immediately grab them and stuff them into their mouths. Seeing this scene, the captain immediately shouted, "Fire quickly, kill this octopus," and all the soldiers on the deck stand back. In fact, when the tentacles stretched out on the deck, the soldiers couldn't help but shoot, and the bullets penetrated into the octopus tentacles instantly, but the octopus didn't care at all. After all, even if the tentacles were broken, they could grow back again. And its tentacles were extremely thick. Even if the bullets got into the tentacles, they couldn't cause too much damage. Instead, the soldiers were caught and stuffed into their mouths one by one. Bullets will also get stuck in the tentacles, and the threat of guns does not seem to be a big deal to the big octopus. The fierce artillery fire hit the octopus. Even if the octopus was huge, it couldn't withstand the violent bombing. Immediately, the tentacles were twitched wildly, and the angry octopus was beating the water surface, causing waves to surge, and the warship in front had already circled when it got to the side. It also fired rounds of shells at the octopus's big head. Boom! The shell precisely hit the octopus's head. It was a flowering bomb, which got into the octopus's head and exploded immediately. Half of the mutated octopus's head was blown off, and the octopus became even more angry. It gripped the firmly attached warship even tighter, and even the propellers were tightly entwined. The tentacles shrank from all directions, as if trying to force the warship drag it underwater. The captain of the warship, who was entangled, hurriedly shouted, "Aim at the head of the octopus and shoot. Kill the octopus quickly." The captain was also panicked at this time. The body of the mutated octopus was slightly larger than that of the warship. It might not be possible to drag the warship down, but once the warship rolls over, it is not so easy to stand up again. It was easy, so I ordered the people below to hit the octopus with artillery fire, hoping to kill the octopus quickly. Octopuses are mollusks, and their brains are small. If the nerve center is not cut off, the octopus will continue to move. But finding an octopus brain inside a gigantic head is no easy feat. In an instant, the two warships aimed at the brain of the octopus and fired. No matter how many tentacles are interrupted, they cannot really hurt the octopus. Now, the only thing that can be done is to hit the brain of the octopus. When the time comes, the octopus will naturally die. The octopus's head was constantly being attacked. Immediately, pieces of meat flew all over the sky, and explosions continued to sound. The octopus was bombarded by powerful firepower. At this time, it was like a candle in the wind. Victory! An octopus actually has 9 brains. The main brain is in the head, and the other 8 sub-brains are on the tentacles. Therefore, the octopus is also called an octopus. In fact, this is a more vivid name, but now the octopus has more than a dozen tentacles, indicating that it also has more than a dozen secondary brains. Seeing that only a small half of the octopus's head was left, the octopus would be able to win by continuing the bombing. As a result, the octopus also became ruthless at this time, and its tentacles extended upwards, exposing the mouth under the tentacles. Some soldiers on the deck could even see the teeth of the octopus. PFFT, a jet of black water sprayed out. This is the octopus's life-saving means. Once in danger, the octopus will immediately spray ink from the ink sac, which can block the enemy's sight. Seeing this scene, the soldiers all breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the octopus has some special skills, but now it seems that the octopus is only Chang Jianyi's skill, the three-handed axe. Without the three sharp axes, there would be no moves. An octopus is always an octopus, and its means are just that. Even if it becomes bigger, it can only spray ink. The soldiers were relieved. It seemed that the octopus's means were nothing more than that the original white warship was now smeared with ink, and it suddenly became ugly, while another warship quickly aimed at the octopus head, preparing to continue the bombing. However, at this moment, something spewed out of the octopus mouth again, and a huge ball of light appeared in the octopus mouth. The surrounding environment suddenly became dark, and countless photons were gathered. The high-energy reaction was detected, and it was inside the octopus mouth. An instrument detected the energy reaction in the octopus mouth, and panicked immediately. This time, what the octopus sprayed out was not ink. The captain was also stunned and didn't know what to do. Now the octopus was tightly entangled on the warship and would not go away at all. Facing the attack of the octopus, it seemed impossible to stop it. Boom! A beam of light as thick as a bucket slammed into the warship, and it seemed that there was only this beam of light left in the whole world. The huge warship was pierced by the beam of light in an instant, and the engine was hit by the beam of light. There was an explosion. Billowing thick smoke rose. The power system of the warship was destroyed, and it could no longer sail. On the side, the warship had been pierced and left a big hole. Soak in water. In the command room, the captain hurriedly shouted to another warship, "Hurry up, don't avenge us, you must complete the task, bring the meteorite back to Yanjing, you must complete the task, now." It is impossible for the warship entangled by the octopus to continue sailing. The power system has been damaged, and seawater is pouring in from the side. If things go on like this, the warship will inevitably sink, and now most of the octopus's head has been smashed by powerful firepower, but the brain was not damaged. At this time, the attacking warship was still alive and kicking, grabbing the soldiers and stuffing them into their mouths, even ignoring the other warship. Right now, some brothers are still being swallowed by monsters, and the soldiers on the remaining warships can't stand it anymore. Countless shells are fired, trying to beat back the octopus to save their companions, but the octopus is not stupid, and wraps 4 or 5 tentacles around its head on the top. While blocking the shells, it continued to eat humans. At this time, Yanjing sent a message via satellite, "Leave the dangerous area quickly. The first task is to salvage the meteorite. Revenge is a must, but not now. When we have enough strength to run across the sea, we will go to the sea. Time, we will kill all the monsters. The superior's order is very important." After hearing the instructions, the captain could only grit his teeth and make a decision. Let's go to the meteorite crash site, and in the future, we will definitely take revenge in person." The intact warship left here, and before leaving, it fired a salute when leaving Kaiyongzhou. Everyone thought it was just an ordinary salvage mission, but now it seems that it is far from the case. The hidden dangers in the sea are not less than those on the land. Even if all the zombies and mutant beasts on the land are killed, these oceans, the monster in the game is still a heartache. Guns can exert unparalleled power on land, but their power in water is very low. When torpedoes can't cause effective damage, ships' combat methods are very scarce. Recalling the fierce attack of the octopus, the soldiers were still very puzzled. Why did the octopus spray out laser light even if the octopus sprayed ink? This is an octopus. It's understandable to grow bigger, but it's just a mutation in the sea. But it's a bit exaggerated to be able to shoot light. The surviving warships quickly passed the battle process to Yanjing. When Yanjing's commanders saw the battle process with their own eyes, they all fell silent. They couldn't imagine that there was such a terrifying existence in the ocean. Even warships, one ship has been destroyed, and the satellites have observed many monsters. These monsters often need to float to the surface to take a breath. Huge monsters appear in the 4 oceans of the world, not only in the Pacific Ocean, but also in the North Pole. There are also huge monsters appearing in the Arctic Ocean, preying on polar bears. Give this information to the people in the laboratory to study, and let them keep it secret, so as not to spread it to cause panic. In short, at present, we can only hope that the remaining warships can salvage the meteorite. When our army of supernatural beings is formed, no matter whatever the monster, you must bow your head and surrender. The headquarters finally made a decision to set the target on the meteorite, and if you get the meteorite, you can get countless supernatural beings. Right now, there is only one way to become a supernatural being, and that is to take supernatural potions. There are hundreds of supernatural beings in the world, and everyone is one in a million, and the combat effectiveness of supernatural beings is beyond doubt. The level is far from what humans can compare, and the limit of evolution is far from being seen. It seems that as long as there are enough evolutionary bases, it can continue to evolve. However, immediately after that, something happened to the remaining warship. After the warship sailed into the sea area where the meteorite fell, it failed to receive any news from the warship for several days. As if the warship had disappeared, the headquarters quickly used satellites to observe the remaining warships from a high altitude, and successfully found the warships in the southwest Pacific Ocean. At this time, the warships were quietly floating in the sea, but the satellites could not contact the warships, and the electromagnetic waves could not be launched to the warships. Unable to send a signal, it would be fine if they lost contact temporarily, but for several days in a row, the warship floated quietly on the sea without any movement, as if there were no living people. So far, the two warships have lost contact, one of which was sunk by the monster, and the other lost all contact, and its actions were completely blocked. 4. Now, let's focus on the zombies. As for the salvage of meteorites, we will talk about it later. In short, it is not that easy. The headquarters made a difficult decision. It is still too difficult to salvage meteorites. There are many giants in the sea. There is a strange magnetic field at the falling point of the meteorite that interferes with the electromagnetic waves. It is not so easy to successfully salvage the meteorite nowadays. There is no point in hiding the news of the meteorite. The headquarters announced the news on its own initiative. The supernatural power came from outside the universe. The meteorite fall a year ago led to the current end of the world. When the major countries in the world heard about the origin of the supernatural power, they all became energetic and began to try their best to salvage the meteorite. However, no matter how many ships went to the crash point of the meteorite, they would eventually lose contact silently. Satellites can see these ships, however, could not be contacted at all. Chapter 296. Floods everywhere. There is a lot of rain in spring, that's all, but when the northern hemisphere enters summer, the real rainy season has arrived. Typhoons usually go around the mainland, because there is an island chain around China, and because of the air pressure, typhoons cannot go deep into the land. This is exactly the opposite of the situation in North America. In North America, typhoons often land, and China claims that God's blessing is not blowing. Even if a typhoon occurs, it only disturbs the coastal provinces. The coastal people are already used to preventing typhoons, and the disasters that typhoons can cause are relatively low. However, this year's climate is particularly abnormal. The typhoon bypassed the island chain, landed from Huainan, and finally penetrated deep into the hinterland and entrenched over Jinxiang. The huge cyclone gathered in Jinxiang, bringing endless abundant water vapor, and heavy rain poured down. The land of Jinxiang was originally a land of fish and rice, and it is also one of the main grain-producing areas in the country. There is also a saying in history that Suhu is cooked, and the world is full. Jinxiang's 9 bens and 18 bens have always been a land of prosperity. Because of the abundant water source, it is very beneficial to plant crops, but when the rain keeps falling, the land of Jinxiang suddenly turns into a flood country, and the drainage system in the city collapses instantly, let alone drainage. The sewers are even pouring sewage upside down, and all low-lying places are flooded. There was a flood, and the zombies didn't know how to take refuge. A large number of zombies were washed away by the flood. The zombies that once ravaged the north and south of Dongting were instantly emptied. Thanks to the existence of the 3 gorges, otherwise, the scale of the flood would be even greater. Once the water level in the upper reaches is too large and washed down, the Yangtze River will burst its embankment and cause even greater disasters. Although Shen Feng is in Yazhou, he was also affected by the typhoon. It would be nice to have 4 or 5 days of sunny days in Yazhou in a month. Otherwise, it would be raining all the time. During this period, Yang Changhe and Guo Pinming led soldiers to recover more than 20 cities, and Zhang Yang and the whole territory of Yazhou have fallen into Shen Feng's hands. Among them, the recovery of Wanzhou was the smoothest. Wanzhou is located on the bank of the Yangtze River and had a large population. After the outbreak of zombies, a survivor group was formed by itself. When Yang Chang and Guo Pinming came to recover Wanzhou with soldiers, here the base immediately came over, and with these people as guides, the progress of eliminating the zombies was greatly accelerated. However, when the zombies were eliminated, they were not thrown into the river, but loaded on a ship and sent to Yazhou. Thanks to the opening of the trains between Yazhou and Rongcheng, Yazhou has been supplemented with gasoline again, so that it is able to transport the corpses of zombies on a large scale. After discussing with Shen Feng, Chang Jianyi, who came back from Rongcheng, felt that the opening of the train would be very beneficial. After discussing with others, they basically agreed with the opening of the train. Therefore, the train between Rongcheng and Yazhou was open soon. The railway has not suffered much damage. Shen Feng got the gasoline, and the shipping was opened in an instant. Many people in Wanzhou have discussed why Yazhou needs zombie corpses. Some people say that they want to make canned zombies, which are edible anyway. Some people use them to make feed for breeding, and zombie meat is impossible to eat. Yes, but animals can be eaten, and humans are fine if they eat animals. Some people are saying that Yazhou wants the corpses of zombies for experiments. Anyway, the people below are guessing about Yazhou's decision. Shen Feng was sitting on the highest floor of the city lord's mansion. He didn't care to correct the documents. He simply walked by the window, watching the continuous rain outside the window. His brows were tightly furrowed. After all, it has been raining in Jinxiang for a month. I don't know how the situation is. Shen Feng thought silently in his heart. The mountains in Yazhou are relatively high, so there is no need to consider the problem of flooding, but the Jinxiang area is different. The Yangtze River is twists and turns. When the weather is good, the products are rich, but once there's a flood, the water cannot be discharged. That is where the flood has passed. It's full of floods, not to mention crops. Even big trees are flooded by. It just so happened that Yazhou was just upstream of Jinxiang. Once something happened to Jinxiang, Yazhou would not be able to survive alone. Shen Feng's worry was not unreasonable, because just as he was thinking, Yanjing called and asked Shen Feng to answer quickly. Shen Feng hurriedly took Chang Jianyi to the liaison room, and Chu Qiaoan also hurriedly asked Grandpa to come and listen together. The heavy rain in Jinxiang has lasted for a month, the flood was raging, and the middle and lower reaches were also affected. At this time, Yanjing must be talking about floods when all the people went to the liaison room and sat down. The Yanjing headquarters explained the current situation. Now, the entire Jinxiang land is flooded, there are dragon kings eating people everywhere, and mutated birds in the sky are also wreaking havoc, and there are many disasters. The headquarters decided to transfer people to the Yazhou area. Shen Feng, please prepare for the follow-up reception. At this time, the tone of the headquarters was very direct, and Shen Feng did not give Shen Feng a chance to refuse at all. Shen Feng looked at Professor Chu, only to see Chu Qiaoan nodded. Shen Feng, the overall situation is the most important thing, especially now when natural disasters strike. Saving people is the most important thing. Professor Chu whispered in Shen Feng's ear. Shen Feng looked at Tu Zuhui and Feng Shichen who were on the side. Tu Zuhui nodded, and said in a low voice, "Food, oil, too." Zuhui is very calm, too calm, because even at this moment, he still considers the issue of interests. He doesn't seem to care about human life at all. In his eyes, only interests are the most important. Feng Shichen also came close to Shen Feng's ear, and said in a low voice, "City Lord, there is still a shortage of many people in the farmland. Let's stay here. Population is very important. Isn't the laboratory also short of talents?" Feng Shichen is not specialized in making decisions, but now he wants to persuade Shen Feng to take in the victims. He is just a writer, and he doesn't understand the interests, but he understands one thing, that is, saving a life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. Shen Feng took a deep breath and made a decision, so he replied to the messenger at the headquarters, "It's okay to take in the victims, but Yazhou lacks food and gasoline, please help. Jinxiang is so vast, and there are tens of millions of people affected by the disaster. If the victims are transferred, at least there will be more than 1 million. In this case, it is impossible to get food support. Shen Feng's food is not enough, and people often go out of the city to dig wild vegetables, whether it is dandelion or mustard greens. As long as you can find them, you are not picky about the taste, and you can eat them. Shen Feng can't help it, the staple food is almost insufficient, and the victims have to be taken in. How is this possible? Unless the headquarters provides food, otherwise, even if they are taken in, they will not be able to support them. The headquarters also answered directly, "The headquarters will not embarrass you. 100,000 tons of rice noodles will be delivered to you via the Yangtze River, and if there is still need in the future, we will also provide support again, and a batch of gasoline will also be sent to you. If you have time, you can go to the middle reaches of the Yangtze River and take a look, and then you will understand what a natural disaster is. The meeting was very simple. When Shen Feng agreed to accept the victims, the meeting was actually over. At this time, Chang Jianyi smiled reluctantly, and said to Shen Feng, "Now we are going to get busy again, don't we cheer up? You are the city lord of Yazhou, don't be so sad." Shen Feng couldn't laugh at all at this time. He was worried about the current situation. "Senior sister, I'm very confused now. Doesn't it mean that the world will be peaceful if the zombies and mutant beasts are eliminated? Now that the zombies have not been killed, the mutant beasts are still there." It was raging, and as a result, floods also appeared, so it's going to be the end of the world, right? Before, Shen Feng felt that the end would end no matter what, because zombies and mutant beasts are animals and can be killed. As long as they can be killed, there will always be a day of peace, but now, it is only the second day of the end. In 2009, floods had already occurred, so it should not be. If it continues, there will be countless disasters, right? Professor Chu coughed twice at this time, patted Shen Feng on the shoulder and said, "Shen Feng, at any time, don't be timid. The road ahead is difficult, you can only move forward. Even if the future is difficult, you must keep going. If you are confused, read more books I gave you." Shen Feng shrugged helplessly, and replied disappointedly, "Teacher, if I can figure out everything by reading a book, then I am not an ordinary person. In fact, I am still in the fog. How to go, then? You go to Zhangyang and have a look. Maybe, if you see this world with your own eyes, you will be able to solve any doubts." Professor Chu said so, and after finishing speaking, he couldn't help coughing violently. Professor Chu's health is deteriorating, especially when it is raining continuously. He often has pain all over his body and cannot sleep. Shen Feng looked at Professor Chu's body that was dying now, and had a bad premonition in his heart. Many times before, Professor Chu was able to give him advice and make appropriate plans, but once Professor Chu left this world, he would still. What can be done? I have no idea. Compared with fear, there is no doubt that confusion is more terrifying for fear. At least one knows what the fear is and can deal with it, but when a person is in a state of confusion, he doesn't know what to do at all. Shen Feng finally made up his mind, let out a breath, turned his head to Chang Jianyi and said, "Senior sister, I'll go to Zhangyang to see the situation there. You take care of Yazhou first, and I'll take a few days at a time. As long as a week, we'll definitely come back." Now that Shen Feng has obtained a paraglider, he can fly at low altitude, so he can indeed go back and forth for a long distance in a short period of time. He is a little confused and doesn't know what to do in the future, so he wants to go to Zhangyang to have a look. Chang Jianyi nodded and said with a smile, "Then you be careful. I will stay in Yazhou and protect everything for you." Chu Chaoyan suddenly took a closer look at Chang Jianyi, walked behind Chang Jianyi, quietly stretched out his hand, and hugged Chang Jianyi from behind. Seeing this scene, Shen Feng was startled, and said in his heart, "Damn, what is Zhao Yan doing? Could it be that she has awakened some serious obsession?" Chang Jianyi was also taken aback by this action. She had watched the anime Citrus Scent. At that time, she saw the two girls on the screen and kept giggling, but now it was her turn to accept it. This kind of action immediately frightened me. "What are you doing? Let go of me, don't hug me." Chang Jianyi said, dissatisfied. A smile suddenly appeared on Chu Qiaowen's face, and he put his arms around Chang Jianyi's waist and said, "I didn't expect that you stayed in the office all day, and you actually gained weight. I can feel the fat." When Chang Jianyi heard this, she immediately became nervous, and immediately broke free from Chu Qiaowen's hands. She didn't expect that this chick, Chu Qiaowen, seemed to be making out, but she was actually trying to measure her waistline. So despicable. "You're talking nonsense. I'm still a slender lady." Chang Jianyi hurriedly embraced her with both hands, and at the same time tried to raise her spirits. In order to maintain a beautiful personality, it was really hard work. Shen Feng went to the roof, took the paraglider and jumped down. At this time, the strong wind blew, dragging Shen Feng up, and the rain fell on the paraglider, making it crackling, and Shen Feng had to support the whole body. Set up the Wind King barrier, otherwise, the body will be wet after flying in the sky. Riding the strong wind, Shen Feng headed towards Zhangyang in the heavy rain. After passing through Wushan Mountain, he passed Wudang Mountain and came to the plain area. Looking down from the sky, he could only see a vast expanse of white land. There are still some sporadic black areas in the vast expanse. Shen Feng knows that these white areas are all water, and those black areas are actually highlands, and these highlands are crowded with people, both adults and children, with nothing on their bodies except clothes. There was nothing left, let alone food, not even a pot. There are also people standing on many trees. In order to avoid being washed away by the flood, these people cling to the branches tightly. Shen Feng slowly fell from the sky, but frightened a group of people on the ground to hide. The mutated bird is here, run quickly, don't get caught. These days, floods are everywhere on the ground. There are parasites and many mutated fish and shrimps in the water. They specialize in eating people. Dangers appear from time to time in the sky. The mutated birds are a huge threat. There are a lot of migratory birds near Yanjing. They died after being bombed, but in many places in the south, mutated birds have been looking for food. Birds such as sparrows don't like to migrate, and they all wander in the south. Catching people or catching zombies to eat. Catching zombies is relatively simple, zombies will not resist, but catching people is much more difficult. Shen Feng fell from the sky, and immediately put away his paraglider. This is a custom-made paraglider, which can be stored quickly after use. Although it weighs dozens of kilograms, this weight is nothing to a supernatural person. Shen Feng had already made a name for himself in Yanjing before, so when he put away his paraglider, someone recognized him quickly and shouted, "It's Lord Fengshen. Lord Fengshen, are you here to save us? Lord Fengshen, help me." Shen Feng landed on the hill, and immediately someone knelt down on the hill, begging for Shen Feng's rescue. Seeing this scene, Shen Feng had mixed feelings in his heart. He actually wanted to tell the truth. He was just looking at the situation, but seeing the look of expectation in these people's eyes, he couldn't say no, so he nodded and said, "Help will come soon, soon." A man in his 30s couldn't help crying. What kind of world is this now? First, zombies cannibalize people, and then mutant beasts are raging everywhere. As a result, my daughter and I depend on each other for life, but half a month ago, she too was swept away by the flood. Shen Feng could only comfort him, "It will get better, it will get better." When will it get better? The man raised his head and asked. Shen Feng was speechless. Chapter 297. Shen Feng's own title was originally Strong Grass in the Wind. He thought this title was quite handsome, but the title is one thing, and the nickname is another. Just like the tiger fighter among Liangshan heroes, there are Wu Song and Li Kui, but the tiger general is Li Zhang, which shows that nicknames are recognized by everyone no matter how handsome the title is. The people below don't care about it. They will give others nicknames according to their own ideas, and they are simple and easy to understand nicknames. The folk name Shen Feng is actually called Fengshen, which is simple and clear, and easy to remember. For Xiao Sheng, people call him Vulcan, and for Jin Ziju, they call him Thunder God. Anyway, it is some kind of supernatural power. Just add the word God after it. When Shen Feng appeared, hundreds of people knelt down to Shen Feng, hoping that Shen Feng could save them. For Shen Feng at this time, Fengshen is not just a matter of title, he seems to have really changed, became a god. Shen Feng was also embarrassed to accept the kneeling of these people. After asking everyone to get up, he managed to kill a lot of fish in the water and gave food to these people. They found a piece of tarpaulin to set up a tent, lit a fire and started roasting fish. After so many days, I can finally eat some decent food while eating fish. Everyone was asking Shen Feng what to do next. To these mortals, Shen Feng could only vaguely say, "Someone will pick you up in the future and send you to Yazhao. You don't have to worry about floods. Then when can you pick us up and leave?" "In a few days, rescuers are on the way." Shen Feng couldn't give these people accurate answers. He could only try his best to comfort them, but at this moment, Shen Feng was also thinking that the battle in Yazhao seemed to have come to an end. The soldiers had rested for more than a week. It seemed you can bring them to disaster relief. However, thinking about it carefully, Shen Feng felt that it was inappropriate. Many soldiers followed him to fight everywhere, and they had not had a serious rest for more than half a year. Are we here for disaster relief? What should the soldiers do if they have grievances? Thinking of this, Shen Feng didn't know what to do. While Shen Feng was thinking about these things, there was a little boy sitting beside Shen Feng holding an umbrella, and innocently asked, "Master Fengshen, can you use your supernatural power to blow away all the dark clouds in the sky? In this way it won't rain anymore." Hearing this, Shen Feng smiled wryly. He only felt that the little boy's question was too naive, but also very sharp. Among Shen Feng's superpowers, the most influential move is Dongfang Haolang, but its diameter is only within 1 or 2 kilometers, and the diameter of the cyclone above Jingxiang is at least hundreds of kilometers in diameter. Shen Feng can't affect the range. If I can do this, I'm really a god. Shen Feng touched the little boy's head, and didn't explain too much, but his answer was already very clear. It can't be done. The little boy asked curiously, they all call you Fengshen, aren't you really a god? Shen Feng shrugged and said, I'm not a god. In addition, you also need to know that if a god really descended into the world, he would not be a god anymore. Because gods are always on top, the good and bad of mortals, God doesn't care. The little boy didn't understand why, and continued to ask, then gods don't care what mortals say, no matter good or bad, so why do we still believe in these gods? Who can say for sure? Probably for psychological comfort. Shen Feng shrugged, unable to give an accurate answer at this time. The little boy raised his head and looked at the rainwater falling from the sky. His eyes were full of confusion. He didn't know where he should go in the future. What would he look like in the future? Is it good or bad? The rainwater fell on the stagnant water on the ground, making waves, and when it fell on the hill, it was constantly scouring the soil on the ground. Under such circumstances, even the fire in the tent could not stop flickering. Seeing in today's scene, anyone would think that this is a precarious era. If only someone could blow away the dark clouds overhead, then we won't have to suffer. The little boy said innocently. Hearing this, Shen Feng felt very touched in his heart. A child expects someone to disperse the dark clouds, but he, a supernatural being, retreated first. This kind of belief is not as good as that of a child. Maybe, if you don't try some things, you don't know what the result will be. Shen Feng stood up, bid farewell to everyone, and said, you are waiting for rescue. I will bring someone to rescue you in a few days. If you are willing to follow me, then go to Yazhao. Maybe there are more mountains, but it is basically saying goodbye to the flood. After finishing speaking, Shen Feng reopened the paraglider, summoned a strong wind, and took off on the wind again, heading towards Yazhao before Shen Feng felt that he needed to observe for several days before he could really think clearly. However, when Shen Feng came to a small mountain and really saw the tragic fate of ordinary people, he instantly understood. What should be done? Do you want to fight for the world? Wrong. Are you going to be drunk? Not right either. Shen Feng saw the way clearly, and he wanted to protect the people of one side. Since he was called the god of wind by others, he should do what he could. Shen Feng returned to Yazhao. It was already late at night, but he couldn't wait to find Professor Chu, and said seriously, Teacher, I am going to take the soldiers to rescue the disaster. It is midsummer now, and the typhoon will stop in a short time. We can't help it. We can't expect the sky to stop raining suddenly, but we can try our best to save people. Professor Chu was very satisfied with Shen Feng's answer, nodded, and said seriously, you now know how to help others. I'm very happy. Compared with a year ago, when you were indifferent, you now have a lot more empathy. Shen Feng smiled helplessly, and sat on the seat and said with emotion, that's because I was a little narrow-minded before, and my eyes were only focused on a little profit in front of me. Now I realize that the world is vast, but there are thousands of people who suffer. Thousands of thousands. I also understand why being poor is good for oneself alone, and being rich is helping the world at the same time. The reason why Shen Feng has his current status and power is all following other people's suggestions. When he just woke up in the apocalypse, Shen Feng just wanted to take his senior sister out of the city full of zombies. After rushing out, Shen Feng needed to rescue people with his senior sister. After saving Chang Haoji, he was urged by Professor Chu to take back Yazhao, and then he had to take back Yazhao. Up to now, it has only been a year. Shen Feng has become famous all over the world, from a brat to a great hero. Looking back on all this, Shen Feng feels like a dream. It wasn't until Shen Feng went to the vicinity of Zhengyang and saw people hiding from the flood on the hills that he realized that it is meaningless to be complacent about his achievements alone. If his ability cannot protect others, his fame and power, it's just that virtue doesn't match. Professor Chu looked at Shen Feng's serious face at this moment, and thought silently, it seems that Shen Feng will definitely be a good person in the future, and I should make arrangements for my funeral. Thinking of this, Professor Chu immediately said to Shen Feng, my health is not very good, and I may not have this opportunity to talk to you in the future. Now, you listen carefully. Now that the end is coming, the scary thing is not the external zombies and mutant beasts, but the internal ones. Cleaning up zombies and mutant beasts can rely on force, But for humans, if you use force, it is unrealistic, and I have arranged a corresponding strategy for you. Shen Feng nodded quickly and said, I'm all ears, Professor. Chu took a sip of tea slowly and said, once the strategy is formulated, it cannot be changed casually, and the strategy I formulated for you is 9 words: build walls high, accumulate food widely, hearing. This, Shen Feng immediately understood that although he was not very good at studying, this sentence was so famous that he had heard of it more or less, so he immediately followed his sentence and said, I know, the next step is to become king slowly. Right, teacher, Professor. Chu shook his head, stretched out his hand and slapped Shen Feng on the head, and said helplessly, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you still want to restore feudalism? There were no emperors and princes 100 years ago. Now you to become king, isn't it turning back the wheel of history? Shen Feng smiled awkwardly, scratched his messy hair, and said, I thought you, teacher, would make me take a lyre from the fire. Anyway, the world is in chaos now, and it's not impossible to take advantage of the chaos to become a king, isn't it just a name? Shen Feng found that he seemed to have misunderstood. How could such an upright person like Professor Chu teach him to go astray? Professor Chu shook his head and said to Shen Feng, perhaps the world is in chaos now, and you can be king temporarily, but in the future, when the external crisis is lifted, how should you deal with yourself? At that time, you will be nailed to the pillar of shame in history. Shen Feng smiled and continued to ask, okay, I know I was wrong, what is the last sentence, Professor? Chu said seriously, save the people. Shen Feng frowned, and muttered this sentence, save the people? Do you want me to do more good deeds, Professor? Chu nodded and explained to Shen Feng, if it was 200 years ago, it didn't matter if you wanted to be the king, because no one would resist. But not now, maybe you can rule the roost for a short time with strength, but the future is bound to fall. Because you will stand against the people, how can you avoid being overthrown? That is to stand with the people. Shen Feng probably understood a little bit. Professor Chu said these words, isn't he conveying faith to himself? At this time, Shen Feng hesitated and asked his question, teacher, but I don't seem to be regarded as one of my own by the authorities. This seems wrong, Professor. Chu smiled and said, as long as you choose to save others, you are already one of your own. Shen Feng scratched his head. He had great concerns about what the teacher said, and didn't know how to answer at this time. Professor Chu continued, the so-called building a high wall is to do a good job in infrastructure construction. In addition to building the city wall, you also need to build bridges and roads, restart the railway station, build ships, and build more hydropower stations. As for Guang, accumulate grain, that is the literal meaning, do a good job of farming. There will never be too much grain. With grain, no matter what natural disasters occur, we can resist. Shen Feng continued to ask, what about saving the people, Professor? Chu did not answer directly, but read a poem. The 4 seas are churning, the clouds and water are furious, and the 5 continents are shaken by wind and thunder. If you want to wipe out all harmful insects, you will be invincible. Shen Feng couldn't help feeling a little dazed when he heard these words, sweeping away pests. If you don't tell me how to do it, how can you clean it? Don't look at me like that. I've told you the method. Who can blame you for not reading the book carefully? Go back and read the red book carefully. Professor Chu said helplessly. Shen Feng nodded hastily. Now that he has received Professor Chu's guidance, his confidence has doubled. It is enough to know that what he is about to do will not encounter opposition. Shen Feng then bid farewell to Professor Chu, and was going to discuss the matter with Chang Jianyi. It is not so easy to mobilize his soldiers to participate in disaster relief. In short, in the past few days, he must negotiate with his subordinates and get their consent. Period. After Shen Feng walked out of the city lord's mansion, he walked towards his home. The palace that Chang Jianyi planned to build was still not completed. If the weather was better, the construction of the palace had actually been completed. It rains frequently, and the construction progress is naturally slowed down. Professor Chu looked at the back of Shen Feng leaving, and suddenly couldn't help but began to cough violently, and his breathing became more and more rapid. He quickly found Suxiojixian pill from his body and put it under his tongue. Clam down. It seems that my time is running out, and I can't see the end of the end. Professor Chu thought silently in his heart. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298 Cultivate the Next Generation. Shen Feng returned home and tiptoed into the bedroom, not wanting to disturb Chang Jianyi. However, Chang Jianyi suddenly opened his eyes at this moment, turned on the lamp beside the bed, and asked, "Are you back?" Shen Feng nodded and said, "I'm back. I'm going to take the soldiers to rescue the disaster, because I can't calm down after seeing those people in the flood. I think I have to do something, so that I can be worthy of others. Call me Wind God, Chang." Jianyi also smiled when she heard Shen Feng say this. She knew what kind of person Shen Feng was. Maybe sometimes he reacted slowly, and it was difficult to make decisions when encountering things, and often needed other people's advice, but he has always been a very kind person, and now he wants to help others, which is normal if he thinks about it. Chang Jianyi smiled and said, "Then you must come back in time, otherwise, I may become a husband-watching stone. At that time, don't try to wake me up." Hearing what the senior sister said, Shen Feng couldn't help but step forward, hugged Chang Jianyi, and said seriously, "Don't worry, I'm not an idiot who goes through the house 3 times, I'm not as great as him, I'm just do what you can, and when the flood stops, I will come back." At this time, Chang Jianyi said to Shen Feng, "Anyway, there is no danger around Yazhao. I don't need the protection of soldiers for the time being. The zombies have been cleaned up. You can go at ease. As for Yazhao, I will with a small number of soldiers, it can be defended." Shen Feng pondered for a moment, a little worried. Some soldiers must be left behind. Although there are no zombies near Yazhao, there are still many mutant beasts. Even if you don't watch out for zombies, you should also beware of mutant beasts. You need to be careful in Yazhao. Recruit more soldiers, and keep up with the production of guns. In short, you must take care of yourself in Yazhao. Do you know how many people are in the orphanage? Chang Jianyi asked suddenly. Shen Feng heard this question, thought for a moment, and replied, "There should be tens of thousands." Under Shen Feng, children under the age of 14 can stay in the orphanage, of course, only orphans. If the parents are healthy, the orphanage will not accept children. The existence of orphanages is also very helpless, because no one will adopt these orphans, and these orphans don't know what to do in the future. Life may be very ordinary, but one good thing about orphanages is that they will not starve. In this way, when many parents are unable to raise their children, they will put their children outside the orphanage and let the children pretend to be orphaned. Chang Jianyi said calmly, "There are 120,000. There are so many children, this is not a small force." Shen Feng wondered, "Why do you ask me this question?" "I think we can cultivate these children. These children are still young and have not yet developed values, so they know how to be grateful. On the contrary, many adults have been educated and worship egoism. They are easy to be bought. It's easy to betray." Chang Jianyi said slowly. Shen Feng guessed what the senior sister was going to say at this time, and suddenly had a new idea. It's better to train these orphans vigorously. After 10 years, these children will be the backbone and will not betray us. What do you think? Chang Jianyi couldn't help but said in Chang Jianyi's view, a group of people who have entered this society and worked hard have already developed their values. As long as they are beneficial to themselves, this group of people will definitely do it. Laughing at the poor and not laughing at the prostitutes, the rich is the uncle. In Yazhao, Shen Feng is currently the most powerful, so the people below are working hard to show that they seem to be very loyal, but in the future there will be more powerful people. If you pay a higher price, then the following group of people will also take refuge in the arms of others. Therefore, in order to ensure that the people under him are loyal enough, Chang Jianyi set his sights on the young children. These children only need a little guidance to make them understand gratitude, and in the future, these children will definitely. He is the most loyal person to Shen Feng. Shen Feng also thought this suggestion was very good, nodded quickly and said, "I think this method is good. If you don't have reliable talents, then you can cultivate them yourself." Chang Jianyi touched her stomach, smiled, and said softly, "In this way, our child can have more people to help, and he won't be too difficult in the future." "What? Child?" Shen Feng was a little puzzled when he heard this. What child? But when Shen Feng saw Chang Jianyi stroking her belly, he immediately understood that Chang Jianyi was pregnant. Could it be? "I'm going to be a father." Shen Feng asked tentatively. Chang Jianyi nodded lightly with a smile, and explained, actually, when Chu Chaoyan said yesterday that I had gained weight, I was a little suspicious. I took a test at night and it turned out that I was pregnant. Shen Feng was very happy. He carried Chang Jianyi around in the sky and his face became excited. He never thought that having a child would be so happy. This is the continuation of life and the hope for the future. Shen Feng couldn't help but lean down and put his ear on the senior sister's belly, and said, "Let me hear the child's voice, Chang." Jianyi slapped Shen Feng angrily, and said coquettishly, "How can it be so fast? It's only been more than 2 months, where does the child's heartbeat come from?" Shen Feng smiled coyly, and said, "It's my poor academic performance, and I'm too impatient, but in this way, it's hard for me to stay outside all the time, isn't it? It's not like the typhoon will last forever. You just need to come back after the disaster relief is over. Since you have to go out and do big things, don't worry about trivial matters at home." Chang Jianyi said hastily. Shen Feng nodded, expressing that he already understood that although the typhoon has entered the inland area abnormally this year, it cannot last forever. As long as the typhoon leaves, the flood will naturally recede. It takes a few months to go out well. Before Chang Jianyi gave birth, Shen Feng would most likely be able to come back. "Honey, don't worry, when the time is about the same, I will fly back even if I fly." Shen Feng hastily made a promise. Shen Feng was so excited that he wanted to call his parents, but when he thought about it carefully, it was still late at night, and his parents must have already fallen asleep, so he had to wait until dawn to inform them of this incident. "I believe that after they heard about it, we'll be very happy. By the way, you can't take Chu Chaoyan with you when you go out this time, she has to stay with me," Chang Jianyi said directly. Shen Feng asked carefully, "What are you going to do with her?" At this moment, Shen Feng thought that the senior sister was jealous. The reason why Chu Chaoyan stayed in Yazhou was to separate himself from Chu Chaoyan. Speaking of which, this was also very possible. However, at this time, Chang Jianyi smiled and replied, "Are you so worried that I will hurt your little lover? Don't think that if I don't tell you, you don't know about the relationship between you." At this time, Shen Feng could only honestly admit the relationship between himself and Chu Chaoyan, but he also had something to say. "Sister, Chaoyan and I shared wheel and mo when we were in Yanjing. She still gave me the source of water at the critical moment. I can't be indifferent to her thoughts. So, if you want to hit me, just hit me. Don't be so sulky, Chang." Jianyi patted Shen Feng on the shoulder and said with a smile, "What are you worried about? I left her here to help me deal with the affairs of Yazhou. I can't run around anymore. Chu Chaoyan is now it's almost half of my own family. If I let her stay and help me, it's not considered torturing her." Shen Feng breathed a sigh of relief, nodded quickly, and said seriously, "Of course, my senior is Dadu. I like you the most. No one can take your place, Chang." Jianyi snorted coldly, asking her to admit Chu Chaoyan's identity like this. She was still unwilling, but the matter has come to this point. It can be regarded as a done deal. If we continue to fight, everyone's faces will be ugly, so we can only retreat one step away. Let's talk about it first. If you dare to bring other women home in the future, don't blame my family for serving you," Chang Jianyi said threateningly. Shen Feng couldn't help asking, "What is family law? Why haven't I heard of it, Chang?" Jianyi pointed to the washboard in the corner, which she found specially. It was Shen Feng's luck that she didn't find the washboard before. She sneered at Shen Feng and said, "If you still dare to bring it home people, then kneel on it and write a review. If you can't write 1,000,000 words, then don't even try to stand up." Shen Feng could only nod his head in reassurance, and said, "This kind of thing will definitely not happen, otherwise I will be struck by lightning." Just after saying these words, a flash of lightning pierced the night sky outside the window, followed by rumbling thunder, as if God was also warning Shen Feng. Shen Feng is not worried about kneeling on the washboard. He is also a 5th-level supernatural being, so he can kneel, but writing a 1,000,000-word review is not easy. His literary level is already worrying, so he can write 800. The composition of words is difficult. After searching and thinking, the result is that when I take it down, I can only get 30 points out of 60 points. If I write a self-criticism, it will be a complete torture. Even if it is Romance of the Three Kingdoms, it is about 1,000,000 words. If it is an online text, 1,000,000 words is indeed a lot, but there are too many words to make up the number of words. Therefore, The punishment of writing a review really bluffed Shen Feng, making Shen Feng dare not act casually. When the day came, Shen Feng took the time to go to the orphanage. There are many orphanages in Yuzhou, and Su Xing is the director of one of the orphanages. She is only a high school student, but now she manages it in a muddle. Thousands of orphans are busy all day long. Fortunately, Su Xing's mother, Wu Yilian, was able to help. She was taking care of a group of children, and the most difficult ones to take care of were the 2 or 3-year-olds. There are also many fights between children, and the management staff can only mediate constantly, and cannot take care of every child at all. Wu Yilian is also very satisfied with the current arrangement. Although it is the end of the day, she and her daughter are 2 weak women, but it is great to be able to stay in Yuzhou and have a simple job. As for the matter of her daughter wanting to fight, she would not agree to anything. Seeing Shen Feng appearing, Su Xing rushed up excitedly and asked, "Brother Shen Feng, why are you here? Are you here to inspect the work?" Su Xing also carried the samurai sword given to her by Shen Feng on her back. She obviously cherished this gift very much, and the night dream in her heart never disappeared. Shen Feng took out a red jelly from his body, handed it to Su Xing, and said, "Eat this, you will be an evolutionary in the future, work hard in the future, and strive to cultivate these children into talents. After a while, I will hire a bunch of teachers to educate them." Su Xing took the jelly, observed it carefully, and her eyes gradually brightened. She knew that this thing was the legendary evolutionary base, but she didn't expect to get it so easily. Could it be that the city lord really has the means to mass-produce the evolutionary base? "Brother Shen Feng, can I go to the battlefield?" Taking advantage of her mother's absence, Su Xing asked the question in her heart. Shen Feng shrugged his shoulders when he heard this question, and replied, "Female soldiers are basically under the command of the deputy city lord. They stay in the city and generally don't go out to fight, but they will also go to the battlefield at critical moments." "Yes, what, you want to fight the enemy?" Su Xing nodded seriously, with an expectant look on his face. Shen Feng shook his head gently, and did not agree to Su Xing's request, but said seriously, "Teach these children to me first, and then wait until you grow up. Don't even think about it if you are not even 20 years old. Fight and kill." Su Xing lowered her head in disappointment. Suddenly, a brother and sister ran over from a distance, and Wang Ziqiang was waving vigorously, City Lord, do you still remember me?" Shen Feng turned his head to look, and recognized the pair of brothers and sisters. Wasn't it the same brother and sister who stole his chicken before? Later, I spent a while in the Self-Aid Association, but I didn't expect to see it now. I recognize you. Why did you come to Yuzhou with me? Don't you stay in Jiangyang? Shen Feng asked curiously. Wang Ziqiang took his younger sister Wang Ziran and said confidently, "City Lord, you said before, let me hang out with you in the future. Of course we will follow you to Yuzhou. When I grow up, I will also go to the battlefield to kill zombies." Shen Feng shook his head helplessly, and said, "When you grow up, the zombies will be killed, but you can still kill mutant beasts then." At this moment, Shen Feng understands why the senior sister thinks this kid is reliable at night. They are so naive. At this time, whoever treats them well, they will make up their minds to hang out with them, and they will not think about it at all. Wrong, only consider your own position. Chapter 299. Heading to Jinxiang. Before Shen Feng is ready to set off, he still needs to reward a group of subordinates, especially many soldiers who have fought bravely. For these soldiers, Shen Feng has given them enough evolutionary bases, and there are already 4th-order evolutionists appearing in the army. The combat power is particularly strong, and he can walk like flying in heavy armor, and he can pull out a big tree with his hands clasped together. In addition, it is to reward some people who performed particularly well. There are 4 people in total, all of whom can get supernatural potions. The first is Li Xiang. Although he didn't participate in the follow-up large-scale battle, he is an old man who followed Shen Feng anyway. The people who followed Shen Feng before were all in high positions, and Yang Chang even got the supernatural potion. Compared with him, Li Xiang lagged behind a lot. Li Xiang was obviously the first batch of candidates to follow Shen Feng. He followed Shen Feng to kill zombies while wearing the knowledge armor, but now he has become marginalized. Many people think that Li Xiang is unlucky, but the meaning behind the scenes is that Shen Feng has forgotten the old man. Shen Feng rewarded Li Xiang, and he was also telling the people below that as long as you honestly follow yourself, then sooner or later, rewards will be sent to you. In addition, There were 3 other people who obtained supernatural potions, namely Lin Yu, Qi Lingshan and Luo Qing. Lin Yu and Qi Lingshan are both from Yazhao. In order to reassure the people of Yazhao, these 2 people can be promoted as an example, so that the people below will not always feel unfair. Luo Qing was promoted because she was Chang Jianyi's confidant. She had always mastered secretarial work, and it was reasonable to use supernatural potions. Shen Feng thought that the senior would reward Yin Li and Zhang Xiaoqiang first. After all, these 2 had the best relationship with her, but Chang Jianyi finally recommended Luo Qing, saying that Luo Qing was the most honest and would not have any flirts. After the rewards were distributed, the soldiers were all excited. They knew that as long as they kept working with the city lord, they would become stronger and their lives would be better in the future. Immediately, Shen Feng announced that he would take people to participate in the disaster relief, and the soldiers immediately nodded in agreement. With rewards, everything is easy to talk about. In fact, even with his own prestige, Shen Feng can persuade these soldiers, but there will definitely be resentment in the hearts of the soldiers. But after the rewards are distributed, it will be a matter of course. Rewards will definitely work hard. Shen Feng came to the laboratory. Under the leadership of Professor Niu, he came to a hidden place. This is a deep cave, and there are many soldiers patrolling nearby. If there is no permission, it is impossible for anyone to approach here. There are many people coming and going here, sending the corpses of many zombies into the cave, and these people have already signed a confidentiality agreement, and they cannot disclose everything they saw here. It can be said that this place is one of the most secret places in Yazhao 1. Shen Feng walked into the cave, and immediately saw the densely packed small cages above the cave, and above the cages were pipes one by one. In a trance, Shen Feng seemed to have returned to the original fish town, and the situation was also the same when he was underground in the translucent cage. There are corpses of zombies. Under the immersion in the digestive juice, the bodies of the zombies are constantly dissolving, and the pipes are connected to the top of the cages, which are continuously transporting the nutrient solution to the depths of the cave. The replacement of zombie corpses was originally done by tree people, but now it has been handled by a special person. In the final analysis, Shen Feng does not allow Yazhao to have extra power, especially tree people. Even those who can't fight back, perhaps a fire-type supernatural being like Xiao Shen can gain the upper hand, but the rest of the supernatural beings are probably helpless in front of the Trent. As Shen Feng walked, he said to Professor Niu, "Professor, it is thanks to you that Yazhao can produce evolutionary genes smoothly. Now, we can not only supply the evolutionary and supernatural beings on our side, but also pass selling evolutionary bases in exchange for a lot of resources. I never thought that mutated plants would be so obedient, and would really be willing to honestly produce evolutionary bases for us." Shen Feng used to think that his laboratory could not produce any great results in a short period of time, but Professor Niu came here to surprise him. The mutated plants were honestly arranged underground, specializing in the production of evolutionary genes. And the evolutionary base is made into jelly, and each jelly can produce at least 1 second-level evolutionary, which is more than 10 times more effective than evolutionary medicine. Professor Niu said to Shen Feng as he walked, "Actually, I don't think plant and animal variation is necessarily a bad thing. For example, the apple tree you brought back can produce several tons of apples every day. As long as there is enough chemical fertilizer, it will always produce fruit. And this plant heart can continuously produce evolutionary genes, and in the future, Yazhao will not lack the evolutionary genes to use." Shen Feng quickly said, "Professor, I will take away a lot of evolutionary genes this time, because if I encounter danger, I can only evolve again. When I am not in Yazhao, you must pay attention to the mutated plants locked here." What Shen Feng was worried about was that if he left, the mutated plants would start to produce frog and tree people, and Yazhao would not have enough strength to resist. Professor Niu took Shen Feng to the depths of the cave, took out his ID card, and opened the big iron door in the depths. Inside the iron door was a bright laboratory with a huge glass container in the center, and many guns around were aimed at the glass container. In the glass container, the heart of the plant was hanging under a rhizome. At this time, he opened his eyes and was peeping around. Professor Niu said with a smile, "Shen Feng, don't worry, all the weapons in this laboratory can be controlled remotely. Once there is any change in this thing, the surrounding ultraviolet lamps will be turned on instantly, and the weapon will be directly turned on. Sunshine to death. There are people watching 24 hours a day, so you can rest assured. Moreover, there are many large electric fans in the room. Once white mist appears, the electric fans will blow all the white mist away to ensure that the monitoring can look at the heart of the plant at any time. Hearing this answer, Shen Feng nodded in satisfaction. Now it seems that the heart of the plant is closely monitored, and it is impossible for this thing to cause harm. Moreover, with hundreds of soldiers patrolling around all day, it is impossible for ordinary people to get close to this cave. There is also a separate room in the interior of the cave, which is dedicated to the production of evolutionary gene jelly. The essence of evolutionary gene is protein colloid, which is easily polluted, so it needs to be heated and sealed quickly. It can be preserved and produced into jelly, which is also convenient for transportation. Shen Feng wandered around the factory for a while, looking at the evolutionary gene jelly that was continuously produced from the assembly line, with a smile on his face. With the evolutionary gene, he can trade with other regions, whether it is food or medicine. It is impossible for others to refuse even if they want to exchange at this time. Professor Niu said, "When you go out this time, bring Kevin Liu with you. He is my good student and knows a lot of animals and plants. He can help you. Even if you are looking for wild vegetables, he can help you a lot." "Help?" Shen Feng nodded, and suddenly asked, "By the way, Professor Niu, where are your family members? Do you need me to help you find them? Although it is the end of the day, maybe they are still alive." Professor Niu shook his head gently, and said, "No need, I have no family. My ex-wife disliked me for being incompetent, and took the child abroad, and all my other relatives and friends have lost contact, and I can't find them anymore." It turns out that Professor Niu is already a widow and only himself is left. No wonder it has been almost a year. Professor Niu has never said that he wants to go home. Got home? Sorry, speaking of your sadness, Professor, you are still young, in your 40s, don't you want to find a woman to marry and have children? Shen Feng quickly apologized, but he didn't expect that he would unintentionally solve the tragedy of Professor Niu being alone. Professor Niu shook his head lightly and said, "No need, anyway, the world is so dangerous now, giving birth to a child is just to make the child continue to suffer. It is better to be alone, die and bury it on the mountain, everything will be solved." Shen Feng does not agree with this idea. After all, he is about to become a father, and it is too late to be happy about the birth of the child. As for whether he will suffer in the future, that is a question that he needs to consider. He found that Professor Niu's thinking is a bit extremes that seem too dark for others. The end will always end. Professor, don't think too much. Shen Feng couldn't help persuading Professor Niu smiled and didn't answer, but the irony in his smile was obvious. Can the end really end? Yazhao has also received some news from Yanjing. Although the news is very simple, it is shocking enough. There is an electromagnetic field with a radius of tens of kilometers near the meteorite's crash point. Humans can't get in at all, and the salvage plan has failed because of this. More and more people know that the culprit that caused the doomsday is a meteorite. Whether it is an animal mutation or a zombie outbreak, it is caused by the zombie virus caused by the meteorite. Due to the extraterrestrial elements on the meteorite, as a result, such a meteorite can't even get close. If the meteorite cannot be salvaged, how can the end be over? Especially now, in addition to zombies and mutant beasts, extreme weather conditions will also appear. This year's floods seem very strange. Such a violent typhoon has penetrated deep into the hinterland of Jinxiang. This was unimaginable before. Many people are guessing that this year's typhoon was actually caused by meteorites, although it cannot be proved. After Shen Feng prepared the relevant matters, he took a boat with his people and headed straight to the middle reaches of the Yangtze River. Fortunately, there were enough boats in Yazhou to take 6,000 people and set off together. When everyone went down the river, the headquarters also sent the first batch of victims. The victims took a boat across the three gorges and went upstream to various places in Yazhou, where they were immediately arranged to farm. The victims were immediately grateful to Dade. When the flood came, the victims had nothing in an instant, and even their lives became difficult. If they were not careful, they would be washed away by the flood. Now they have a place to hide, which is like reborn parents. So, when Shen Feng sailed southward, he saw many people on board waving and cheering, "Master Fengshen, thank you for saving your life, Master Fengshen, you have a smooth journey. There are still many people in the flood, please take care of yourself, Lord Fengshen." Countless people were waving in the boats going upstream. These boats were full of people, and many of them had sad faces on their faces. He managed to squeeze out a smile. Looking at the expressions on these people's faces, Shen Feng also stretched out his hand and waved it continuously, responding to the enthusiasm of these people. Yang Chang walked to Shen Feng's side and said with a smile, "City Master, they all respect you very much? It seems that your prestige has spread." Shen Feng shook his head gently, and said slowly, "Prestige is actually very ethereal. When I can help others, my prestige rises to the extreme, but once I stand by, the prestige will drop instantly." At this time, the river was rushing downwards, and the sky was raining continuously. It had been raining in the sky over Jinxiang for a month, and it was pouring. However, the typhoon did not leave Jinxiang for a long time, and the abundant rain it brought was endless. The entire middle reaches of the Yangtze River were endangered by flood situation. Yang Chang looked at the big fish in the river, and at this moment his mouth became greedy. Using his supernatural power, he turned the silver jewelry on his arm into a long chain, pierced it straight into the water, and nailed it to a grass carp in an instant. With another effort, he was immediately pulled onto the boat. This scene was seen by the surrounding soldiers, and they immediately cheered loudly. "Good, Yang." Chang looked at the plump fish in the water, and couldn't help showing a smile on his face. "You can have extra meals for dinner. These fish may grow so big by eating zombies. Don't you feel uncomfortable?" Shen Feng couldn't help frowning and asked. Yang Changman didn't care, and said directly, "If this is a response, don't eat in the future. Vegetables are irrigated with manure, crops are sprinkled with urea, and even apples are sprayed with pesticides. If you are really picky, there is no food in this world. There is no clean food anymore." "That's right." Shen Feng nodded. Chapter 300: The Crisis at the Doorstep. As the city lord of Yazhou, Shen Feng is already a de facto prince, and his every move is watched by others. Even if he says a word casually, it will be included in the quotations of success, and he will become an unparalleled success in the eyes of others. When he took 6,000 soldiers down the river to participate in disaster relief, many people responded to this. Among them, General Zi of Rongcheng heard about Shen Feng's actions, and immediately burst into laughter, and said to the people around him, "I said that Shen Feng can be recruited, right? Am I right? Although he occupies Yazhou will also help the world and save the people, and this kind of person should be accepted decisively." General Zi was in Rongcheng, and he couldn't leave at will. The soldiers under him were hunting mutant beasts everywhere, so there was nothing he could do about Jinxiang's disaster situation. However, when Shen Feng set off from Yazhou, General Zi also made a decision. Immediately reacted. The train from Rongcheng to Yazhou can already be operated. This is the change brought about by Chang Jianyi after returning from Rongcheng, and the supplies from Rongcheng can also reach Yazhou quickly. Rongcheng urgently allocated a batch of tents, sent them to Yazhou by train, and sent them to Shen Feng. It was difficult for the victims to find a place to live on the mountain, and it was raining all the time. Countless people had fever and cold. At this time, the usefulness is the greatest, and it can shelter from wind and rain on the Wine City side. After Dongjia went back, he found Zuba, the boss of the base. Although he failed to bring back support, he started a trade with Yazhou. As long as he had food and zombie corpses, he could exchange guns, ammunition, even evolutionary bases, but Dong Zhao couldn't figure it out, so he pinched the Buddhist beads and said to himself, "Why do you need zombie corpses in Yazhou? Could it be that they really need to make canned food, so that they can supplement protein for their people?" When Zuba heard this, he immediately snorted, and said disdainfully, "Nonsense, people who made canned rat meat in Yazhou were punished before, and I heard that they were sent to mine. Do you think they will still make canned zombies? I see. It must be used for experiments, maybe it was crushed for fertilizer." Dong Zhao nodded, but the boss could still see clearly. However, Dong Zhao immediately had a question. "This is strange, why did Shen Feng go to rescue the disaster? Wasting energy in vain, isn't it just looking for trouble?" In Dong Zhao's view, Shen Feng took people to rescue the disaster, which was completely thankless. He took in a group of victims in vain. As a result, he had to waste food to support them, and he would not get any rewards in a short time. It would be better to just watch these people fend for themselves and concentrate on developing their own careers. This is what a hero should do. Zuba looked at Dong Zhao, then at the rosary in his hand, couldn't help frowning and said, What is the purpose of worshipping Buddha? Could it be that it spoils the scenery at a critical moment? Shen Feng probably did it because conscience is at work. Conscience, how much is this thing per caddy? Dong Zhao clasped the rosary in his hand and said with a smile, "Brother, you know me well. That's what fools the world." At this time, Dong Zhao openly admitted that he was a liar. No matter how much he sympathized with the world before, it was all pretending. In fact, he didn't care about what happened to others at all. In fact, Dong Zhao's disguise did work, because Lin Yu saw the scene where he deliberately saved people outside Jiangyang City, so Lin Yu preconceived and regarded Dong Zhao as an unreasonable and abusive person. Look, Dong Zhao's disguise has deceived many people, including Lin Yu. Zhu Bao picked up a handful of evolution-based jelly, and murmured, "It's a pity that I'm not a supernatural being. Otherwise, I'd already won the Wine City. Why should I act according to other people's whims now? But, I heard, as long as you have the head of the supernatural being, you can transfer the supernatural power. Is this true?" Zhu Bao has made up his mind. He must take down the Wine City as soon as possible. This is the foundation, and then, find a way to assassinate a person with supernatural powers, quietly transfer the other party's supernatural powers to himself, then he will truly, in a meaningful sense, he succeeded, and since then he has flourished, and he is no longer immortal in South China. Wang Aoi's underground market has also been successfully established, and non-governmental groups have begun to trade secretly. Whether it is weapons or food, they are all traded through the underground network, and the underground website he established has also attracted more people to participate. And Wang Aoi sits in a gorgeous office. The desks and chairs are made of mahogany furniture, and the carpet is also a luxury item imported from abroad. The heavy rain in central China has not affected him. Although it is also rainy in summer, he is at the beach. However, disasters like floods are still too far away from him. Looking at the information in his hand, Wang Aoi said to himself, "Shen Feng led the soldiers to rescue the disaster? It's amazing. He seems to be an idealist, so let him do his work. Anyway, he's in Yeshao, and I am here. In the southeast, it is a pity that the well water does not interfere with the river water, and you will not get the evolutionary base." What worries Wang Aoi most at this time is the evolutionary base. He has several supernatural beings under him, all of whom are third-order supernatural beings, but they have all encountered evolutionary barriers, and they cannot break through anyway. Without the evolutionary base, I am afraid these subordinates will all be stuck in Tier 3. At this time, Wang Aoi also became suspicious. Why does Shen Feng have so many evolutionary agents that can be traded? Even Yanjing Laboratory does not have such a big hand, so it is possible that he has other means of making evolutionary agents? Why can't such a good thing happen? Although Wang Aoi is only the lord of a small town, he is actually the uncrowned king of the southeast region by monopolizing the underground business. He also has more than 4,000 soldiers under his command. When it comes to combat effectiveness, he is also a leader among civil organizations. The most annoying thing for Wang Aoi is the laboratory. Seeing that other people's laboratories are making a splash, but he set up his own laboratory here, but can't research anything, which is really helpless. Wang Aoi heard that Shen Feng has a large number of evolutionary bases in his hands, which are said to be produced by the laboratory, because someone has observed that the laboratory often transports evolutionary bases out. And Wang Aoi also set up his own laboratory, but did not research anything. It is also a laboratory, but the gap is huge. When Li Qi from Yanjing heard about Shen Feng's actions, she couldn't help showing a proud look on her face. She knew that she was right about Shen Feng, and Shen Feng was always a kind-hearted guy. Shen Feng, you are just a good person, but there are too few good people now." Li Qi sighed in his heart. Li Qi let out a long sigh of relief, and then continued to study extraterrestrial elements. Now in the South Pacific, the meteorite that caused the doomsday is still quietly staying on the bottom of the sea. If you can't figure out the magnetic field around the meteorite, you can't salvage it. The apocalypse cannot end even if the meteorite comes ashore right now. Li Qi continues to check the materials and papers. The more it is at this time, the more it is necessary to figure out the mystery of the meteorite. It is only a year since the meteorite fell on the Earth, and now the Earth is in chaos. The only way is to salvage the meteorite. Get up, this is the end of the end. The magnetic field cannot appear for no reason. It must be the magnetic field caused by the meteorite itself, and it is impossible for humans and ordinary animals to approach here. Li Qi looked at the information and said to himself, then, how come? How can we get close to the meteorite? How can we resist the influence of the magnetic field? Li Qi is guessing, what kind of means is there to get close to the meteorite? but the current information is very little, and even the warship that went to the meteorite sea area could not be contacted, and it is still floating in the sea, and no news can be revealed. Come out, the satellite can see the ship, but it can't control it remotely. Although Yazhou straddles the north and south of the Yangtze River, due to the terrain, there are more flat lands in the north, and some of them are on the plains of Sichuan province. On the contrary, the south is full of mountains. Therefore, no matter in terms of population or economy, it is beyond the north of the Yangtze River. South of the Yangtze River. After the apocalypse, Yazhou went through several twists and turns, and finally fell into the hands of Shen Feng. However, Shen Feng only cared about the northern part of the Yangtze River, and was not very concerned about the southern part of the Yangtze River. Many people migrated to the north, leaving the deep mountains and old forests. After all the people in the south migrated to the north, there were no people left in the mountains, and the mutated beasts in the mountains were rapidly being bred. Help, help. A young man ran out from the mountains. He was dressed in rags. He had obviously lived in the mountains for a long time, and now he had no choice but to run out of the mountains. The young man rushed into a small town where he was born. He asked for help. He didn't want to die. However, when the young man rushed into the town, he couldn't find anything, whether it was zombies or humans. They all disappeared. Come on, the town has seen battles before. Li Han saw many bullet holes on the wall, and immediately felt hopeful. So, the zombies have been cleaned up. Help, come, someone, a mutant beast is coming, save me. Li Han called loudly, hoping to find a companion to save him. Li Han ran into the mountains when the zombies broke out a year ago, ate wild fruits when he was hungry, drank stream water when he was thirsty, and successfully avoided the crisis brought about by the zombie outbreak. He thought it was his wisest decision, but a year later, he changed his mind, because there may be no zombies in the mountains, but there are endless mutant beasts. Behind Li Han, countless mutated beasts rushed out. There were huge wild boars like elephants, big mice like wild boars, and even cats and dogs that looked like tigers and leopards. These mutated beasts rushed out of the forest. When he came out, he went straight to Li Han, and Li Han was still yelling in the street at this time, hoping that someone would rush out to save him, but everyone in the town had already gone to the north bank of the Yangtze River, and there was no one in the town, so Li Han wanted to ask for help, but in the end no one showed up. Suddenly, Li Han was thrown from behind by a mutated cat, which bit the back of his neck. Immediately, blood flowed. Li Han's consciousness blurred for a moment, and finally fell to the ground and died. Li Han couldn't figure out why the mountains were so scary. Zombies were already entrenched in the city, so the mountains should be peaceful, but he couldn't figure out why there were so many dangers in the mountains, and he didn't have a chance to think about it. Something happened after the mutant beast mutated. It stayed in the mountains and wilderness for a long time. There was no other reason. There were hundreds of thousands of zombies in the city. Once the zombies formed a corpse wave, it would be a catastrophe. All stayed in the mountains and slowly developed. After a year of breeding, the number of mutant beasts in the mountains and wilderness has increased day by day. Suddenly, a huge mandrill rushed out from the group of mutated beasts. The so-called mandrill was actually a golden monkey. The mutated golden monkey that appeared here does not have golden and fluffy hair. It is not a Sichuan golden monkey, nor does it have thick red lips. It is not a Yunnan golden monkey, but has white hair on its cheeks and black hair all over its body. It is actually a Gizhou golden monkey. Looks very ugly, and looks very fierce. As the saying goes, there are no tigers in the mountains, and monkeys are called kings. In the southern area of Yazhou, this happened. The ugly golden monkey became the leader of a group of mutant beasts. The Gizhou snub-nosed monkey has a simple IQ. After coming to a human town, he doesn't want to go back. There are more and more mutated animals in the mountains, but the food available in the mountains is limited. If they continue to stay in the mountains, these mutated animals will also starve to death due to lack of food. One winter has passed, and the number of mutated animals has increased dramatically. There is no food in the mountains, so I have to go down the mountain to find something to eat. The Gizhou snub-nosed monkey looked at the small town and found the road leading to the north. Immediately, it stretched out its finger, pointed to the north, and rushed out with countless mutant beasts. The monkey's wisdom told him that there is food in the north, and if he wants to survive, he should go to the north. As a result, countless mutated beasts came out of the mountains and headed towards Yazhou. This is a loose combination, because most of these animals are omnivores. If they can't find wild fruits, they will eat the mutated animals around them. Dogs he doesn't know how to eat the same kind, But he can still eat the mutant cats if he catches them. After the golden monkey pointed out the direction for the other mutated animals, countless mutated animals rushed towards Yuzhou like wild horses on the Yuzhou side. Chu Qiaoyan and Chang Jianyi stayed in the city lord's mansion to handle official business, waiting for Shen Feng to come back after the disaster relief, and the resettlement of the victims made the city lord's mansion busy every day. Chang Jianyi had no choice but to recruit more staff. The two had no knowledge of the coming crisis in Yuzhou. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.